Ever wondered what makes TV so powerful in Jamaica? Time to find out. Welcome to Global TV Group 358, where television meets innovation. We're not just about shows, we're about shaping society. In Jamaica, TV keeps you informed, connects diverse voices, and supports democracy. Imagine a Jamaica where broadcasters unite, sharing data and collaborating globally. That's us, a unified voice in the TV industry. Did you know TV advertising is still king? It drives website traffic, boosts brand equity, and powers integrated campaigns. Even in an age of digital, TV stands strong, resilient in tough times. Our global TV deck is your treasure trove of insights and data. With charts, graphs, and success stories, it's your guide to impactful TV advertising. Curious to learn more? Visit our website and see how Global TV Group 358 keeps television at the heart of entertainment in Jamaica. Get ready to binge watch the future.
Oh, thy peace, God of my salvation, because the mouth of the sinful and wicked is open. Rastafari. Come with I. Rastaman throw one stone, and it break a bad feeling to all wicked men. Not a people there. Make a man throw one stone, and it bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. Only when man like Marcus Garvey speak, wicked men would I hear. Hear now hear. Instead of that, they only sit aside a rub and cheat, and not press the poor. Make up what I seen to. Make him a throw one stone, and they bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. Oh, what a plan. Make him a throw one stone, and they bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. My favorite man, if Rasta make a progressive move, wicked men are red, How they want to see the day them can sell out Rasta, can't sell it out, I sell out Babylon. They give man throw one stone, and they bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. They give man throw one stone, and it bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. If Rasta make a progressive move, wicked men are red. How they want to see the dead and can sell out Rasta, I sell out, I sell out Babylon. Yes, stop on the Friday. You might throw a stone, and it bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. Oh, what a black thing, you might throw a stone, and it bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. You have eyes to see, let him see. You have ears to hear, let them hear. What a prophet must say. President Mandela was in prison for 20 odd years. And he leave from the prison and take the seat of the president. Stone one. Big him and throw one stone, and it bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. Oh, what a black. Big him and throw one stone, and it bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. Rastaman throw one stone, and it bring a bad feeling to all wicked men.
my father Banya, my father Banya, my grandmother Banya, my grandmother Banya, Ayana Ibanya, Ayana Ibanya, my leader Banya, my leader Banya. That's why I not live. No, I not live. He gave me a message to all those people who no love progress, who no love progress. Said to juke them with land lease. Said to juke them with land lease. Let the juke them with the pioneer board. Juke them with the pioneer board. Juke them with Jamal. Juke them with Jamal. Then you juke them with free education. Juke them with free education. Equal pay for women. Equal pay for women. Juke them with the minimum wage. Juke them with the minimum wage. My leader Banya. My leader Banya. So help me God, I not live ya. No, I not live ya. Stop now with discipline. Under every manner.
Good evening, and welcome to the election result coverage. The polls in our country have been closed. Those in line are still allowed to vote. Tonight we're back out here monitoring. We have all our monitoring screens set up of all the major news broadcasters in our country this evening, and we will be covering the election as it comes, the election result as it comes in this evening. Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for joining us. Welcome. Not a lot of rest, I must say. Not a lot of rest, but it's the job. We have to come back out here. It is the final leg of the chapter of the Andrew Holness regime, which will no doubt come to an end tonight when the polls gives the verdict. We're monitoring PBCJ, we're monitoring the Gleaner, we're monitoring Observer, as well as we're monitoring Television Jamaica. Because of that, because of the many different pages I'm monitoring to project to YouTube, it's difficult for me to keep up tonight with TikTok, because if otherwise what TikTok is hearing and seeing will be rather confusing. So I hope everyone can join us over YouTube tonight. As usual, we are broadcasting on 3 channels on YouTube: Producer Wing Global TV Studios, and GTV Group, all with the 358 handle. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Accept one big good evening from me, everybody, while we monitor what is going on in the space to no doubt bring to you anything as it happens. That's our purpose tonight. People are still voting, even though the polls are closed. People are still voting. Haven't heard anything of the exit poll yet myself. Let's listen to a bit of the debate while we stand by. Bear with.
Right, catch them free. It's the same thing with these corrupt beneficiaries. United States is watching, you know. And United States is aware. You can think you're smart and you can get wealthy, and you don't know where you get your 3-4 motor cars and where you get your wealth from. When United States decides, look here, Mr. Politician, you can't hold office any longer.
It depends on if that lines up with their own
interest.
That's right.
That's it.
There you go. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Remember, they are the ones who also indicated and have made steps to say bribery is acceptable. Gifts
that is why
gifts are acceptable.
Yeah, but that is well aware. There are certain people who had promising political futures that don't have it anymore. Don't have it anymore.
So here's what.
Go ahead, Claude.
Let's go over to the Gleaner. There's some report over there I want to catch up with. My girl over PBCJ tonight, Jamaica. We have a lot to pay with tonight. Hold on there.
Independence, 1962 to present day, both parties have had significant wins, with the PNP dominating the 1970s to early 2000s, and the JLP gaining strength in recent years.
Them around PBCJ. That's rows to cover.
1976,
no, let me tell you
1989,
what possibly.
1993, 1997, 2002, very impressive sequence, and then in 2011.
While the JLP won in
no,
62,
PBCJ
67,
is the nation public broadcaster paid by your taxpayers' money. It seems as if tonight the Prime Minister has handed over PBCJ to Cliff Hughes and George Davis.
The
No,
JLP
sir.
also won in 2007, 2016, and 2020.
Today, September 3, 2025, this general election is crucial for various reasons. Firstly, the Prime Minister, Andrew Holness, on the cusp of becoming a superstar among JLP leaders. Well, he's a superstar already, but he has the chance to win 3 consecutive elections. He's already been sworn in 3 times as Prime Minister, but if he does get sworn in a 4th time, it will be because he has led the JLP to 3 consecutive election wins, making him only the 2nd Jamaican Prime Minister to achieve this feat after Percival James Patterson.
Secondly, it will be significant. The PNP, led by Mark Golding, is pushing for a new direction, citing its 2024 local government election performance as proof of regaining credibility with the Jamaican people.
This election focused on many things, among them the issue of economic growth, development of infrastructure, and the management of crime, which the JLP have shown in their Book of Achievements. The PNP, meanwhile, has emphasized economic inclusion.
If you
housing,
ever lose the
healthcare,
audio,
and
please
reform
let
to
me know,
education.
because the
This election
switching of
will
many
also
different
be
pages that does cost
in
us some
approximately
time.
20-25
In
marginal
case you lose the audio, let me know straight away.
seats with the key battlegrounds in western parishes, including St. James, Westmoreland, Hanover, St. Elizabeth, as well as Manchester, Clarendon, and St. Catherine. Tonight, we'll have for you comprehensive analysis with public commentator Dr. Nadine Spence to my immediate left. To her immediate left, Kevin O'Brien Chang, also public commentator.
We also have with us.
Yes, I run by Billy Barrett's tonight. Do you understand that?
We have senior journalist Desmond Richards,
Or you
an
understand
associate professor in the Department of Political Science and Policy Studies at Elon
Or you
University in the
understand the
United
setup
States.
of
Dr.
PBCJ
Damian Blake.
tonight?
And
It's
of
their
course,
labor right
Blue Dot, our
operatives
posters are with
that are
us.
running
Chief
PBCJ
Consumer
tonight.
Insights
PBCJ
Officer Blue
is
Dot,
your
you know her
taxpayers'
now,
money.
Janae Stevens
Your
Taylor.
taxpayers'
Blue
money.
Dot and consulting lead data scientist, Night Sky Data, Jahail Smith. They will help us to not only crunch the numbers, but also call the election. Janae Stevens Taylor, what can we expect from you tonight?
Good evening, everyone. From us tonight, we're bringing you the numbers. Simply put,
You know why
we
we're going to
know
stay
that
mostly
once
over
voting
here,
wraps
so
at all of the
even though
polling
it's
stations,
irritating,
counting will begin. And
because
the Blue Dot Gazada staff smart board
you know,
is
Cliff
how we're
bought
going
the
to share
franchise
those counts
for,
with the audience. And it's
I don't know
very
if you buy the
interactive.
franchise
So
for
let's
this,
say
but for the
we
local
want to
government
know what is
election,
going on in
yeah.
northern Trelawney. we tap on
Any
Northern
little
Trelawney, it's going to show us
information they're
the
likely
total
to pass
number
it to
of votes that have been
PVCJ
registered for each
before
of the candidates
other
in
media
that constituency.
houses get
What
it.
you're seeing on
So,
screen now
but
was
we'll
from
monitor
the
this.
previous general elections in 2020. So we have the board here that we now need to fill up for 2025. It is blank. It is not shaded any colors because we are patiently waiting for that data to
Elijah
start
B,
coming in
I do
from
not
the
team tonight
EOG.
at the
And
last
that's
night
just
of
one
them.
part of what we
I
have
do not
to
team.
do. We also
What
have
we're
our
waiting for
consulting data
is
scientist
the
here
result.
tonight.
Blank
Jahail
out
Smith,
the
you're going to hear from
messenger
him in
that
a
they
short
are
while.
and
But
focus
Jahail
on
is
the
allowing
result.
us to up the ante in terms of the analysis that we're going to be
All
sharing
right,
with the
let me
audience.
look.
First of all, we're going to be able to
Let me go
really
back to
harness the power of the historic.
TVJ then, because over there so irritate, you know. Hold on, let me go back to the debate.
Corruption. 5 to 6% is estimated of the value of your economy. Corruption eats out.
Right. We have to also in the discussion recognize that the PMP have some individuals who are running for office who have been involved in corruption.
Well, I was speaking about politicians
Generally, yes,
but it's more dangerous when they're in government. Typically, and that's
All right. This is the observer, and
we're both saying the same thing. That there
This
is
is the
and there
observer
exists
for now,
corruption
then.
on both sides, and the population is, I would use a very euphemistic word, disgusted, tired of it. But there's no, I think tonight you'll determine if there's an appetite to change that, because the question still stands. If politicians, regardless of whether they're orange or they're green, are all corrupt, does it make a difference?
The question is the question is who carries the heavier baggage tonight. Robust discussion. Stay with us as the Jamaica Observer continues to cover election night, election day 2025. We'll be right back.
Where is it? Okay, we'll slip between thingy, the cleaner and the observer, as well as the owner. So I don't want to hear from over Calamity's corner tonight.
He's saving to make sure that this one doesn't have to worry about student loans. This is Tevin. He's saving to make sure that next year he can live by his own rules. And this is Janelle. She's saving to make sure that the girl's trip to Greece makes it out of the group chat. They all have one thing in common. They're JN Bank savings. Saving little by little is what makes life affordable. Stop wishing you could. With your JN Bank savings, you absolutely can. JN Bank will help you find a way.
Hold on. Hold it on. Whose sound do I need to stop now? Observer and bring up cleaner. Bring up the cleaner audio.
Suffer too much.
Oops. Hold on, we'll just when that panel comes back, we'll continue to monitor the panel until
You are the voters, the votes that turn the vision
into reality.
PBCJ.
So you see those three things: vision, voice, vote.
We have the ability, we have the talent, and we have the determination to build a Jamaica which is better for all, where quality of life is there, and you don't have to run, go a foreign, because you can make it right here. That is what the PNP's mission is at this time.
And you're back with us. This is TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 elections, Vote 2025. On set with me, Earl Moxham, Clifford James, Ron Walsh, and Emily Shields. And Ron Walsh is from Young Jamaica, president of Young Jamaica. Looking forward to hearing your perspectives. And Clifford, you are with the YO. Okay, so we have two young politicians with us. Looking forward to hearing their perspectives. And of course, Emily and Earl, absolute experts at commentary and analysis. And before we get into discussion, let's go to Janella Perseus, because she will be taking us through the evening with the changing, should I say, complexion of Gordon House.
Polls have closed and 63 seats are up for grabs, and the stakes are high. Prior to Parliament being dissolved a few weeks ago, this is what the lower house looked like. The Jamaica Labour Party, 49 seats to the People's National Party's 14. This after the JLP's historical landslide win on September 3, 2020. Let's take you back further to the election before that. It was held in February 2016. The JLP won 33 seats to the PNP's 30, a razor-thin election victory. Now we are here, and the PNP is hoping to regain control of several seats that it previously held in parishes like Westmoreland, where it lost all constituencies, Hanover, St. Elizabeth, and Manchester. As for the JLP, the party is hoping to maintain its hold on constituencies which went green in the 2020 election, like Central Kingston, Northwest St. Anne, Northern Trelawney, and Central Manchester. JLP leader Dr. Andrew Holness trying to do what no JLP administration has ever done, and that is to win 3 consecutive terms in office. As for the PNP president, Mark Golding, this is his second major test as party leader after the 2024 local government election.
And you know, after that, I think what I want to know is who is more nervous, Ron or Clifford?
Very confident, very confident. I believe
very confident, yeah.
So very confident.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll hear more about that. But before that, a shooting took place earlier. Our reporter, Jamila Maitland, is on location. She has the latest on that. Jamila?
Jamila.
According to the police, they were in the area in search of wanted men when they were allegedly fired upon. Now, residents say they initially heard 2 loud explosions, followed by a series of explosions. This time, that was when they saw the police. Now, 32-year-old Fabian Brown, he was among a group of friends sitting down, just liming after casting their vote when they saw the police approaching them. Now, they ran. Fabian would have been running for about 100 meters or so, running. He was, however, shot in his leg, which prevented him from running any further. Now, behind me are police officers, a crime scene vehicle. This was where he reportedly died. Now, residents said that they heard one final explosion, and after that, they noticed that Fabian was not moving. Now, according to the police, they reportedly found a firearm in Fabian's bag. Now, the residents, they're disputing this. They've described Fabian as a non-violent person. In fact, he was employed at the Jamaica Broilers, which is just about 100 meters or so from where he lived. He just came off from work, casted his vote when the incident happened. Now, Indicom officers are here, as I said earlier, police officers are here, and of course, we'll be monitoring the incident with further updates.
Shall we bring up a
Jamila,
CVM
will
link
certainly
as
be
well?
listening out for that. All right. So let's start with my panel. And I think I want to start with the issue of voter turnout. There had been a lot of discussion about the 2020 voter turnout, the lowest recorded in history at just about 38%. That, of course, was during the COVID-19 pandemic, but the 2016 voter turnout for the first time had dipped below 50%. So the concern and question was what was going to be happening this time. And given all the excitement that we had seen along the campaign trail, there was a lot of hype and people feeling, yeah, man, we're going to see those numbers going back up again, Emily. But the last report we had from the Electoral Commission was, what was it, 30% at 3 o'clock?
Yeah, at 3 o'clock, they told us 30.41%. Good to have all of you viewers. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm very surprised by this, Dion. We will get an update for 4 o'clock and later for 5 o'clock from the EOJ. But with the pace at which the voting was taking place and concerns about the slow pace, I don't expect this to go much higher than the COVID number, which is a big cause for concern. Before the last Don Anderson poll and with the anticipation and excitement of everybody, I was expecting 55% voter turnout. So something is going on where people are turning up for the merriment and are perhaps not eligible to vote. But apart from that, there's another big question we have to ask and to get the EOJ to answer, because there are 2,077,799 people on the voters list. So if it's not all of these people who we see going to these rallies, who exactly are these people who are on the list? And is it that people are there and are not coming out? We don't know.
Well, this is anecdotal, of course. I got comments from friends saying, you know, they were in very long lines and they saw some people leaving. I can tell you my experience is that I was in a constituency where they were piloting the fingerprint machine.
Yeah.
And I can tell you it took me a pretty long time to vote because the machine wasn't picking up my fingerprints. They tried, wasn't picking up. And then instead of using my ID, which I did have, they then made me go through the process of swearing, which I found very strange.
Right.
And the other people who were at the polling station earlier in the day had said it was taking them about 2 hours to vote.
Yeah.
And again, I was getting reports that people were leaving out of frustration.
Yeah.
I don't know how much that is factoring in, but just throwing it out there, Earl.
Dion, I believe that there is a more long-term and sustained sense of apathy on the part of the voting population. And maybe apathy is not the right word. It might be a sense on the part of a significant portion of the population that the independence project has failed. So if you go back to 1962 and the enthusiasm that was engendered from 1962 all the way up to the high water mark of 1980, you might say there was a particular incentive for that high turnout in 1980 when I think it was 86-point-something%. But even in 1976, it was 85% or thereabouts. And then we went into this period of decline. And to a certain extent, I don't want to make it a one-for-one causation factor here, but when you began to have disunity in one political party and disunity in another political party, I think there has been a sort of sense of a pox on both houses.
Well, hold that thought. Let me bring in the two of the people who were supposed to be helping to drum up enthusiasm in the process. And Ron, let me ask you first, because again, the sense had been that all of you, both sides, were so energized and so into it that we would see the turnout. Are you surprised to hear these initial numbers?
Yes, because I believe that I was looking around low 44, up to 50, 52 thereabouts. voter turnout. So to hear 30.4 at 3 p.m. was shocking.
Mm.
It was even shocking early in the morning. At one point, I heard 14% early
Yes.
in the morning. So I think we have to do some research into what could cause this at this time, and it's the duty of the political parties to do that. Young Jamaica, we have been trying to engage with young people right across the country on the importance to vote, and I think that is something that we need. That's a discussion that we may need to have across the country with all Jamaicans. The importance, why it is important to vote. I think, though, that our members of parliament and candidates have a role to play as well. I find that on the campaign, oftentimes persons are saying they have not seen their member of parliament, they have not seen their candidate, they have not had that conversation. And so many persons want to have that one-on-one conversation. So we may have to move towards cottage meetings and so forth to try and build that connection with the people.
Hold that thought, because I have a question for Clifford on that. But before that, Kalisha is at EOJ and has an update on the voter turnout figure. Kalisha?
Thank you so much, Dion. Well, I don't have the exact figures so far for the voter turnout as of 5 p.m. this evening. The latest one I have is still 30.1%. I'm getting some reports of 48% overall, but I cannot confirm it at this time. But it's something I'm still waiting to get some more information from the ECJ. But I'm going to ask my videographer to just come with me, because we're getting, well, we're not able to move right now, but Dion, we're getting some information right now in terms of the charts behind me. They are being populated with some of the constituencies. So the polls, the numbers are coming in right now. I'm going to pan to my right, and we're seeing St. Elizabeth Northwestern, and we're seeing for the JLP, for the Paul Stevens premises, that's the polling station, 13 to the People's National Party, 40 votes so far, the Independent 0. And then going to the other polling station in that same St. Elizabeth Northwestern constituency, we're seeing at that polling station, Kamar McDonald's premises, 39 votes for the JLP, and for the People's National Party, we're seeing 23. Now, still in that constituency, going to another polling station, the Elvis Watts premises, we're seeing for the JLP 36 votes, to the People's National Party 10 votes. I'm not sure if we can pan down a little further to my right again. We're seeing some candidates in Central Clarendon. That's the JLP's Delroy Williams. We see we're so far still early days, they're on just one of 112 boxes counted so far, but we're seeing where the Jamaica Labour Party's Delroy Williams is in the lead, 53 votes, that's 61%, and we're seeing Carla Watts, 34 votes, that's 39%, and 0 votes so far for the JPP candidate in Clarendon Central. So I am still monitoring what's happening, Dion, still checking on that number in terms of the final voter turnout for this evening, and I'll have some more updates for you as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you so much, Kalisha. Well, if it reached 48%, that would be bad enough, so bad, eh? But tell me something, Clifford, because one of my criticisms of the two parties has always been, I think y'all speak too much to one another at your base, and not enough to the growing percentage of Jamaicans who don't identify with either party. And I'm wondering if that's part of what's happening here. You're reaching out, but you're not reaching the people in the middle.
Maybe it's the corruption of
the green people, and the people in the middle feel
EOJ that is causing this problem.
I can agree with that. Yeah, I think that factors in a lot in this whole voter apathy conversation. I think for the PNP specifically, because we're coming from
let's move with confidence tonight, my people. It's yet still very early. Let's move with confidence.
We had to go through a period of uniting our bases before I guess we can talk to these independent, these undecided, these people who are not politically affiliated, because we have to represent who the party was. I think during this election season, primarily that's what we have been doing, trying to mend our
whichever of the three platforms you're on, can you hit the like button for us, please?
Speaking to people who are not of their own. So I think, yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Hit the like button, please.
In relation to this idea, though.
Yes, and voters intimidation.
I guess the only time you can really test a system is on election day. So the EOJ kind of is between a rock and a hard place because it needs to modernize. It wants to bring on these new systems, but then you have a day like today and people start costs. And by, I think it was mid-afternoon, they announced that they had suspended it. So
hold on. Let's flip over to CVM. Bear with us. Let's bring on the audio here and bring up CVM audio. Oops, sorry.
Ms. Watts over there for that particular constituency. The information will keep coming in. We will keep keeping you abreast of things as Director Brown and the team give us numbers as we go on.
All right, thank you, TK Dawkins, for the very latest from the EOJ. We're talking about Clarendon Northwest just now, and I wanted to get some background and some data on this seat from you, Christoph Simpson. What is your data saying about this seat?
I have this seat as leaning PNP. The JLP's win in 2020 was marginal, and that was when the JLP had a massive national swing in their favor. So in 2020, JLP won by 139 votes, and that's when they had a massive national swing in their favor. So we have this as leaning towards the PNP. In the 2024 local government elections, this was one of the seats that the PNP had gotten more votes than the JLP.
Okay, let's head over then. You wanted to make a point before we move on, Cleveland, just before we went to TK, about this Clarendon Northwestern seat before we move on.
Yeah, to say that I accept that Warren is a formidable candidate. I think he went to the constituency too late, a challenge for the Jamaica Labour Party, but he has a lot of challenges to contend with. The performance of the former Member of Parliament, Philip Enriquez, was not good. And I think that has presented issues for him. I've been on the ground. In fact, that is the constituency where my family is from. So when I touch base with them, the reality is that he has not been able to get traction because people are holding out based on the performance of the former Member of Parliament. So I think, I don't think that seat will go to the Jamaica Labour Party. It will lean to his historical trend.
We'll see. I want to get some insights from our analysts or panelists on this idea of moving a candidate from a party and then inserting another candidate, and how the time may affect the performance of the candidate coming in. Lord B. Smith, as a former Member of Parliament, how can this affect it? Has Warren Newby been given a basket to carry water based on what Cleveland Tomlinson is saying, you think?
To some extent, yes. Because especially in rural seats, the persona of the candidate on the ground is very important to the voters. They need to know this person, not just know of him or her, but to know the person in terms of who the person is, his family, his background, everything about him, what he comes with. And in this situation, Warren was almost foisted on the constituency. And so on that basis, I think he has some amount of baggage there. On the other hand, it is safe to say that he's one of the high-profile personages in the Jamaica Labour Party, and I suspect he would have got a lot of assets and the support from the party, which may help him. On the other hand, it must be noted as well that Enriquez was a no-no, and he will have to carry some of that burden in terms of seeking to convince sufficient voters to say, hey, look, I'm not a herring case, and although I'm not from the area, you can depend on me to do much better. So
I'm not disappointed in EOJ. I kind of expect, and remember, Andrew controls the EOJ.
Warren Newby is not necessarily new to Northwest Clarendon. I think he worked with the former Member of Parliament, Michael Stern. So he has some connections to the constituency. But I think the issue that he faces is the fact that he was a late starter. And there's consensus across the constituency that the outgoing Member of Parliament underperformed. But there's also consensus that Azan was not a bad Member of Parliament, that he performed well. Not only did he perform well, but he also stuck and stayed with the constituents after he lost. So he has not left the constituents. So the constituents, many of them said, we took a chance with an outsider and voted out Azan. But Azan lost and still stuck with us. So I think this may be a return of those voters to the man who they know and who has stuck with them to thick and thin. And I think that may work in Azan's favor tonight. But the numbers are still early. We can't make any prediction. We want to be in the lead as early in the night. It's always better to be in the lead than to be trailing.
Yeah, I want to get a comment as well from Jermaine Barrett of Jade on what was happening in St. Thomas with Michelle Charles' constituency and the concerns that were raised about her performance and not fulfilling promises she made in 2020 and how voters react to that. But we have to take a break right now here on Decision 2025 on CVM TV. Stick and stay with us. We'll be right back.
We'll slip over to the cleaner until CVM comes back. I will monitor CVM for you. And as they
Anne-Marie
come back,
seeming
we'll
to have
right
been
back over
cementing
there.
her position there, but we see Isaac Buchanan of the PNP seemingly making a very strong push to try to unseat her.
Very crucial seat. Before I come to that specific thing, I sort of look at this election a little differently than we did in previous elections because of the anomaly of 2020. And with the anomaly of 2020 that saw the GLP getting the 49 to the PNP's 14, there are a lot of seats that the PNP must take back tonight if they will have any chance of forming government. Portland Eastern is one of them, but there are several others.
That's an estimate. It's not the actual figure. The 30%, 31% is not the actual turnout figure. It is an estimate at the moment. Later on, we'll get the proper figure, which they're thinking it's about 48%.
2011 by 2,276 increases margin over 2007, and then we lost him, and as a result of his death we had a by-election which Anne-Marie Vaz won, and she's held it, and she held it crucially against one of the most popular members of the People's National Party, Damian Crawford. But more importantly, in the 2020 election, where the voter turnout was about 38%, she did solidify her lead in that constituency, and she won over Reverend Purcell Jackson by over 2,035.
Morning, Stacey.
I think the voting history is important because in previous years, if you win a seat by 2,035, that's an absolutely safe seat. But Portland Eastern really is not. She has the newcomer, Isaac Buchanan, who is has a great national profile because he's an attorney at law. But I understand that she is a really hard worker, and we will watch and see how the symbiotic relationship between West Portland, where Darrell Vaz, her husband, is at, how that assists her based on also the work that she has been doing in Portland Eastern for the turnout for this evening. So that's Portland Eastern at the moment. Yeah.
Well, I think Emily has appropriately analyzed it. It used to be one of those seats that the PNP might have taken for granted.
Yeah.
Donald Rudd was there. Sam Lawrence, I think Donald Rudd's father was there at another time as well. So it had become entrenched as a PNP constituency. But times change, and generations shift. And so you cannot take any seat for granted. And I agree with the point that if the PNP is to have a good night, then it has to be able to pull back all of these seats that it lost in 2020.
Yeah. We could just take some of those, Dion, because it's so, when I look at it.
Hold on a moment, Emily, because we're going to be going down the list, but I want the others to come in on this issue of the kind of strategy in Portland East.
Portland Eastern is a constituency that the Labour Party takes very seriously. You saw the work that we did in that seat prior to the by-election where Anne-Marie Vaz won. It is important to note that she's a very hard-working member of parliament. She connects with the people. She's there almost every day, 7 days a week, right? She basically moved her family there because she's just there every single day. And she would have been engaging with the elderly, with the young, but most importantly, the middle. and you'd see it in the turnout in 2020. No, I understand that person say 2020, is COVID election and so forth. But in that seat, she polled 8,630 votes, right? I believe that's where she got in that seat in 2020.
8,360.
8,360, right. Thank you very much for that. And so you can only expect it to increase because of the work that she's doing out there.
Really?
And I know the PNP got in 2016 8,606, I believe. That's their number. So we know that they can get up to 8,000 as well. However, with the work that she's doing, I'm certain that she will go up to about maybe 9,000-10,000 votes this time around because of her hard work.
So Clifford, in terms of the strategy of an Isaac Buchanan, and of course, we know his connection to
jump back over to
cartel, and that
CVM.
was made
those numbers because they are important. And so let us look back to the screen where we're seeing Southern St. Catherine. It's a seat many are watching. Fitz Jackson has sat in that seat for some time. He's now at 59% of the votes with over 180 just there, but it's 4 of 150. So we're looking at those. I'm yet to see if we'll have more data coming in just now, but if not, then we take it away to Gio, who is sitting by with the knights of the panel.
Thanks so much, Nika. Right, so we had looked at St. Thomas Western as one of our marginal constituencies to watch. We looked at some of the historical data about this seat as well, and I wanted to get some insights from our panelists on this one. Jermaine Barrett, I wanted to bring you in on that. What do you make of some of the data that Jordan Fort was presenting on that and that Christoph Simpson was analyzing?
Yeah, the fact is, and I think Cleveland is correct, the constituents are likely to be disgruntled and disappointed with the administration of the affairs of that constituency by Michelle Charles. The fact is, the major infrastructural development that has gone through that constituency is a SHIP, Southern Coastal Improvement Project. But outside of that, people are concerned about things like water, the roads within their communities and so forth, and not much has been done. And if you can flash your mind back to 2020, Michelle Charles would have won that constituency on a bevy of promises, significant promises that are largely unmet. So I think what you're seeing now possibly is the initial indication that people are dissatisfied, and people, in these rural communities, those are the things that matters, the small issues that if it is that they're not answered and are not responded to, people choose the alternative option.
Lord B. Smith, he mentioned the SHIP project, the Southern Coastal Highway Improvement Project. Even with that project that was happening was a number of restarts, because even when some of the works were taking place, the people complained about the quality of the road being laid, and there was a lot of frustration. I've covered many stories, or seen many stories that have been covered, about that same stretch of road. How frustrating can something like that be for voters, and how can that play out?
I think it would have had a residual effect. I mean, one can recall even when you were covering that particular issue, the dust nuisance, the recurrence of potholes and all kinds of, inadequacies in terms of the construction work. And it would have left a bitter taste in the mouths of many of the constituents. But I want to also add that Charles' father, Purnell, has been, as you know, one of the most affable of politicians, grassroots. He has a way of knowing how to connect with the people.
We've seen him there on the ground with
but
her.
Unfortunately, his daughter does not seem to have that in her DNA. And I think it has affected her overall performance, because, as I've been saying before, especially in rural constituencies, the country people like when you can relate to them in a certain personable way. We talk about emotional intelligence. You have to be able to make them feel good, to have that thing that, and we hear this term very often used, that she was arrogant or is arrogant, and that explains a lot of it, So I think if she loses, it will be primarily not the JLP's fault, but her fault.
He spoke about, the Lord Will Smith spoke about the kind of residual effect of what we're seeing with the roads. But even before the elections in St. Thomas proper now overall, the JLP opened that Morant Bay, the town center there in that big, massive opening. Would that do enough, you think, to kind of sway voters?
So, point of correction, the Member of Parliament for Western St. Thomas is actually James Robertson.
James Robertson,
which is actually a fifth. He has served 5 terms as Member of Parliament, seeking a 6th term. Yes, so it's out. So the Member of Parliament for Western St. Thomas is actually James Robertson, who has served for 5 terms and is seeking to be re-elected for a 6th term. That will be the equivalent of 5 by 6 by 6, 35 years. My math is correct? My math is correct, about 35 years. The point I'm trying to make is that after having served a constituency for so long, understandably, the constituents would have expected more in terms of development. And I feel that the current MP, given the length of time that he has served as Member of Parliament, has not met some of those expectations. They complain about the lack of reliable water supply, the lack of proper roads, lack of bridges, lack of job opportunities, and so forth. So much of it could be fatigue with the Member of Parliament, who's a long-standing Member of Parliament. He's one of the winningest Members of Parliament who's contesting the 2025 general election.
Want to look more at some of these other constituencies as well that we have as marginals, but we are heading to a break. When we come back, we'll continue to look at the data from some of the marginal constituencies and also look at the numbers from Christoph Simpson and then get more analysis from our expert panel and also our partisan desk with Titania and Cleveland. Stick and stay with us. We'll be right back.
Let's go over to Jamaica Gleaner. Hold on. Oh, sorry.
You want to retain all of them? Yes, indeed, all 49 and more. But that seat in particular would have the support of the General Secretary of the party, who has taken interest in that seat as well. So it's a seat that I'm sure we will take. But this evening, it's about taking some seats.
I'm making notes,
Yes,
it's a seat we are sure we will take back.
It's a seat that we're looking for, right? Because, in 2016, we pulled 9,000 votes in that seat. Though in 2020, we didn't get up to 9,000. I believe we got up to 8,500 and something votes.
All right. Hold that thought for just a moment for me, and we're going to come back to our live coverage of Vote 2025 right after this.
Robert Brown, how you doing? Right, who is... Let's jump over to a whole observer here, sir. Oops, sorry.
All right.
Sorry. Oh, I'm working slow tonight.
Northwestern. This is a seat that is contested by Dwayne Smith. It's the Finance Minister Nigel Clarke's old seat. Dwayne Smith, we are expecting him to retain.
I'm sure this is something I thought will deal with in the election courts, if that's true. Errol.
St. Andrews Southeastern, the PNP's Julian Robinson contesting with the Kevin Frith. It looks no results in this seat as yet, but we continue.
Hold on, CVM, come back 1 second.
Gordon Webley now amassing 56% of the votes there. She is up against the incumbent who is going back into the ring. That's Juliet Cuthbert Flynn. And Cuthbert Flynn has 43.9% of the votes. We're looking that now she's heading back to what she hopes will be a 3rd term. Joan Gordon Webley trying to get back in the ring. St. Thomas Eastern, the seat that many of us are watching over in the east, it's Yvonne Shaw of the People's National Party already with 54.2% of the votes. That's 201 to Michelle Charles's 166. Michelle Charles, I must remind you, daughter of Pernell Charles Sr., sister of Pernell Charles Jr. Her brother is in Clarendon. We'll skedaddle over there sometime later on. But now Portland Western, seat of Darrell Vaz, at least heading into this election. He has amassed 32.7%, 37 votes, 2 of 144. Very early days, but the PNP is taking the lead early out with 66.4%. That's Doreen Campbell Forbes. We're heading out west, and there should be some exciting times over there because Westmoreland Eastern, we're seeing the PNP's Dr. Dayton Campbell making another throw at the political ring in representational politics in this way. 49.6% of the votes, around 259 right there. And the seats, we're heading back to the Breadbasket Parish. This is where we see J.C. Hutchinson's older seat. So it's now time to discuss some of the data that we've been looking at with the political representatives in the room. Well, we are looking at the data. We're back at St. Elizabeth Northwestern, and we'd want to start with Titania. We've talked about ladies before gentlemen. That's what the women are saying, right?
Yes.
So, Titania, we've looked at the data. We've seen some changes made by the party. This is one of the seats. All right, we're still moving along. Let me just scotch beside you. And we're looking at, this is Manchester Central, the seat that we're watching over in Manchester closely, but heading back to some numbers eventually. What we want to know firstly, are there any concerns, Titania, about Rhoda Moy in this seat?
Concerns about Rhoda Moy in the seat as it relates to her constituents?
Do you see a win?
I think they absolutely love her. Do we see her win? I told Cleveland we never count Rhoda Moy Crawford out. Never. And so I expect this to be a fight to the bitter end. She is absolutely a powerhouse. The constituents on both sides of the fence love her. The data, however, based on the seat, we're looking at data. Again, politics is not just about feelings and vibes and energy, but also the numbers will show that it is predominantly a leaning People's National Party seat. But as I said, strength of a woman, never count Rhoda Moy Crawford out.
All right, and you seem to have mapped out quite a bit of things here. But let's talk to Cleveland. Are you convinced that Rhoda will bring it home again, or will your man in the ring, former, mayor, who stepped out of local government to go into the big politics, is he likely to take it home?
We can take the 2024 local government outcome as a precursor or a writing on the wall for Rhoda. She declared boldly before the close of the polls that she would win all 4 divisions in her constituency. She lost all 4 divisions. And I think that you can interpret that as what the writing on the wall would be for her and what the potential outcome will be tonight. We're confident that Manchester Central will return to the People's National Party. We appreciate that there were some challenges in the constituency in 2020. COVID, there were some divisions with respect to the political machinery and the organization, the unity of the Commons.
Only a few boxes
It was
out of
problematic
100
in 2020. We have rebuilt that. We have united the Commons in that particular constituency. Donovan is a very strong candidate. He's a mayor of Mandeville. He has worked in his division. So we're expecting victory in that. If that is one seat for sure, I can say we'll take.
And he pointed with the inked finger, by the way. But we've thrown out to Jordan Fort, the man with the numbers at the scoreboard. Hey, Jordan.
Yeah, and you talked about some of the marginals that we have outlined. Remember, we've outlined 20, Nika, and we're watching them all night long. So we're going to see Manchester Central now. You were talking about Rhoda Moy Crawford, who was the last winner of that seat, who flipped it in the JLP's direction. Remember, we're tracking 5 general elections from 2002 all the way to 2020, and we're trying to find out where we're going to get to in 2025. Giovanni, here we can see where the lines had started to dissect between the PNP and the JLP, and they intersected here when Rhoda Moy Crawford actually secured victory for the Jamaica Labour Party at the 2020 general elections over Peter Bunting, and that is one of the seats we're watching.
I think this one is interesting. This in 2011, Danville Walker, a former director of customs, and also former Director of Elections as well. He ran and was the first person to poll over 10,000 votes and
not
still
win the seat.
lose in Jamaica. And to date, that's still a record that he holds, an unwanted record. I want to get a comment from Christoph Simpson on this one, because as you notice, it's very close traditionally, although the PNP always takes this one. Christoph, how do you have this one listed in your spreadsheet?
But the JLP retaining the seat is not impossible. The PNP is showing, like Cleveland said, the PNP is showing in the local government elections is something to look at. The PNP not only got more votes than the JLP in local government elections, in the divisions in that constituency, but it got more votes than it got in the 2020 general elections.
I want to get some analysis on this from Lloyd B. Smith and our panelists in terms of a constituency like Manchester Central. Rhoda Moore Crawford was an unlikely victor in 2020 on this one. She has insisted that she's done the work, she's on the ground. When we have spoken to her, that's what she was telling our newsroom today when she was spoken to in the constituency by our reporter there. Does it matter what she does in the constituency, given the kind of history that we're seeing, that this seat leans PNP, and now in the early numbers as well, we're seeing a lead for the PNP? What sort of role does history play in this, despite her work, Lord B. Smith?
Well, I think generally what happens in these kinds of marginal situations is that whichever party has the bigger swing nationally tends to pull the candidates that are in the marginal seats along, give them a lift, a pull. And I suspect
If a
this is what is
15-year-old
happening with Donovan
has
Mitchell's
voted, there would
situation
be a
and her.
massive court battle over
She has
that.
done reasonably well as a member of parliament, very likable. There were a number of interesting developments regarding her personal life, which we can't get into here, but certainly at some point it seemed as if she had dipped somewhat in terms of her overall popularity, but she had managed to resurface and has been doing quite a lot of work resurfacing roads, that sort of thing, and moving around in her constituency much, much more than perhaps she had done before. So I suspect that in the final analysis, she will put up a good fight, but that seat has PNP DNA from the days of way back, and it's going to be difficult. And we must remember too that the situation with the person that she defeated, Bunting, there was some amount of fallout in the constituency, in the PNP
Peter
camp.
Bunting, an influential PNP figure.
A very influential person in the scheme of things, and himself, and that may have also helped to bring down Bunting's numbers.
Globalist, would you believe me said nobody now watch over PDCJ with
managed to pull all the contending forces together, and this particularly influential person is also now part and parcel of the network. So this could can tip the scale.
It will also be interesting, Lord B. Smith, to see how Peter Bunting himself does in Manchester South, given that he is now running right there as well. But for now, we're getting some numbers in from Kingston Central, so we're going over to Nika.
All right, thanks, Gio. We are indeed heading over to this hotly contested seat. Kingston Central it is. We are seeing incumbent Donovan Williams of the Jamaica Labour Party only with 38 votes, but it is one of 80 boxes, and this is 69.1%. You understand what we're saying. Steve McGregor, the ex-policeman, he is 30.9% out in the ring, and that's 17 votes so far. We have to be mindful of where these ballots are coming from and what's happening now, because it's just over an hour since polls have closed. Of course, I want to invite Cleveland to respond to these numbers and paint a picture for us, certainly, as to why Kingston Central is so important to the People's National Party.
Yeah, it's the constituency of former PNP president, former PNP giant Michael Manley. 2020 was a shocker for us, I'll be very honest. We did not expect that outcome in that particular constituency. But since then, we have worked significantly. If you look at the 2024 local government election, had it been a general election, the PNP would have won the constituency handsomely. We know that there were some distractions. And I say distractions. I forgot that young man's name who we removed from the ticket. I can't remember. Yeah, I can't remember his name. But yeah, I know that there were significant efforts to undermine Steve. But I think we'll pull through, and we're confident of the efforts.
Final 30 seconds I give to you, Titania. Will he make it out? Donovan Williams, will he get a repeat?
That's the plan. It's a seat to watch. We ignoring the noise, but the people of Central Kingston, even under so many terms under the People's National Party, deserve better. If you tour that seat, you realize that they certainly deserve better than what they had before. So we're hoping Donovan will keep it for a second term and continue the job.
All right, there you have it. The views of the young politicians in the room, Titania Clark, Cleveland Tomlinson. Stay with us, Jamaica. We take a break.
Right. Who will be voting now? Lena and TVJ is the same thing.
Hey, Truck, how those Duracell Optimum batteries working out?
Hold on.
To pay people to stay home, and we're waiting to see where that landed. We believe that our organization should overcome that, but you know, we wait again.
2025 will soon come.
Remember, the figures are still preliminary, but it shows the PNP leading ahead, as we have showed earlier, and the numbers are changing. So far, she says the highest vote is coming from St. Elizabeth Northwestern. And then you have votes also in Clarendon Northwestern. And the understanding is that after a quiet start, the journalists are gathering because the results are coming and they're reporting it. Well, let's take a look at some of the results that are coming in.
So right now we start with St. Elizabeth Northwestern. We see a total of 7 of the 87 boxes have been counted. What are your views on these?
The JLP is expected to retain the seat in St. Elizabeth. It's J.C. Hutchinson's old seat. The JLP now being represented by Andrew Morris, and the PNP is Patricia Scarlett Forrester. So far, Morris is leading 7 out of 87 boxes. The JLP is expected to retain this seat, leading right now.
So it has been said that when you look at St. Elizabeth Northwestern and then St. Elizabeth Northeastern, they are close. They tend to follow each other.
A big shocker delivered in this constituency in 2020.
Yeah.
Delroy slowly took this constituency, a PNP stronghold. Never lost it before. The first time they lost it in 2020. Delroy slowly racking the votes there. Zulika Jess from the PNP contesting that seat right now. The PNP wants to take the seat back in their column. If they're going to win tonight, they have to take St. Elizabeth Northeast.
Wow. And so we head over to St. Elizabeth Southwestern with Miranda Wellington and Floyd Green.
This is the bellwether seat. Every election in Jamaica since 1962, the government has won this seat. No election has been won by any government without them taking the seat. Miranda Wellington in St. Elizabeth Southwestern for the PNP, contesting against the incumbent, Floyd Green. The JP are pretty confident in St. Elizabeth Southwestern, but so too is the People's National Party, who wants to take this because they believe if they can take this seat, it will make a signal as to where the election is going this evening.
Wow. And so we look closely now at St. Elizabeth Southeastern with Norman Scott versus Franklin R. Witter.
It's Franklin Witter's seat. It's a JLP seat. Norman Scott leaving as the mayor of Spanish Town, going into St. Elizabeth to contest this seat. Let's see what happens in there between Norman Scott and Franklin Witter. No boxes counted so far of 109, so we still await results.
All right, so we move over to our next parish, Manchester Northwestern, with Michael Phillips, up against Damian Sensi Young.
This was the only seat the People's National Party kept in Manchester in the 2020 election. The only one. They lost the other two, Central Manchester and Manchester Southern. But Michael Phillips contesting here, only a single box counted so out of 104. So that's less than 1% of the boxes counted. But so far getting 76 votes to the JLP's 41 and the JPP getting a single vote in that constituency. But the PNP is expected to retain that seat.
And so Now we move out to Manchester Northeastern with Clive Warren. Oh, wow.
Well, Valentin went of the PNP has designs on this seat, Aldershaw's old seat, but the Prime Minister has flown in urgent marks to take over that seat for the Jamaica Labour Party. She has been gaining traction so far, but no boxes counted so far out of 111. We still await results there.
And so now we head down to Manchester Southern with Peter Bunting.
Well, the PNP wants this seat. It was a PNP seat before. The JLP flipped it in 2020. Peter Bunting is gone down there from Central Manchester, trying to put it back in.
What's CVM there again? Yes, sir. Audio.
Third term loading. Shamara Kramer has her orange hearts. Pretty in Pink also has her orange hearts going there. Let's see who else. Kerry Spencer has her green emojis. And Tiana says, time to come. Where? 1 p.m. Jodian War says, Andrew needs to go read a book. Okay, I'm going on vacation because it's PNP time. A lot of persons here. Nika Garfield Rowe said PNP done it again. Casey Smith, I'm seeing that she has a placard, and persons also saying vote out the green. Go, we need to go shower. Oh my goodness, yeah. So you know how it's very colorful there, I gotta tell you. And persons are saying PNP. Some persons are saying JLP. Oh, Ryan Nick O'Hara says 1 Marky G. Yep. 1 Marky G. Damian Christie saying PNP. Jelaine Williams is saying shower. Labor right? Casey Smith, Sinner, is also showing some green heart emojis. And My Awakening Path says 1 p.m. love from Trinidad and Tobago. And if you want to be a part of this very vibrant discussion and exchange, please do go to YouTube at CVM_television. Please remember to keep the comments respectful. And we know that we all can't cheer for the same side, but please, in all that we do, we must remain respectful. Anika, one of the things that I just wanted to highlight was the fact that today, you know, many persons complain about the length of time, the inordinate.
We want to listen to Donna Scott Motley quickly. Hold on.
It's very, very clear that they saved a lot of campaign money because they used the office of government to do their advertising. You had ads being promoted right up to the election day, but ostensibly coming from the office of the Prime Minister. We know that they were able to hold back cash. We expected that they would try to suppress the vote by trying to buy.
What happened to the audio here?
Okay, we'll go back to Dwayne at the PNP headquarters a little later on. But first, any comment, Earl, coming out of those two interviews?
It's difficult. Well, both are, on the one hand, expressing confidence in the ultimate outcome.
Which they will do right up until they lose.
Right up until they lose.
Johnson Smith or Donna Scott Motley?
No. I think the people now we're interested to hear where are we with the numbers. It is now an hour and a half since the official close of poll. We should be getting some numbers in. All of the postmortem about who paid what and who was saving what, we can have that later. But right now, I'm interested in the numbers, and I think the people are.
Well, having said that, it's back to electoral office with Kalisha.
Thank you so much, Dion. As you said earlier, the numbers are coming in steadily. I know a lot of people may be wondering why we're not getting the numbers a little bit faster, but things will definitely pick up as it gets closer to further in the evening. I can now say, Dion, looking at this chart behind me, the results dashboard, the People's National Party, still early days, I must say, People's National Party leading in 13 constituencies, while the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in 9 constituencies. I'm going to read a few of the constituencies in terms of the progress so far, and we're seeing Clarendon with the largest progress so far, 20% of the boxes counted, and we're seeing the People's National Party leading in Clarendon North Central, 1,499 votes for the People's National Party to the Jamaica Labour Party's 931 votes, and the JPP, 3 votes in that constituency. I'm going to move over. I'm going to ask the videographer to just follow me as I go to the desk right here. On this computer, we're seeing a map. Well, it went blank for a few minutes, but just bear with me while I try to bring it back up in terms of but we'll try to bring up the maps a little later on, Dion. I'm looking at the specific candidates in some of the constituencies, having some issues there with the computer. But I can say, I know lots of persons may also be wondering why we have not received the final voter turnout for this evening. I've been trying to get some information from the Director of Elections, Glasspool Brown. He has not spoken to us all day, and the last time I checked, he informed us that he'll be doing one interview with all the media houses. So we are still waiting on that, waiting to see what the voter turnout will be like for this evening. So that's all we have for right now. It's back to you.
Thank you so much, Kalisha. So she says at this point, PNP leading 13, JLP leading in 9. Very, very early days yet, and we'll continue to update that. And even the results that we're seeing coming in are still pretty early. So you're seeing, for instance, in Catherine North Central, we're seeing the JLP's Neil Powell with 176 votes, Natalie Nita Garvey with 165. But again, that's 4 boxes out of 108 at this point. So Central Kingston, still just 1 box we're seeing. I think we saw that earlier on as well. Where the PNP's Steve McGregor is trying to unseat the JLP's Donovan Williams. So any surprises in relation to the speed at which we're seeing the results? Because I'm looking, it's 20 to 7 now. I mean,
no, I don't think so. I mean, it's going to step up. Some of these boxes are coming from rural Jamaica. Information may take a while to get there. So, I mean, the results are coming in, and that's the most important thing. And the Jamaican people can see that for themselves right here on TVJ. So, my view, though, is that if we had so much, well, in some of the areas, we had some challenges today, then, of course, I think it's just going to carry out through the night. So, we may experience some hiccups over there at the counting centers where we're getting the information from.
Seeing St. Thomas Eastern, there are 5 boxes out of 128. The PNP is Yvonne Shaw. Okay, that changed. Portland Western, 2 boxes of 104. The PNP is Doreen Campbell with 75 votes. Darrell Vaz with 37 votes. Again, very, very early. And we see Michael Aiken there coming on the board. St. Anne Southeast, we have Kenneth Russell of the PNP, 44 votes to Adion Pearce, 9, just 1 box counted so far out of 131.
If I could just come in here as well, one of the big seats that I'm certainly looking at for the night, Southwest St. Elizabeth. It's a weather vane seat. It has for the last 5 elections voted with a winning party. It is now held by Floyd Green. I'm seeing it is now, well, he has 71 votes to 16 to Miranda Wellington. It's just 1 box that's counted out of 113, but this is a crucial seat based on how the voting goes. It will give us an early indication as to what is likely.
Here's St. James Southern with Nikisha Burrell, 243 votes to Homer Davis is 198, 4 boxes counted out of 110.
Right.
We're talking about that constituency a little bit earlier, watching it very closely. Westmoreland Central, 2 boxes out of 120. George Wright of the JLP, 101. Dwayne Vaz with 74. Kathleen Greenwood with 1. Don Foote, no votes so far, just 2 boxes out of 170.
Right. I'm seeing here for Central Kingston. Did you just touch Central Kingston?
Kind of came and went.
Okay, came and went. So that is.
I wanted to draw historical reference to that constituency, Central Kingston, because it's a constituency of great sentimental value to the PNP.
Yep.
First won by Michael Manley in 1967. over E.K. Powell, and it was a very, very tight election there.
Yes.
I think the percentage was Manley 49.68 and E.K. Powell 49.19. That was how close it was. And I don't know, perhaps it's returning to that kind of competitive contest in Kingston Central.
Right. Just one box so far for St. Elizabeth Southwestern. Floyd Green, 71 votes to 16 for Miranda Wellington.
And it depends on the particular division in which
it really does depend on the division.
She is strong below, on the western side of the bridge, or as some would say, the northern side of the bridge in Black River and Brompton, those divisions. And Floyd Green is strong in Mountainside and the Pedro Plains division.
Okay, let's take a break. We'll be back shortly with more from our election results show.
Let's see where to go now. Let's go back to CVM. Hold on. Oops.
5, yours to own.
When you want the food shell and make the rice, just give me candy.
Hold on. We're pulling up more results for you.
Centers where we're getting the information from.
Seeing St. Thomas Eastern, there are 5 boxes out of 128. The PNP is Yvonne Shaw. Okay, that changed. Portland Western, 2 boxes of 104. The PNP is Doreen Campbell with 75 votes. Darrell Vaz with 37 votes. Again, very, very early. And we see Michael Aiken there coming on the board. St. Anne Southeast.
Hold on. E.B. Janglina confused me. But they're the same Janglina group, isn't it? Don't panic, my peeps. It's early. I'm not going to have any major concerns until like over 50 boxes in a constituency has been counted. And even that, I wouldn't be too concerned because there's still a lot to go. We're still early yet. So don't panic. The momentum is with the People's National Party. Do not panic. Let's see who is back. Just observe what the results are. Let me see. Let's jump. Who is the observer? Let's jump over to the observer.
But there is an undertone there with the switch of candidates, and Lawrence Rowe is from Almond Town.
But equally, the PNP has to rack up as many votes as possible in Almond Town to counter what the JNP will get in Raytown if they're going to get Kingston Central back in their column tonight.
Interesting. If we want to go to another seat, or in fact, let us try and look at the local government results from 2024. If you're looking at it here, of course, Raytown, the JLP1, that's their stronghold. They ran up the votes there. But if you look in Almond Town, the PNP ran up the numbers there. These numbers will have to be higher if the People's National Party intends to flip Central Kingston tonight.
But look at Almond Town, plus 900 votes for the PNP right there. In Raytown, look at that, just fewer than 600 votes. So
I'm saying the margins will have to be that wide. The PNP is banking on this seat. They're believing that they can flip it. In fact, traditionally, it's a PNP seat.
If they can do this, what they did in the local government election last year, then they'll be taking Kingston Central, but they have to do something similar to what they did last year.
And that's going to be the argument through the entire night. It's the division by division count. They'll have to be flipping divisions. They'll have to be running it up in their strongholds, and suppressing or running it up also in the JLP strongholds. They have to keep those margins very, very, very close.
I want to go back to the map a bit for us, the map that is filling up right now, because we want to just get a sense of what's happening in Jamaica right now. Look in the west, Westmoreland Central, the JLP is leading. Westmoreland Eastern, the PNP is leading. Southern St. James, the PNP is leading. St. James West Central, the JLP is leading there. Funny enough, Wickham McNeil left Westmoreland Western, went to Trelawney Northern, trying to fit back that seat, taking it from Tova Hamilton, but so far Tova is leading there. She's doing well so far.
But I just want us to go to the ultimate bellwether seat in Jamaica, the ultimate battleground, Central Manchester. Now, of course, it's going to be the battle for the hills. On nomination day, both candidates were saying, listen, it's going to come rolling down from the hills. So far, it's orange, but let us get some more data to say exactly.
But what
You have to plan for elections. As I said earlier, all of us would have known that the forecast is that rain would have been happening in some constituencies. And so, if I was a campaign manager, there would have been water boots, there would have been raincoats, there would have been umbrellas, because those voters need to get to the polling station and those votes need to get in those ballot boxes.
Where is it taking us right now?
I want us to actually look a little bit deeper in these numbers, because these two divisions. Now,
let's go back to PNP headquarters.
That's concerned. Well, my focus is that the PNP must have sufficient seats to form the government and some on top, because I'm not comfortable with having just a 32 vote seats in the House or anything like that. I feel that based on all the assurances that I've received throughout the day, that we are way past that. We are going to get a very compliment. I expect us to win, and I believe that we had made a case to the people of Jamaica to which they have responded. And the early voting reflected persons who were going to vote for us.
And the comfortable lead that you refer to, are you in a position to provide probably a prediction, like a number?
Well, as a lawyer, I never do that. Worse as a politician. Suffice it to say, I am comfortable and I am confident about the outcome of today's voting.
And my final question before we go back to Gio, we can't quite predict how long we're going to be here tonight in terms of when we'll get the final results. What exactly are you anticipating throughout the course of tonight? Not just where votes are concerned, but in terms of an overall performance of the PNP.
Well, you are at the PNP headquarters. You can sense the energy. The persons are upbeat. They are already celebratory. I know it's going to take us a long time to get the final EOJ results, but I can assure the public that we do have systems in place which will tell us long before the EOJ does what it is that we are to expect, and we are extremely expectant. We'll be celebrating.
All right. Thank you so much, Mrs. Scott Motley. That is Donna Scott Motley, campaign spokesperson for the PNP. Now, of course, Jill, I'm going to be, keeping in tune with all that's happening here on the grounds of the PNP's headquarters, and we'll bring you updates as they arise. It's back to you in studio.
All right. Thanks so much, Amoy Harriet, our reporter there at the PNP headquarters, 89 Old Hope Road. So, before we went to the break, our panelists were speaking about St. James South and St. James West Central. Wanted to look at the data for those constituencies. And also, before that, Kingston Central. Let's start then with St. James Southern, Jordan Fort. We are seeing the JLP currently holding that seat, Homer Davis. Before that, though, in 2016, very close where the PNP had that seat, and before that as well, coming from 2002, based on our chart here, it was also a PNP stronghold.
And you can see why we have it as one of our 20 marginals, Gio. We're watching it closely throughout this election, and I'm sure even our partisans can admit that this one is one that they're keeping a close eye on. As you mentioned, Homer Davis having won in the 2020 general elections, beating Dr. Walton Small, who contested for the PNP in that particular year. Now he's up against Lakeisha Burchell of the People's National Party. Will the JLP retain this seat based on the trajectory of the numbers? It's anybody's guess.
Anybody's guess? Let's get a quick comment on this from Christoph Simpson. Christoph, what's your number saying?
Southern, St. James Southern, we have that as a toss-up. So that can go
Explain what you mean by toss-up to our viewers.
This is one where I can't say that it's safe for either party or even leaning for either party. So I can't even say I expect PNP to win or I expect JLP to win. The numbers tend to be close. In the 2007 general elections, which was the closest result we had before 2016, the numbers were close. In 2016,
and just to break that down for our viewers, in 2007, 5,802 votes is what the JLP garnered. The PNP, 6,051 votes. That's 253. The difference there in that year. In 2011, the PNP won 7,197 votes to the JLP's 6,125. And in 2016, the PNP also won that seat, 6,278 votes to the JLP's 6,216.
So what we see is in 2011, when there was a massive shift towards the PNP, when the PNP had a massive national advantage, the PNP won it by a lot. And then when the JLP had a massive national advantage, they won it by a lot. But in 2007 and 2016, it was marginal. And this election, which we anticipate will be close, feel whichever party wins this, I think it will be marginal.
Okay, why do we sometimes see the numbers fluctuating in terms of the voter turnout and the counting as we go on, Ord Fisher? What sort of role, how do you explain that?
The voter turnout?
Yes, and the fluctuation of numbers that we're seeing sometimes.
I'm not sure exactly.
Fluctuation of the numbers are being counted. So depending on who's leading based on where the boxes are coming from, the polling divisions, how...
Okay. In the past, when the boxes were carried physically to the counting center, persons would be able to track which ones were not coming in because the ones that are farthest would take longer to come in. However, based on the
Has that changed?
Yes, because the results are now being sent in electronically to the counting center, and then the physical.
Explain that. Explain how that works.
Okay, so supervisors at the different polling locations are responsible for getting the results from the presiding officers and to transmit them, whether taking a photograph or whatever they do, to send it to the counting center, and that is what is used to provide this tally. If we were to wait until the boxes are physically moved to the returning officer's office, then that would take forever because there are some that's coming from very, very far. So it's now done electronically because at the end of the count, there is what is called a statement of the poll that is put on the outside of the box. So these results are transmitted electronically to the counting center, to the election center, and that is where these results are coming from. So you won't be able to say exactly where it is coming from because the quicker presiding officers or those with the smaller numbers, irrespective of where they are, they will be able to complete that. So in the past, you could be assured that, for example, some distant area from the counting center would be the last to come in, and therefore the political parties would know that this is our strong area. Therefore, if that party candidate is leading, that will change when these votes come in. In this case, unless you are at the election center and looking at the specific polling stations that the results are coming from, you won't be able to do that calculation because it's not movement of the boxes themselves, but electronic transfer of the numbers. So it's the quicker counters or the smaller numbers that will be coming in first.
And of course, we'll be heading over to the EOJ momentarily to get an update from TK Dawkins, who is there and on standby. One of the issues that was mentioned in the interview with Amoy by Donna Scott Motley was the issue of low voter or the long waiting periods in a number of constituencies. We do understand that there was some testing of the electronic voter identification system, and there were some hiccups with that. I got several messages from persons complaining about long waiting hours. What caused that?
Yes, well, quickly, in terms of the long wait, traditionally political parties have encouraged their supporters to go out early and to vote early. But what happens if you take approximately 3 minutes to vote? Say you are 21st in line. It takes 3 minutes. 3 times the 20 persons ahead of you, that's 60 minutes. So you will tend to be frustrated. So once you have a lot of people online And there are persons who will take more than 3 minutes, as I think Ms. Kitty mentioned, where you might have an elderly or disabled who will take a little longer. But even if you average out at 3 minutes and you're 21st in line, you're looking at 60 minutes. In terms of the equipment, I gather that they have moved to a new device, tablets, which is a lot more portable and easy to use. But it's the first that they are being used in the election, and I'm not sure exactly what the issues were with them, but that they were failing to identify some of the voters, and therefore they had to switch to manual. So in the event that the device is not working, as I think one of the political representatives said, that it would have slowed the process. The presiding officers in that case, on the instructions of the supervisor, should switch to the manual identification. And then once the person is brought up manually, there's the option now of completing the verification, because it would then be a direct match.
Was it the right time to try the electronic voter identification system in this election today? Because I spoke to someone who said they tried 4 times to vote and they couldn't get through because the fingerprint just was not coming up on the system.
Absolutely. I don't think there was any wrong time to try it, because it is something that we have been using. It's just that they are moving to a more efficient device. And I think maybe I am not in a position to say the extent of the trial that was done in the field, but I'm saying that more of that could possibly have been done to ensure that they were operating efficiently. But it's something that's been going on for some time. Yeah. And therefore, I don't think that we should be looking at turning back. Instead, we should be looking to put it right across.
Yeah. Ms. Kitty, what was your experience today while trying to vote? What did you see in the streets of Kingston?
Well, Giovanni, it was quite interesting. We started very early this morning and we went to Dillsbury with Mark Golding, where he cast his vote. His wife was there as well. Stacey Knight was also there, as that is the constituency in which he's seeking election well.
Let's jump back quickly to Deanne Jackson.
Yeah, I think we mentioned that this is one of the seats that if the PNP is going to win tonight, they have to take this back. It's a traditional PNP seat, but there is
St. James West Central, 2 boxes of 106. Marlene Malahoo, 4th of the JLP, 76 votes. Andre Horton of the PNP, 61. Clifford Barnett, 1 vote. That's 2 boxes out of 106. Here's St. James Southern, and there we have 4 boxes out of 110. The PNP is Nikisha Burchell with 243 votes. The JLP is Homer Davis, 198. Leon Cunningham with 1 vote. Okay, let's go over now to the EOJ and Kalisha.
Thank you. Can you go? Thank you so much. So we're now joined live on air with the Director of Elections, Glasspool Brown. Mr. Brown, we've seen today lots of concerns from persons regards to the EV system, as well as persons waiting for hours in line. What went wrong today from the ECJ's perspective?
Well, we are doing our assessment. There are a number of things that we had some issues with, but there are some positives. The issue in terms of the line, in terms of the pace at which it moved, a number of our electors continued to come to the polling station with expired voting cards, and that extended the time, the period, the processing of it. So that impacted on it. However, by tomorrow, we'll be doing our detailed assessment in terms of what took place today.
But I'm sure, Mr. Brown, that would not cause delays.
We never get
from some
one
persons waiting
in the
for up to
local
4
government
hours.
election.
And then in one instance, when persons were told in the constituencies where you have the EV systems, 7 constituencies, the scanner was not working and persons could not use their ID. Why didn't the ECJ make arrangements for persons to just use their ID just in case the system failed?
No, that was in place. At one point we paused for about 4 of the 7 constituencies. Bear in mind, now we have 63 constituencies. Therefore, the assessment must be looked at the entire execution of the election across the island. In those 7 constituencies, we have an issue in terms of the machine. We paused and then went to the manual system in terms of 4 constituencies. The other 3 continued and it flowed properly. So I said we're going to do the assessment in terms of all the issues, and we'll see where we go from there.
We're still waiting on the final voter turnout for this evening. Can you say if we can, the final voter turnout?
We are telling the final vote now, up to 3 p.m. it was approximately 30%. So we continue to do that. In a short while, you know the total turnout for the day.
Thank you so much, Director of Elections, Glasspool Brown. And of course, we'll have some more updates with you as soon as possible.
Thank you so much. And, I just saw the results for St. Thomas Eastern on screen, but again, that kind of went by a little fast. We're just looking at 5 boxes counted so far.
I think based on my screen here, it's 3.9% voted Dion, 166 for the JLP, 201 for the PNP, 3.9% of the votes counted in St. Thomas Eastern at the moment.
St. Anne Southeastern, just 1 box of 131. Kenneth Russell of the PNP with 44 votes. Adian Peart, I think we saw this before, so we're still at the one box, haven't progressed.
Dion, before we get further into the numbers, I wanted to take you back or to take a little bit of our human interest to look at 3 of the candidates. You mentioned Joan Gordon Webley, who is now running in West Rural St. Andrew. She won East Rural St. Andrew for the Jamaica Labour Party in 1980. I think she is one of 3 active politicians or candidates now who are survivors from that 1980 election.
Wow.
It is Joan Gordon Webley, Ed Bartlett, and Dr. Horace Chang. Those were the Young Turks. I think they were among the youngest of the candidates in 1980. This is 45 years later. And so I just thought that this is an interesting thought. People, we tend sometimes to look down on people who get to a certain age, but the fact that these 3 persons from 1980 are still with us is for the people. It's for the people to decide whether they want to persist with them.
And interestingly, with Joan Gordon Webley as well, she contested East Rural St. Andrew in, I think, 2016 against Damian Crawford when she was a member of the Jamaica Labour Party.
Yes.
And it is 2011, yes. And it is fascinating now that she has crossed the floor from the Jamaica Labour Party and is no longer in East Rural. Remember Damian Crawford, as well, as I said, went up in East Rural, then he moved to Portland Eastern, and now he is in St. Catherine Northwest seeking to take the seat that Hugh Graham had, which is Bobby Pickersgill's old seat. But here's Joan Gordon Webley putting up a fight against Olympian Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, and by the early numbers here, very, very early at this stage, but the PNP seems to be leading in that constituency. I'll pull that.
Another quick point about the history of West Rural.
Sorry, hold on, Earl. I think Ron was
I just want to point out that she ran in 2011, Joan Gordon Webley, for the Labour Party, lost to Damian Crawford, and she ran in 2016 for the PNP in East Rural St. Andrew, and now she's over in West Rural St. Andrew.
Yeah. Did she run 2016 in East, or was it Imani?
2020.
Imani was in East Rural in 2016 against
and then Joan was
Juliet.
here in 2020 against Juliet.
Something else that's fascinating about West Rural is that, like Joan Gordon Webley, who is a crossover from the JLP, Dr. Mavis Gilmore and Madame Rose Leon, both of them represented both the PNP and the JLP.
That's right.
Both of them ran in West Rural St. Andrew.
And in Central Kingston, that rich history you spoke about earlier on, because I think Central Kingston was one of the original 32. Madame Rose Leon has interest and has represented in Central Kingston as well, which is part of the reason I think the PNP wants to make sure that that seat comes home. But as I mentioned a moment ago, the early numbers for West Rural, I'm seeing 5.7% votes counted so far. JLP 379, PNP through Joan Gordon Webley is now at 483. Yeah, but for me, watching West Rural, it really depends on where the boxes are coming from, and we never have an indication on that because Brandon Hill is the PNP's bastion in West Rural St. Andrew. So if that's where they're coming then.
Hold that thought for a moment. Let's go back into the field. Jamila Maitland on location. Jamila, go ahead for me. Where are you? And tell us what's going on. Okay, we'll get back to her in just a moment. St. Catherine North Central, 4 boxes of 108. Neil Powell of the JLP, 176. Natalie Nita Garvey, 165. Clifford, you looked as if you were coming in just now.
I was just thinking most of these seats that are like, I guess, traditional PNP seats, they don't shake me, or I think are shaking the party, because it's just the P's that are coming in. So most of these seats we aren't really worried about. We're just like by an hour or two, I guess we'll see where we are in general.
So
But
you're
on the
saying to run just second.
yeah. But on the point with Joan Gordon Weebly, I think she's one of those women or just people in general that has an aptitude to serve no matter where they go. So it doesn't matter if she switched sides, she just wants to serve.
Wow, that's you practice that spin.
No.
I just want to jump in on that as well. Work is being done in the Brandon Hill division.
So hold on one sec. This is a West Rural St. Andrew. Joan Gordon Webley, 8 boxes of 144.83. Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, 379. George Roach, 1 vote, and that's 8 boxes of 140. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the Brandon Hill division is predominantly, well, the PNP usually gets their numbers out there. But in the last election, they got 1537 to the Labour Party, 1307 in the COVID election. The Labour Party in 2016 got 1451. So you can see that work is being done in that seat and in that division to close that margin that the PNP usually have in the Brandon Hill division. But as you know, Lawrence Tavern, Stony Hill, Red Hills is strong Labour Party territories, and that is what will take us home tonight in West Rural St. Andrew.
You won all the 4 divisions in the local government election.
Hold on 1 second from everybody. Let's go back to Jamila.
Jamila, headphone look like it now work.
It's a party-like atmosphere outside the Gregory Park Primary School here in St. Catherine East Central. Incumbent, the Alanda Terrelong rather, is going up against the PNP's Raymond Price. We also have an independent candidate here, Casey on Radcliffe from the JPP. Now, the Jamaica Labour Party supporters are seemingly having an early celebration here while the ballots are being counted on the inside. There is a steady but consistent support here from the Jamaica Constabulary Force. Police officers are up ahead. On the other side of this crowd, you'll have the PNP supporters who are underneath their tent as well, taking it easy. But as you see, the celebration is really here with the JLP supporter. Now, this particular constituency is interesting because it's one of those steady but swing seats rather, and so the PNP rather would want to take this seat. Now, in this division, in this constituency, there are 3 divisions. Southborough, you have Portmore Pines and Gregory Park. In Portmore Pines, that is where the PNP support is large, and that is where they're trying to get more of their supporters to come out to see if they could make a difference. In Gregory Park, however, there's an equal number of PNP and JLP supporters here. As I said, on the other hand, the PNP supporters are there having their own party. We're going to walk through the crowd to get a little bit of the excitement that we're seeing. Lots of music, jubilation in the streets while the final ballot is being counted on the inside. We're making our way through the crowd here outside the Gregory Park Primary School in St. Catherine East Central.
Okay, well, everybody obviously enjoying themselves there. We haven't so far seen any official results coming there. And we have St. Catherine South here, 6 boxes of 150. The PNP's Fitzjackson, 380. The JLP's, okay, Delroy Dobney, I think that was. St. Catherine North Central, 4 boxes of 108. Neil Powell of the JLP, 176. Natalie Nita Garvey, 165. Carlton Bailey with 1 vote here. And we haven't progressed in Kingston Central, still seeing that 1 box out of the 80. We've been seeing that for a little while. And of course, a lot of times you see this happen and then suddenly you're at 80 or 90% of the count. So we can expect that that's going to be happening shortly.
Right.
East Kingston and Port Royal, 2 boxes of 91.
We don't need to hear that one.
Well, you know,
Philip always trick.
let's not have our listeners feel that we
No,
have
no.
forgotten.
Well, it was won by the JLP once.
Wait, once, never again.
1980.
Not likely. St. James South at the moment, we're watching that. We're really expecting that that's one of the seat, Clifford, that you have to take back. 3.6% of the vote counted.
The problem, you know, Emily, is that what we have here on either side are 2 people who are emphatic, that they're confident.
Yes.
Them are going to take back their seat and them are hold on to them seats.
Yes.
So I don't know.
It's a good thing we don't listen exclusively to them because we come with independent analyses. So it's 3.6% of the votes counted, JLP 198, PNP 243. So the PNP is leading there at the moment. But again, it depends on the division that those boxes are coming from. So we're watching Westmoreland Eastern, a seat you need to take as well. At the moment, officially, 5.7% counted. And the PNP is leading by 6 votes, 259, to the JLP's 253. That's Dr. Dayton Campbell against Daniel Lawrence in the constituency of former Prime Minister P.J. Patterson. Yeah.
Eastern Portland, 2 boxes of 140. Anne-Marie Vaz, 195. Isaac Buchanan, 103. Tracy and Gillespie Harris, no votes so far. So that's just 2 boxes there out of Portland Eastern.
Can I just jump in to say St. James Southern, right?
Yes.
If you look at the data, in 2016, Labour Party, 6,216. But you notice in the COVID election, would have increased our numbers in that seat, 7,245 votes. So a lot of work has been done in that seat. We expect the Labour Party to have a good showing there this evening.
We're going to go to hold on. We're going to go to break, but just before that, we asked members of the public how important they think this election is to them. Take a look.
How important have this election been to you?
Well, it's very important to me, you know, boss. You see me, because I want this thing to go ahead away, you know, you see me? You don't know. I want to get rid of and put up a put in. And you understand me? I say the thing the right way.
Choose Jamaica, our time. Yeah, Andrew Only do a lot. I know I say Mark going with a plan. Him don't have a plan. Andrew Only have a whole heap of plan. Whole heap of plan Andrew Only have. And tell you something good to me. I fly from foreign, come to Jamaica just for this.
This election is very important as a young person because the future of Jamaica
really
is
help you.
rested in Mark Golding, who is the leader of the People's National Party.
Very, very important because it will make all of the young people them eat food and do better. What I mean? And to do a lot for Jamaica.
Let's go back over to CV until they come back.
And this is important. We have a going forward, either way, 36, even 35, a solid mandate by the electorate for the incumbent. And this is after a great deal of very deliberative and very deliberate and very directed, very, very, very curated speculation that the basis of both parties will be, it cannot be it cannot be the PPP is supposedly being damaged and they're increasing their votes.
Yeah.
The 2 things cannot be equally true.
I hear you, but I don't 100% support that because there are several things happening at the same time, several dynamics.
Oh, I understand.
And if you look closely at the results, PPP in 2 regions, they are 1,000 votes each less than they had the last time. And with all of this, and remember, on the voters list is 100,000 new voters were added overall. Last time we had 600 and something thousand. Now we got 700 and something.
Yeah, but the PPP has actually increased its votes
in
no,
region 4.
No, forget the region 4. And we could put all sort of factors in. I mean, people move from different places, etc. So their votes, but what's critical to consider is that the number of votes
has increased. Yeah.
From the total number of votes cast, I believe, between valid votes cast between 2020
and now is the valid votes is less this time around.
It's less this time around.
And PPP has even with less voters,
votes, the
PPP
has
still increased.
Not just increased as a percentage, but increased the real votes.
The real votes, yeah, by 10,000.
Yeah, so that decries.
Yeah, I hear you.
But,
but remember, you are using your analyst hat. But
yes.
I am a political activist.
Yeah.
And the political activist clock in my head is telling me that you can't ignore even those minor.
But let's say that we accept that the PPP's base has been affected, or and we don't have any full evidence of that.
Yeah.
Then we also have to assume that the PPP has also increased its base.
Exactly.
And eaten into
yeah.
somebody else's base.
Yes. Yeah.
So the sum of it is that, and that is not necessarily a bad thing, in the sense that if it is that you've lost a small amount of your base, but you've gained significantly more, because again, there are more votes and there's a larger proportion of the votes, which means that in a society that's been defined by ethno-political divisions, the argument that has been made, particularly by the PPP's general secretary, the architect of the campaign, is that they have gone after in a very robust way a diversified political base, and that these numbers seem to be indicative of that.
Yeah, surely.
Yes.
Surely. You're surprised at the returns for Win?
I'm not surprised that they have eaten into what's formerly coalition's base. I've given reasons for that. I'll sum them up now. One, there's been a deficit of trust between the coalition and the PNC. Let's say the PNC.
Not CVM, man. Gleaner.
Good data is coming in so far. We just
sharp so far, but it's just one box.
Westmoreland Central. You see Westmoreland Central? Or we're at Southwestern.
Southwestern, yeah.
St.
We had this before. I think it's
box.
just one box. St. Elizabeth Southwestern, Floyd Green of the JLP, 71 votes. Miranda Wellington of the PNP, 16. Just one box, so.
Right. Other big seat we're looking for in St. Elizabeth is Southeast. We haven't heard anything from there as yet. So to St. Mary Western, nothing on the board from EOJ just yet.
There's Manchester Southern, 2 boxes of 120. The PNP's Peter Bunting, 126. The JLP's Ian Ives, 61. And Karen Scott at 1 vote. And of course, Manchester Central, was somebody asking about this. 6 boxes of 139. The JLP's Rhoda Crawford at 349. Donovan Mitchell, 271 votes. This one, of course, going to be one of those interesting ones. Can, one of those that was lost during COVID, and can first time MP Rhoda pull it back. Okay, Manchester Northwest, 1 box out of 104. The PNP is Michael Phillips, 76. JLP is Damian Young with 41. And Trisha Stewart Angus.
Yes, Raymond, but that's only 1 box out of 100 and something.
Let's see, what do we have coming up next? Okay, have we progressed here? St. Catherine North Central, 4 boxes of 108. The JLP is Neil Powell, 176. The PNP is Natalie Nita Garvey, 165. Carlton Bailey with 1 vote.
I think we're stuck there.
Yeah.
I think I saw something for West Central St. James. We're seeing this is Marlene
At 10
Manley's
o'clock
fourth
Jamaica
being
time, we should be able
challenged
to get a proper
by Dr.
indication.
Andre Horton. 1.9% of the votes counted. 76 to Malahoo Fort, 61 to Dr. Andre Horton, West Central St. James.
And we have it up there on the screen.
Yes.
But that has also been stuck there for a little while. Here's St. Mary Southeast with, let me see, that's
Nice.
4 boxes out of 112. I think after this one, I'm going to call in Emily and Earl to help with the reading. The JLP is now on Dunn, 259, and Christopher Brown of the PNP, 237. Mark Hutchinson at 1 vote. So Earl, let me let you take the next few.
St. Mary's Central, Omar Newell of the PNP, 516 votes, that's 64.2%. Nathaniel
Andrew,
Maraj
take
of
on
the
my citizenship
JLP,
real sweet.
286 votes, 35.6%. And Rena Rose Cargill, she has 2 votes, 0.2%. That would be a hold for the PNP if they were to win tonight.
Yes.
Clarendon Central, Delroy Williams of the JLP, 415 votes, 81.1%, to Carla Watt of the PNP, 96 votes, 18.6%. Casey and Radcliffe, 1 vote, and this is the seat that Mike Henry held for half a century.
Yes. Nearly a full century, that's right. And Delroy Williams really just got in there a couple of weeks ago. In fact, the by-election could not even be held in his division because of all sorts of issues related to that. So we're not expecting any massive change in that seat at all.
So Delroy Williams moves from the, if he wins this, moves from the upper to the lower house.
Yes. Yes, he's moving down.
Okay.
We're seeing St. Catharines Southwestern and Dr. Kurt Wall of the PNP, 402 votes. Everald Warmington, 350. Gilbert Edwards, 2 votes. That used to be a seat that the PNP used to do well in.
Long before Everald Warmington.
Yeah, Roddy Lawson and a couple others. But since Everald Warmington got there,
yes,
he has been dominating.
And in fact, I think he's always won this seat with over 11,000 people voting for him. Him plus Western St. Mary, Bobby Montague, always the most in terms of electors casting their votes for them.
Let's go back to JLP headquarters now. Andrea Chisholm.
Dion, it has started to drizzle here at the JLP headquarters. I don't know what effect that may have on the turnout for the supporters later on this evening, but we'll be here to see what's happening. For now, a few more individuals have arrived on the compound. We can tell you that the JLP's General Secretary, Dr. Horace Chang, has also arrived, and he said that the JLP at this point is feeling pretty comfortable. But for now, I'm going to talk to our reporter, Laverne Barrett from The Gleaner, senior reporter from The Gleaner. Laverne, good evening. Thanks for joining us on TVJ. You were in a number of constituencies today, including Kingston Central. Talk to me about what happened on the ground.
Indeed. Myself and my colleague, Ashanti Lawson, we were in Kingston Central and we were in St. Andrew Eastern. Just like, everywhere else is reporting, there were pockets of issues. For example, at Kingston Technical High School, we saw the PNP supporters objecting to the JLP's candidate, Donovan Williams, going on to the compound. But the police, they quickly came in and they quelled that by explaining to the PNP supporters that he is allowed on the premises for 5 minutes in each polling divisions. Now, there are 8 polling divisions in Kingston Technical High School, which means he would have been allowed there for about 40 minutes. Elsewhere, as we spoke off camera, Almontown is an area that was dominated by the PNP for decades. What we saw today in Almontown was people openly wearing JLP paraphernalia saying, look, the issues that matters to us is what the MP, Donovan Williams, has delivered. Roads, light, you name it. What they've said is that, look, we've gone through years of People's National Party representation, and what have we to show for it? Nothing. So why not give somebody else an opportunity to do for us what we want them to assist us with?
And that's not surprising, Laverne, because I was on the ground as well in Kingston Central doing a constituency profile. And that was a little surprising as well when you went into a Allman town, a traditional PNP stronghold with individuals there. Some even told me that they had switched political parties at the time. Did you happen to see Mr. Lawrence Rowe?
No, I did not. I did not see him during all of my traverse in the constituency today. But what I can tell you is that those people in Alman Town, they are not afraid to let it be known that they are not going back to the People's National Party.
Okay, well, we'll wait to see what happens later on when the results come out. But what about the other constituencies, very quickly? Where else did you go?
St. Andrew Eastern. And one of the things that we did, we were talking to some of the voters, asking them to tell us what motivated them, what pushed them to come out to cast their ballots. And one of them very pointedly said to me that the proposal he heard from the PNP candidate about creating a university town in that space. As you know, the University of Technology is there, the University of the West Indies is there, and what they've said is that that idea specifically appeals to him, and that is the reason why he came out to vote. Some people raise the issue of corruption, others the issue of tradition. My father would vote JLP, my mother vote PNP. You know, so those are some of the issues that people were talking about.
Thank you very much. Laverne Barrett there, our colleague from the Gleaner, giving us his experience about what happened on the ground today. Dion?
Thank you so very much, Andrea. Let's go to a break. We'll be back with our live coverage of the 2025 elections right after this.
His seat, Eastern Westmoreland, he came out a couple days ago and endorsed Dayton Campbell. Did he need that endorsement from the former Prime Minister?
So I want to tell you that the endorsement is indicative of the position that he is in. Now I think with the fracas, with Luther and his opinions on how the selection was done and made, my understanding is that he had interest in the seat as well. No, there are some merits to and cons against, what we call parachuting someone into the seat. I think from a general secretary standpoint, personally, I would want general secretaries to remain as the brain of the operations back at the HQ, coordinating and the like. But I get the sense that this general secretary, given the work that they would have done in the local government election, feels that he's well poised to win, so he can spend some time in a seat to win that seat, as he's not a sitting member of parliament. Now, based on the word on the ground, he does have a strong chance, but I think the Labour Party also feels like they have a chance there, given the discord that's happening between significant power brokers in that constituency for the People's National Party. But I do believe that that seat will or ought to come home to the people.
I don't know why CPM cut their broad.
So, sticking with you, Clyde, how do you characterize Danny Lawrence's performance?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't have the information as to, but I'd be surprised if he didn't try his best to put in representation of the people has been crucial. 11 votes. 11 votes. It's 11. And you've never won that seat ever since 1944. So to have 11 votes, you have to work hard because the other side have retention, strong retentions in the constituency. It's PJ old seat.
Yep. So 2020 was certainly an election of anomalies. O'Neill, I'm kind of sticking with Westmoreland still, but in a different way. Wickham McNeil, former member of parliament for Western Westmoreland, he's now representing the PNP in Trelawney Northern. What's your take on that?
Well, we know Wickham was probably still is one of those heavy names in the People's National Party. And clearly, what the PNP has done to some extent is really to go back for the heavyweights to put into some of the other seats to see if they can, build, get some recognition from the work that they would have put in previous constituencies to take into these new ones. So it's interesting to see how the turnout will go in favor of McNeil. Not so sure what that might look like, but but let's see.
I mean, the Jamaica Labour Party General Secretary told us to look out for two names, Tova and Rhoda. And Tova Hamilton
would
is
say that,
he would say that they asked him for some upsets, and he's eyeing North Toronto, which is traditionally a PNP seat.
Right, Patrick.
No, I do have some colleagues that live and work in that seat. One of the former chairmen for the constituency, Dr. Wright, many moons ago, his offsprings talk about that seat and talk about the work that Wickham McNeil has been doing. Also seems to indicate that he has some heritage in the seat as well, some family lineage that would have been from North Trelawney. So they are hopeful, both Labour and PNP are hopeful for that seat. And based on my feelings on the ground, I do think Wickham McNeil may make it by a whisker.
Folks tend to pull on their family lineage, because Southeast Central is
Well, I say, that's sort of thing said. Family carry politics,
Uh-huh.
socialization in politics in the country.
Like Annabelle, you can choose the right tutor for you from more than 2,000 subjects on SuperProf.
Hold on.
By 400 odd votes. I'm going to check it to make sure. So I'm just saying that would give anybody on the other side some sort of expectation that they can in fact win. If in 2016 only 449 that the PNP won, and which would have been a regular year in terms of election, and so not an anomaly like 2020. So let's see how it turns out. They'll be weeping and moaning and gnashing of teeth.
And staying close to Trelawney, O'Neill Madden, I want to look at St. James Southern. You see political newcomer, the PNP candidate, Nikisha Burchell, and Homer Davis, who is a member of parliament, defeated the PNP candidate in 2020, former mayor of Montego Bay. What do you think Homer Davis's chances are of retaining the seat?
I believe it's positive for Davis. And I think the PNP did a good job in terms of putting women to represent the constituency against Davis. I know that Burchell has, put in some amount of work as well. I've seen her work on social media, but I believe that the JLP will retain that one. Maybe the margins will be close, but I think the JLP should retain that.
What say you on that one, Chris Anthony?
Historically, a PNP seat. They went a magisterial recount in 2016. That's right. And the barber shop that I go to in Montego Bay, majority of the barbers in that shop are from South St. James. And when they speak about the work that Homer Davis has done in areas like Cambridge, Catadupa, road work in Johns Hall,
Left, right, and center about slow voting, low turning. It's fine. Thank you.
Oh, they're having
very much. But one particular thing that we must note that here in Jamaica is that employers are required and encouraged to send home their workers a little bit early so they can vote. Send home their workers a little bit early so they can vote. While coming through Western St. Andrew in particular on Spanish Town Road, we saw this massive buildup of traffic where I'm imagining some voters would have been in that traffic. You were able to find out what was going on. What happened for those 2-3 hours where people were just stuck in traffic?
Well, what was happening was that supporters of the Jamaica Labour Party and the People's National Party, I don't want to say clash, but they met. And what I saw was actually a sight for sore eyes, given our history. They were dancing. So the police were working to try and clear the traffic, but not aggressively. They wanted people to interact, but it did cause, a pileup.
Thank you. Kimo and I, we're here at the PNP's headquarters, and I'm imagining based on how slow the voting is going, we could be here until around midnight or 1 a.m., but we'll be sure to bring you whatever newsworthy happens. It's back to you in the studio. Dion.
Thank you so much, Dwayne. Well, as we were saying earlier, though, a lot of times what you have is you have this very slow period, and then all of a sudden the results just start pouring in, a tsunami of results a lot of the time. We're not quite at that point yet. So when we look at a lot of the results, so for instance, we're seeing East Portland on the screen there. We've been stuck at this particular result for a little while, just 2 boxes. And here we go. I don't think we've read this before. We have St. Ann Northeastern, 17 boxes of 147, Matthew Samuda of the JLP with 885, Ryan Simpson of the PNP with 686. And Emily, let me ask you to take the next couple of results.
Right, so this is Trelawney Northern. 16 of 146 boxes counted. Earl, I think you're in better eyesight than I am at
I'm
the moment.
realizing
Yes.
line of sight.
October Hamilton 928.
Let me hand over the baton properly to you, Earl.
Yes.
Take the baton, Earl.
October Hamilton 928 to Wickham McNeil 662. So she has 58%, and he has, well, let's move on to Trelawney Southern. 186 for Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, and Paul Patmore of the PNP 156. That is 5 boxes of 96.
And we expect Marissa Dalrymple Philibert to hold that.
7 boxes out of 120 in Manchester Southern. Peter Bunting 651 to
I
Ian
don't know
Ives,
why, but
439. So that's 5.
PBCJ has gone off.
to
CVM has
40.2%.
gone off.
And the independent Karen Scott, she got 2 votes. Manchester Central, interesting one. Donovan Mitchell of the PNP, 809 votes to Rhoda Crawford of the JLP, 731. 13 of 139 boxes. Manchester North Western, Michael Phillips of the PNP, 220 votes, and Damian Young of the JLP, 167 votes. Tricia Stewart Angus still at 1 vote. So Michael Phillips has 56.7% of the votes to Damian Young, 43%. Trelawney Northern, we're back there, and it's 16 of 146 boxes. Has it moved? October Hamilton 928 to Wickham McNeil 662, 58% to 42%. Maybe I should make a point about Peter Bunting and Southern Manchester, but not specifically about Manchester Southern, but just Peter Bunting's career. Should he win tonight, he would be one of a very small number of persons, if he's not unique, to have won 3 different seats in Parliament. Started in Clarendon Southeast, then went to Manchester Central, and now in Manchester South.
Let me just throw in a quick apology for my viewers. We haven't been attributing the votes to the Jamaica Progressive Party. Those are the candidates that you're seeing coming up with a symbol of the praying hands behind them. They're actually not independents. They are members of the Jamaica Progressive Party, which fielded a number of candidates in the election. So my apologies to the party and the viewers for that. Yes, sir.
So we're now in Westmoreland Eastern, 7 boxes of 123, and you have Dayton Campbell leading, just so, with 259 votes to Daniel Lawrence of the JLP, 253. So that's 49.6% to 48.5%. And, well, St. Elizabeth North Western, Andrew Morris of the JLP, 76%, that is 697 votes to Patricia Scarlett Forrester, 213 votes, that's 23%. And Mr. Edwards, Jason Edwards, he is 3%, 3 votes.
The Jamaica Progressive
Party. St. Elizabeth North Eastern, Delroy Slowly, the incumbent, 444 votes to Zulika Jess, 147. And Joseph Pattison, he is 0 votes, and the JDP candidate 0 votes as well. So Delroy Slowly is comfortably ahead at the moment. St. Catherine East Central.
Yes.
Orlando Terrelong, 84 votes. Raymond Price, 54 votes.
We've been stuck here.
1 box out of 98.
Yeah, this has been coming up. We've been stuck here.
But this is one of the seats that the PNP needs to wrestle back tonight if they hope to win this election. Very crucial seat for them. Orlando Terrelong, I think, is looking for his 3rd term. Third term at the moment, and it's not the first time he's facing Raymond Price. Raymond Price is always a great challenger. So we'll see what happens tonight.
St. Thomas Western.
Right, CVM back on again.
163 boxes, and you have Hubert Williams of the PNP with 290 votes, and James Robertson 229. Carleen Affleck of the JDP 1 vote.
Hubert Williams, former mayor, and James Robertson, of course, several times up to bat. Okay, we've seen some progress here. St. Thomas Eastern, 28 boxes of 128. The PNP's Yvonne Shaw at 1,294. The JLP's Michelle Charles, 1,158. Claudius Wong at 11 votes. Jovian Blair of the Jamaica Progressive Party, 5 votes. So that's 28 of 128. That's about what? Sorry, I tried the maths and the maths now maths. All right, so let me move on. Manchester Southern, 8 boxes of 120. The PNP's Peter Bunting, 739 votes. Have we moved here?
I don't think so.
I don't think this moved.
Oh.
JLP's Ian Ives,
No,
479.
no.
Okay, I think it just moved. As
This is a final.
Hold on.
120 of 120.
I don't know.
Okay,
what
we can't. No, we kind of it kind of shifted on us there. So this is a complete result, and this is 120. Can we go back to that, please?
All right.
Can we go back to that? That's 120 out of 120. So that, there you go. So Peter Bunting
has taken
won
his seat.
Manchester Southern for the People's National Party, 8,573 votes, so 7,903 for Ian Ives.
So
Karen Scott, 21. Quick comment, everybody.
We have to say that Peter Bunting has made history.
Yes.
As Earl has just pointed out, he's the first man in Jamaica's history since 1944 to have won a seat in 3 different constituencies, first in Southeast, Clarendon, and then in Central Manchester, and now in South Manchester. Looking here as well, I see we're northwestern St. Elizabeth by the Electoral Office of Jamaica's numbers. Andrew Morris of the JLP has taken that over Patricia Scarlett Forrester, 5,555 versus 3,821 with 100% counted.
Okay,
When
so
I
there's
look at
EVM TV and CVM
Hanover,
TV news.
Westmoreland, 2 constituencies in Hanover. The PNP is leading in both of those at the moment, and it is leading in the 3 Westmoreland seats at the moment. We'll give you the breakdown very soon as to the number of boxes counted. But Eastern has 89.4% counted. Dr. Dayton Campbell is out, 6,595 out in front, ahead of the incumbent Daniel Lawrence, who is trailing with 5,012, with only about 10% of the votes to come in for Eastern Westmoreland.
Here's St. Thomas Eastern, 71 boxes of 128. The PNP is Yvonne Shaw, 3,700. Can we go back to that? Okay, I lost that. Western Westmoreland, okay, let's move on. 8 boxes of 138. The PNP is Ian Hales, 411. I don't feel we've moved here. Garfield James of the JLP, 351. This feels like one we've seen before.
I think there was movement in Central Manchester. I don't know whether we could go back to that one.
So.
Significant movement in Central Manchester.
All right, we have here St. Elizabeth Northeast, 86 boxes out of 125. The PNP's Zalika Jess leading here, 5,504. The JLP's Delroy Slowly, 5,278. Sean Mary, 10 votes. Joseph Pattison. Sean Mary of the Progressive Party has 10 votes. Joseph Pattison of the UIC has 8 votes. So this is 86 boxes out of 125 for St. Elizabeth Northeast.
What is this? Clarendon Northwest. This is where
Hold on 1 second. We have a completed, oh yes, you read this already. My apologies. Go ahead, Emily. That's St. Elizabeth Northwest, but you had shared that with us already.
Right, so Northwestern, this is where Warren Newby of the JLP is up against Richard Azan.
This was JCOC, isn't
of
it?
the votes
Northwest.
counted. Richard Azan is leading 6,356 to Newby's 5,895. Not many boxes there left to go. We'll come back to that in just a moment.
Okay, let's see what's next. Anybody sweating here on either side of the table?
Holding on.
I'm drinking tea. Them a drink tea, viewers and listeners. Them a drink tea. Always a good thing to do.
Yes.
Yes, when you're a Jamaican, you don't know what to do, drink tea.
So you needed to, Clifford, you needed to take South Manchester. which is the first JLP tree to fall tonight. And Peter Bunting has done that.
Yeah.
Yeah. As I said, you're leading in all of Western Jamaica at the moment, and it looks as if for Eastern, that Dr. Dayton Campbell will reclaim that for the People's National Party, but the numbers are a little early in Central and in Western. Yeah. So your thoughts on taking South Manchester?
I mean, I think that was already a given for us. We already had as a comfortable take. Votes, really, truly. I don't think there's anybody that really thought that the JB would have held on to us as like South Manchester. I think it's similar with South St. James as well.
Well, Eastern St. Andrew, which you needed to take as well, 91% of the votes counted. Fable Williams, 6,490. To Patricia Duncan Sutherland, 5,398. Ready to give that up? 9% of the boxes to be counted, but she's leading by just a shade under 900, 800, 900 thereabouts. So.
I think I see like that is something that goes down to the wire, down to the last count. I think there's possible headways we can make, and probably we will make in that season.
Okay, we're going over to EOJ. Let's go over to EOJ with Kalisha.
Thank you so much, Dion. Now, I know you've been providing the latest numbers to our viewers, but we just saw a significant jump in the numbers here at the ECJ. Now, right behind me, I can see some of the constituencies where the counting has been completed. Manchester Southern, one of those constituencies that we have been watching closely. We're now seeing the People's National Party in that constituency 8,573 votes to the Jamaica Labour Party's 7,903 votes. I know this is a lot for our viewers to digest, so I'll not go through every one of them, but now looking at another one where I'm seeing that the counting has been completed, St. Elizabeth Northwestern, we're seeing where the Jamaica Labour Party 5,555 votes and the People's National Party 3,831 votes. Now I'll get back to that board in a bit in another update, but right now I'm joined with my colleague from the Gleaner, Karen Madden. Karen, thank you so much for joining me. I know today we've been hearing about the concerns about persons being in line for hours. I voted in Southern St. Catherine. I got there around 10:18. I didn't leave until around 10:45. Some people may say it doesn't seem long, but there are only two persons in front of me. And what was your experience?
My experience is similar to yours, Kalisha. Same constituency. I voted at Belmont Park Primary School, a very busy polling station with probably about 15 PDs. So when I got there just after 7 o'clock, my mantra is early voting. So I got there just after 7 o'clock.
So 2 seats declared already, isn't it?
I joined the line outside the polling division, the polling station, which is very unusual.
1 to PNP, 1 to JLP.
15 or 17 people in that line. And then we went inside and had to line up again in front of your particular PD, and we were there in the steaming sun. It took about 40 minutes for the process to be completed, and everybody in the line was also saying that, and many experienced voters were saying that, that this is very, very unusual.
Okay, thank you so much, Karen. I'm going to go back to the board a bit, and we're seeing the People's National Party is leading in 30 constituencies, and the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 33 constituencies. And as I mentioned earlier, we've seen a significant jump in terms of the progress in each constituency. Moving now to even St. Andrew Southeastern, where 89% of the boxes counted there. We're seeing the People's National Party 4,710 votes to the Jamaica Labour Party 2,827 votes. Going back to another constituency, I'm going down now to St. Andrew Northeastern, where 94% of the boxes have been counted, and the Jamaica Labour Party leading in that constituency 4,883 votes to the People's National Party's 3,555 votes. Karen, anything, and I know you covered in 2020, are you seeing anything that's really, I know there are some seats we've been watching closely, 12 of which, the Jamaica Labour Party won in 2020 that they hadn't won in years. Was there a particular constituency you were watching closely coming into this election?
Yes, certainly. I grew up in East Rural St. Andrew, so that's always a seat that is of interest to me. So I was watching that as you know, among the seats that I was watching. I expected things to be different. You know, I'm not an election
Marcus
expert
Samuel is
by
gonna
any
win
means,
his
but I
seat as
expected
well.
things to be different in a non-COVID times as it was in 2020.
Thank you so much, my colleague from the Gleaner, Karen Madden. And Dion, of course, I'll have some more updates for you when you join me in the next live report. Reporting from the ECJ, I'm Kalisha Williams. It's back to you, Dion, in studio.
Thank you so much, Kalisha. And just to repeat what Kalisha just said in terms of the latest seats, what should I say, where they're leaning, JLP leading at this moment in 33, PNP leading in 30. We have up St. Andrew East Rural, but
There's still time to flip
way
it, my
back when.
peeps.
I suspect
There's
the
still
counting
time
has
to
changed
flip it.
significantly here. This is 3 boxes of 137. PNP's, okay, let's go to St. Thomas Western, 26 boxes of 163. JLP's James Robertson, 1223. The PNP's Hubert Williams, now 1060. And Carleen Affleck of the Progressive Party with 9 votes. Okay, let's take a break and we'll come back. We'll get some more comments and lots more results.
Oops.
No, at the numbers, Richard Azan.
CVM internet keeps playing about. Let's see. CVM and Observer, they're having massive internet problems. Wow. Let me see what's going on here. Massive internet problem. I think the internet whose live is.
So London Stock Exchange opens at 8 o'clock in the morning. And what you find is in that first hour, we might see quite a lot of volatility in that first hour.
Good afternoon and welcome to the...
No, that's not what we want. CVM, their link keep dropping. Observer not going on with much either. Bear with us, my peeps. Lots of internet problem. I'll go block the neighbor right now, guys. With my internet problems.
Well, 15, they've gained 1. They need to gain at least 18 seats to win the election.
But will they? Can they?
And the party has already gained an additional seat. And Northwest Clarendon, where Richard Azan is leading by over 400 votes with less than 9 boxes to go. You know, that appeared to be another pickup possibility for the People's National Party. That would make 2 pickups for the night. And obviously, we're seeing early votes in some of the constituencies. So we're not sure how the count will end. Because one thing we don't know is where in the constituencies the votes are coming from. You have some political division that favor one political party and others that favor the other political party. So in absence of that knowledge, we don't really know where the outstanding votes are coming from. So I think we're in for a long night, and some of the constituencies may very well go down to the wire.
Man out west, you have seen. Oh yes, indeed. I have to say men out west.
Yes.
But let me go to your senior, Mr. Barrett. So, Mr. Smith, you've looked on at these maps many times over the years, and you would have had some amount of foresight, insight. What do you think the map is indicative of based on the level of orange coloring we've seen in some of those western parishes?
I think we have a competition on our hands. It's not going to be all over in the shouting at this stage for either party. And some of those seats, we may well end up with even some magisterial recounts at the end of the day. That is a possibility, you know.
Yes.
I suspect that the lawyers may be tuning up right now to tackle that. But it's an interesting development, because I think there were those who felt that it would have been a walkover for the jail.
Hold on, my page.
Elizabeth Southwest, 15%.
Southeast.
Southeast, rather.
51 of
15% of the
113
boxes
is counted in Southwest.
The JLP has 991. That's Franklin Witter. And the PNP, that's Norman Scott, yeah, has 1,004. 15% of the boxes counted. So we're watching. I think we can safely say that Northeast St. Andrew has been won by Delroy Chuck, based on the numbers here in Northeast St. Andrew, with 93.7% of the boxes counted. He's at 4,884 to Stacey Knight's 3,556, 93.7% of the boxes counted. And also for Southeast St. Anne, where Matthew Samuda,
Matthew Samuda going
is
in,
the incumbent there. It looks by the numbers here that we can safely say that Matthew Samuda will continue to hold Northeast St. Anne. That's with 86.4% of the boxes counted. He's at 8,142, and his rival there is 5,873.
Matthew's going to win his seat.
Can we go back to the St. Elizabeth seat that had Slowly and Jess, that had come up on
Northeast?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had it a little bit earlier, and
it
looks like a hard-fought battle there. There we go. So the PNP is Zulika Jess has 5,504 votes at the moment, and the JLP is Delroy Slowly 5,278. That's 86 boxes out of 125. 10 votes for Sean Myrie, 8 votes for Joseph Pattison.
And the other seat that has now been counted, dusted, and declared by the Electoral Office of Jamaica is St. Elizabeth Northwest, and that is the JLP's Andrew Morris taking that seat with 100% of the boxes counted. It's 5,555, not 6,666. To the PNP.
Has only ever been won by the PNP once, Mel Brown in 1993.
Yes, and the PNP's number there is 3831. So the JLP's Andrew Morris taking over there from J.C. Hutchinson,
yes,
has won that seat. It's a school teacher, school principal face-off in this particular one, and it is Andrew Morris who has held on to that for the Jamaica Labour Party.
Good.
Okay, starting to see things shaping up here. And here is another of those we're watching closely. Clarendon Northwestern, 99 boxes out of 108. The PNP's Richard Azan has ahead at this point with 6,356. The JLP's Warren Newby, 5,895. Kevin Palmer of the Progressive Party, 24 votes. That's 99 boxes of 108. So that's about 500 vote difference at this point.
461.
Here's North Central Clarendon. We're about halfway there. 55 boxes out, 104. The JLP is Robert Morgan, ahead with 2,709 votes. To the PNP's Orje Dixon, 2,245. Joy Johnson Roy with 15 votes of the Jamaica Progressive Party.
East Central St. Catherine, big one we're watching. Orlando Terrelong is trying to hold off Raymond Price there. Approximately 82% of the votes counted, and Orlando Terrelong is leading by 1,300 votes. He has 5,498, and the PNP's Raymond Price is 4,198 with 82% of the boxes counted in St. Catherine East.
This is disgraceful, though.
Okay.
Western St. Mary, just 1.4% of the boxes counted in Western St. Mary, and it is 96 JLP, 43 PNP, early yet.
Okay, I think we need another break, so stay tuned. We'll be back with more results for vote 25 right after this.
I'm starting to have some concerns now. Still early though. Delroy Chuck, Safe Labour seat, Manchester Muda. Labour has been holding on to that seat from Shaini Robinson. So there's still time. There is still time to go on all of this. JC, welcome. There is still time to go on all of this, but Delroy Chuck, Matthew Samuda, you kind of expect those people to win their seat. I'm worried about Southwest St. Elizabeth, but it's still a tweak bit early. One sec. But there are many internet issues on the ground because a lot of these broadcasters keep coming and going. The Observer, nothing is happening.
I've had to work for anything that I've had. I
Nothing
don't
is
know what a
happening
gold
over
spoon
there.
looks like. It has
No.
never been in my mouth. I have no
It would be a
inheritance
disgrace if we have to
or
continue
any
with Andrew.
endowment or any trust fund anywhere. Whatever I have worked hard and honestly for it.
Hold on, where am I? Okay, hopefully the Gleaner will come back up soon. But there is still time to go. There is still time to go and a lot of seats to tally up. So I'm not going to give up hopes. Not this early, certainly not. Just give it some time. In the next hour or so, we should have, if Andrew wins, Jamaica people will suffer dearly. Oh, they will call us. They will. Because if they are saying they're happy to continue with Andrew, I don't see why in the diaspora should continue to assist them. I mean, they will be enjoying the good prosperity as to what they would have voted for if it goes into that direction. So, I hope they know, say, if they make them bed hard, as me tell them, they have to plan to lay down and rock. They have to plan to lie and rock if Jamaica people in this evening make their bed any more difficult than it has been throughout the last 9 years. But as I said, it is still early to go. The People's National Party is leading in 30 seats. The Jamaica Labour Party is leading in 32. I don't know what keep happening to CVM tonight. It keeps going haywire. Hold on.
And let's go over to St. Thomas Eastern. I don't think we've moved here. 71 boxes of 128. Yvonne Shaw, 3,763. JLP's Michelle Charles, 3,354. And Jovian Blair of the Jamaica Progressive Party, 9 votes. And Claudius Wong with 22 votes. And Thomas Western, don't think we've moved much, have we? 26 boxes of 163. James Robertson, 1,223. Hubert Williams of the PNP, 1,060. Carleen Affleck of the Progressive Party with 9 votes. We have Trelawney North here. Earl, let me hand over to you for a little while.
Wickham McNeil of the PNP, 3,739 to over Hamilton of the JLP, the incumbent, 3,402. So McNeil has a 4% lead over her. Trelawney Southern, Paul Patmore has now taken the lead in Trelawney Southern, 846 to Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, 838. That's one of those that the PNP was hoping to pick up, but it's still close. Too close to call now.
And early.
St. James Southern, very tight, 50 out of 110 bucks. Nikisha Burchell of the PNP, 2,776 to the incumbent Homer Davis, 2,731. And Leon Cunningham of the JPP, he has 10 votes. St. James West Central, Marlene Malahu Fort, the incumbent of the
early for this seat as well.
2,211. Andre Horton of the PNP, 47.9%, 2,046. And Clifford Barnett, 10 votes. St. James East Central, Ed Bartlett, 3,765 to Rochelle Reed Knight, 2,439, 63 of 117 boxes. St. James Northwestern, Horace Strang, the incumbent, 3,992, Horace Strang of the JLP. Alan Bernard of the PNP, 2,322, 67 of 99 boxes. And in St. Ann Northwestern, Gabriella Morris has now taken a slight lead over Crystal Lee. Morris of the PNP, 4,533. Crystal Lee of the JLP, 4,433.
Did we have an exit poll this evening?
That the PNP, I'm sure, was hoping to pull back. The PNP has traditionally done well in that seat as well.
Yes, I mean, the Labour Party won the seat in 2007, I think, and then we won it in 2020. So it's a very tight seat, and so this is one to watch.
Okay, we have our poster Don Anderson online with us now to give us a check-in in terms of what he's seeing. Don, thank you so much for joining me. So tell me what you're seeing at this point in the night. Okay, not hearing you, Don. I don't know if you're on mute. Okay, let's try and sort that out and come back. Okay, so we're back with St. Catherine Northwestern, 37 boxes of 122. The PNP's Damian Crawford with 1,823. The JLP's Newton Amos, 1,618. 3 boxes for Lloyd Smith of the JPP.
What did we get for West Rural last time? Is that up West Rural St. Andrew?
No.
Did we call that?
It's Manchester Northeast, 41 boxes of 111, just under 50% of the way there. Audrey Marks of the JLP leading with 2,857. Valentin Wint of the PNP, 2,001. Clive Warren of the JPP with 8 votes.
If we could just declare St. Andrew Eastern, if we could pull that up, St. Andrew Eastern.
Here's Manchester Northwestern, 38 boxes of 104. Mikhail Phillips of the PNP, 2,311. The JLP's Damian Young, 2,129. The JPP's Tricia Stewart Angus with 13 votes. Let's see where we...
St. Andrew Eastern, Fable Williams, the first finance minister, has held on to the seat, making this her third consecutive win in St. Andrew Eastern. 6,824 by the EOJ's numbers to Patricia Duncan Sutherland, 6,386 with 100% of the boxes counted. Fable Williams has held on in St. Andrew Eastern.
Okay, and just to make the point as well, though, this is Patricia Duncan Sutherland's third loss. She ran twice in Clarendon.
Southeast, yes.
Yeah, and then has moved up to St. Andrew and not managed to take the seat. Okay, let's go again to Don Anderson. Don Anderson, tell us what you're seeing now. Not hearing you, Don.
I'm hearing you all right. Can you hear me?
Go right ahead. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
We're hearing you now, Don. Go ahead.
All right. Good night.
Tell us what you're seeing.
Dion.
We're hearing you, Don. Can you... We need... Okay. Don, can you turn off your... Okay, let's sort that out and come back to Don, shall we? Let's go to St. Andrew Western. 7 boxes of 134. George, this is Tony Hilton, 37.99. To the JLP's Corey Dunkley, 26.65. And the JPP's Carla Francis Edie with 48 votes. Here's St. Andrew West Central, the PM's constituency. He is leading with 4,081 votes to the PNP's Paul Buchanan, 3,431 with 69 boxes of 105. St. Andrew East Central now. Here is the PNP's Dennis Gordon, 1,076, leading the JLP's Davian Vassar, 899. Princess Ford of the JPP with 15. This is 19 out of 113.
That's the Peter Phillips seat.
Okay, pretty sure that must have progressed since then. St. Andrew Southwestern, the PNP's Angela Brown Burke, 4844. The JLP's Maureen Lorne, 403. Antonia Wint of the JPP, 13 votes. And Jamar Watson has 8 votes. And here's St. Andrew Southern, the seat of the leader of the opposition. And this is 53 boxes of 86, 6,058 to the JLP's Carlton Allen, 374. Okay, not much mystery for that one either.
It's a final here.
Okay. First and final for St.
Julian
Andrew
Robinson
Southeastern. Julian Robinson has retained the seat of the PNP with 5,418 votes to the JLP's Kevin Frith, 3,137. And Kemoy Lynch of the JPP picked up 34 votes. And we're back, and yes, Emily had reported this a little bit early on that Fable Williams has retained St. Andrew Eastern.
Yes. Well, Patricia Duncan Sutherland did well.
It's close.
Yeah.
It's close.
So if we could stay in St. Andrew a little bit, because I think there's some update as well in other constituencies that we're watching. West Rural, we could have that in a moment. It's 70.7% of the votes counted there. Juliet Cuthbert Flynn is now leading with 5,778 over Joan Gordon Webley's 4,999. That's about 750 or more votes she's leading by in that constituency at the moment.
That's 97 boxes out of 140. Here's East Rural, seeing this one for the first time this evening. That's Juliet Holness, 22 boxes of 137. She leads with 1618 votes to the PNP's Patrick Peterkin, 1,330. Kamisha Hendricks of the UIC, this is, has 12 votes. Purchell Jackson of the JPP has 10. St. Andrew East Central. I think we saw this. Don't think we've moved on this one. Just 19 boxes out of 113. So a lot of time, viewers, you see this, and the next time you see a completed result. All right, first time we're seeing this one. St. Andrew Northwestern, 78 boxes of 112. Dwayne Smith of the JLP, 4,353. Ethne Miller Simpson of the PNP, 3,189. Orlando Robinson of the JPP, 77 votes. We're going to take a break, and then when we come back, we continue with our results show. Stay tuned.
All right, let's see if EVM come back now. Let's flip over to the Observer and see what
significant work in the area. You know, I've been Christian, I've been just falling during the election period. Definitely people have a lot of confidence in Richard Azan taking back the seat, and definitely the work would have shown so far. But let's see how the remaining 8 boxes, that's 400, just about 400 votes.
Yes,
400 votes is leading.
Young
Right?
VT, internet happened across the island. I think everybody
2020 election, you had 2,005 for Philip Henriquez and 1,460 for Richard Azan. Notice a great increase. Yes.
In the voter turnout.
Yeah.
And
So
interestingly,
I
Richard
still
Azan
think
has stayed in that constituency. Even after suffering
Correct.
he has stayed with the people of Northwest Clarendon. So right now, again, Richard Azan is leading in Clarendon Northwestern, 6,393 votes to Warren Newby's 5,941 votes. 8 boxes still to be counted. Just want to. All right, so now we're going to go to Studio B with Dashan and Kwame, so they'll delve a little deeper into the numbers.
I thank you very much, David. Dashan, we have seen a lot of to and fro as far as the counting goes. Right now, we are seeing where the Jamaica Labour Party is holding the lead, it would appear. They have 34 as per our last count for the preliminary counts now, but we want to look specifically at the ones that have already been declared.
Well, we have 4 seats that have been declared so far, and we're seeing them there. St. Andrew Southeastern, the PNP's Julian Robinson winning that seat, returning to Parliament again in that seat right there. Go back.
Yeah. Well, admittedly, you have stated that this would have been returned to him. So now we're looking at another seat, St. Andrew Eastern. Faval, you had stated earlier we cannot count her out.
Cannot count her out. She's a warrior in that seat. But go back. 34 seats so far, the JLP is leading in. 28 to the PNP. Still preliminary, only 4 seats have been completely declared so far. The other 2 being St. Elizabeth Northwestern.
North and West.
Northwestern, where the JLP's Andrew Morris has won that seat of the PNP's Patricia Scarlett Forrester. And here again in Manchester Southern, as has been stated already, Peter Bunting returning to Parliament. But look at these. There are some close seats right here still going on. Kingston Central, boxes are still being counted. 93.8%, 94% of votes counted there. The JLP is leading in that seat by roughly about 200. So it depends on where those other votes are coming.
How long before I see results with Tai Chi? Day 3, you'll feel your energy. Day 7, your eyes will change.
It's East and Port Royal for the PNP.
So what happens when we get onto this side, though? We see Central, St. Catherine South Central. Right now, as you look here, the JLP is leading in this particular area.
Well, Andrew Wheatley is expected to retain.
And you're expecting that he'll be retaining that particular seat. Now, when we look at St. Catherine, they just started looking at this. Few more votes left. 83 of 98 boxes have been counted so far.
So 15 boxes left.
15 boxes left.
It depends on where those votes are coming in. This is still very tight, under 1,000 votes, but the JLP look like they are going to retain the seat for now.
For all intents and purposes.
Or
what about Clarendon? I'm looking at Clarendon Northwestern right here.
Let's go back to
this you can pretty much declare.
To TV Gleaner, rather.
Hoster Don Anderson. Don, tell us what you're seeing here.
Hey, good night. Good night to all your viewers. First of all, I want to look at the whole question of the turnout. All during the day, it appeared as if we were going to get a pretty low turnout. I gather the turnout has been about 46, 47%. You can correct me if it's not. Yes, I gather it's between 47% thereabout. So it has not reached where we thought it would, based on where the data that we have said it would. But it's very much in line with what.
Still early, my peeps. Don't give up yet.
Generally, when we do polls and we ask persons about the likely turnout, it is always overstated by a couple percentage points, and therefore we're not surprised that it is not 50%. But at some point during the day today, it didn't look like it would get to 45%. So I think this is not a bad number, but obviously is a cause for concern that we haven't topped 50% on this particular situation after really about a year and a half of canvassing, campaigning, polling, and what have you. So that's the first comment. The second comment is that it is turning out to be as competitive as I anticipated it to be. And I think we still have to watch a few more seats before we can declare the winner of this election. But it is, in fact, a very competitive election, and it is exactly how we anticipated it would be.
All right, thank you so much, Don. And in fact, Clifford is saying he's not giving up the ghost yet.
No, not yet. I think there's still enough room for movement to happen.
No reason to, because the fat lady hasn't sung.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, Don. We'll check back in with you later. So what gives you hope?
I think from what I'm hearing is that many of our PDs haven't been counted as yet. So we're hoping that those are able to bring us and push us past.
Not hearing you, Clifford.
I was saying from what I'm hearing is that many of our PDs we haven't been counted as yet. So we're hoping that those will be counted and push us past the edge. But I think there's still hope for the BNP this election. It'll be a very close one as we're seeing, but there's still hope for us in this election.
Well, let's see what's happening at EOJ. Kelisha?
Thank you so much, Dion. An exciting night indeed. I don't have an update in terms of the voter turnout, but what I can tell you is that there have been some changes on the board. We're seeing now where the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in 36 of the constituencies, while the People's National Party is leading in 27. Now, again, the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 36 constituencies and the People's National Party leading in 27. Now, we're seeing steady progress in terms of the counting. And earlier, Dion, we did mention that for St. Andrews Southeastern, 100% of the boxes have been completed. And in St. Andrew Eastern, 100% of the boxes completed as well. Now, looking at some of the other constituencies in Kingston East and Port Royal, 75% completed. And the People's National Party leading in that constituency. Now, moving over to St. Ann Northeastern, and we're seeing where the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in that constituency, over 8,100 votes. The People's National Party, 5,873 votes. Again, we're still waiting in terms of the final update in some of the areas. We're seeing where some constituencies, for instance, Clarendon Southeastern, only 15% of the boxes counted so far. In St. Catherine Southeastern, 21% of the boxes counted. Dion, I'll continue to monitor what's happening here and provide you with the latest figures as they become available. It's back to you.
Thank you so much, Kelisha. So JLP leading in 36 seats right now, PNP with 27. And
wow.
Ron?
As I've been saying all night, we will win. We will win. We're looking good. We're looking good. Yes, we have lost some seats, yes. But you could see that the Labour Party prepared for this moment. How we campaigned throughout Jamaica, choosing Jamaica sticking to the performance that we did for the last 9 years. And so how we campaigned is a result of what we're seeing today. There are some seats where you saw the energy, the PNP brought the energy, but on the day you see the Labour Party winning comfortably. And there is one in Kingston that could be a surprise tonight.
Would that be Central Kingston?
Yes, we're talking about Central Kingston.
Well, I figured it wouldn't have been Western Kingston, which we just saw declared for this one.
It's on the screen now. There
Okay, there's Central Kingston, 75 boxes out of 80. Donovan Williams leading with 4,575 votes to Steve McGregor's 4,375. So that's about an 800 vote difference at this point with 5 boxes left to go.
Not 800. 190 something.
All right, I can't count. I need to give up
shade
trying to
of
do
the
math.
match. Shade of the
I need to give up trying to do math in my head.
But
All right.
he won that seat by only 300 in the last election. And it seems to me that the early lead from Steve McGregor in the night, those boxes were probably coming from Almond Town, which is their stronger of the 2 divisions. So perhaps it's the Raytown boxes coming in now, but let's see what happens for the rest of the 5 or so that's outstanding.
East Kingston and Port Royal declared for Philip Paulwell of the PNP. And 77 votes there for the JPP candidate. Here's St. Andrew Western with Tony Hilton, 3,981 votes to Corey Dunkley of the JLP, 2,673. Carla Francis Edie of the JPP.
Bring up something from Isaac and Miranda,
2
please.
boxes of 134. And here's Delroy Chuck in, I think this was already called for Delroy Chuck. So Stacey Knight, daughter of KD Knight, first time outing. St. Andrew Southern called as well for Mark Golding of the PNP, defeating Carlton Allen of the JLP, who polled 645 votes. And we declared, this has been declared, all boxes counted for the PNP, Julian Robinson.
So let's see.
See where we are going now. Here's North Central St. Andrew. The JLP's Delana Sivrite, 4,346
That was
votes.
expected.
To the PNP's Christopher Henry with 2,465, with 59 of 79 boxes declared.
That constituency will be having a new MP for the first time since 1980, I believe.
Yes.
Here's St. Thomas Eastern, 77 boxes of 128. The PNP is Yvonne Shaw, Rosemary Shaw, 4,356 to Michelle Charles, 3,912. Claudius Wong, 22 votes. Jovian Blair of the JPP, 13 votes. 77 boxes of 128.
Is this a seat you're expected to hold on to, Mr. Walsh?
Yes, of course. Yes.
Eastern St. Thomas?
Yes, Eastern St. Thomas. I mean, the Member of Parliament did some work.
Even Emily don't believe you,
First time
sir.
in many moons.
She also had there was a lot of disgruntlement in the seat, though.
In every seat, you're going to find that, in every seat.
No, enough for Michelle, there was a lot.
Here's St. Thomas Western, 40 boxes of 163. The JLP's James Robertson, 1,899. Hubert Williams of the PNP, 1,703.
Hubert Williams are the well.
Colleen Affleck of the JPP, 13 votes.
Even though there's a lot of boxes to go.
This is a seat we expect to win comfortably, and so far, so good.
Yes.
Deputy leader of the Labour Party for Erie County 2, James Roberts.
So you may lose one in St. Thomas.
Let us watch.
Yeah.
Yes, right now we're behind in that seat.
Yeah.
But let us see how the night progress.
Clarendon Southwest, 96 boxes out of 100. Lothan Cousins, 7,076 votes. Robert Chin of the JLP, 4,795. Dwayne Thomas, 40 of the JPP.
So we can call that one for Lothian Cousins.
Most definitely. Yes. Safe PNP seat.
And he's a really good MP, Lothian Cousins is.
Let's go over now to JLP headquarters, where Andrea Chisholm is on location.
Thank you, Dion. Things have gotten exciting here at the JLP headquarters. As you can hear, as the results are coming in, the supporters are shouting, they're ringing their bells, and it's an overall jubilant atmosphere here so far. I am now joined by two supporters who are interrupted their celebrations. Aisha and Renardo, good night. You're live on TVJ. First of all, why was it important for you to be here this evening?
We are confident of victory, and we are sure of at least 35 seats. So we have no other reason but to be at the headquarters to celebrate this coming victory. Third term is here.
And you, Aisha, I know you have your bell right there.
Third term, sir. Third term. Victory. Victory is ours. Feel nice, happy about everything.
Which constituency you voted today?
East.
Kingston.
St. Andrew.
And you?
The mother of it all, West Kingston. I'm right here.
And I'm pretty sure Desmond Mackenzie will be winning back his seat.
No doubt about that.
So as the results come in, how are you feeling?
You know what? I'm actually feeling confident because the PNP numbers are not looking impressive as how we have started to have been for the last 12 months. So far the numbers are looking steady and it's coming in the way how I would like it to come in.
And it's a family affair for you. You're here alone?
No, I'm here. I'm actually with two of my nephews and my little cousin.
What about you, Aisha?
With friends. I'm here with friends.
Okay.
Rest of them soon come.
All right, going back to ringing your bell. Sorry to interrupt you. Thank you very much, Renardo and Aisha. Dion, it's back to you in studio.
All right, thank you so very much for that, Andrea. And of course, we'll continue to touch base with the two headquarters as the night progresses. And we're going to be going to some more results, but let's take a break and we'll be back.
So we're on this break. Hold on. Let's slip over to what's him call it?
Votes with three boxes left to be counted.
Seems they're taking this one. Let's wait and see. But I mean, I don't see how you'll get 484 votes out of 3 boxes.
And you know, the challenge again with this seat, you know, there was a JLP member of parliament there who decided not to return, and you know, folks were not so pleased with
that's
his
the point I'm making.
representation.
So they're looking at your performance.
Yes.
So it would have been difficult for Warren Newman to come in and, you know, stay with the Jamaica Labour Party, especially given the representation.
And he's just
that they got
coming in.
before.
He doesn't have a track record there.
All right. So it's looking. Richard Azan again is leading in Clarendon North Western. He's a former member of Parliament. He's been defeated, I believe, at least twice in this constituency, but he has remained with the people of Clarendon North Western and will potentially retake this seat for the People's National Party. Hanover Western, traditionally PNP seat, 96 of 116 boxes counted. Heather Miller Bennett of the PNP, leading with 5,499 votes. To Tamika Davis, the incumbent JLP member of Parliament, 4,728 votes.
Interesting. First time MP, incoming, new to the ropes, and the numbers are telling us that, you know, there may not have been complete satisfaction with the performance of Tamika Davis, and they're perhaps testing to see how far they can go. But let's see what the numbers are going to tell us at the end.
And we go declared, so we can declare St. Catherine East Central for the JLP's Alanda Terrelong, 6,235 votes thus far. To Raymond Price's of the PNP, 5,092 votes. So 4 boxes are still outstanding in St. Catherine East Central, but we are declaring that one for Alanda Terrelong of the Jamaica Labour Party. Another seat declared, St. Elizabeth Northwestern, declared for the Jamaica Labour Party, Andrew Morris, 5,555 votes. To the PNP's candidate, 3,831 votes. So it looks like East Central St. Catherine will remain with the Jamaica Labour Party.
Yes. They were not surprised about that.
Okay. So what do you think is happening out west?
You know, I haven't heard anybody tell me anything about these voter turnout numbers, because that's what we've been singing on all afternoon. And this is painting a completely different picture. This is painting a picture of retention. Those who have to maintain the seats, those who've done some work, and those who haven't performed are the ones who are being sent home. So it may very well be that this is one of those elections that you're going to be looking at to see the performance of the members of parliament as opposed to just the rhetoric coming from the top of the stream.
Yeah, but I also see a return to some traditionalism, especially in the Western
Return to
side.
normalcy.
Let me just remind you where we are, the latest information that we had in terms of who is leading in how many seats. First of all, in terms of confirmed seats, the national count, we have the JLP with 9, we have the PNP with 9. What we had heard from Kelisha, who is at the electoral office, the last time we touched base with her about 15 or so minutes ago, she had said the JLP was leading in 36, the PNP was leading in 27. And of course, as the results continue to come in, those numbers are going to be shifting and changing. And of course, we're updating with you as we go along right here. There are a couple of seats we have
still have faith in a
while. Ron was
Golden.
mentioning, for instance, East Portland.
Yes.
We haven't
still have faith in a
Bobby
Golden
Montague's
tonight.
seat as well. I don't think we've seen in St. Mary for a little while.
Yes, we haven't seen the chairman of the Labour Party seat,
Yeah.
but I'm confident that we will go to victory there. This is a member of parliament who posts 10, 11,000 consistently, so he should be okay. Just in 2020, his numbers drop a bit.
Okay, here's Portland Eastern now.
I
So
suck
we
it bleeding.
have 60 boxes out of 140. The PNP's Isaac Buchanan leading with 3,552. The JLP's Anne-Marie Vaz, 3,293. Tracy Ann Gillespie Harris of the Progressive Party with 19 votes. So this is with 61 boxes of 140 counted. And I won't attempt a subtraction.
I know.
Oh, here's Manchester Northeastern. The JLP is Audrey Marks with 5,003 votes. The PNP's Valentin Wint, 3,414. Clive Warren of the JPP, 18 votes and 68 boxes of 111. Clarendon Southeastern. We have the JLP's Pernell Charles Jr., 1,431. Sian Barneswell of the PNP, former mayor, 1,005.
Still time to go with the seat as well.
Sian Thomas of the JPP with 11 votes. That's pretty early still, 22 boxes out, 144.
Been like this for a while now.
Yeah, I think we've been stuck there. Earl, let me hand over to you for the next few.
That's the old Bustamante and Hugh Shearer seat. Strong, JLP seat. Manchester Northwestern, 66 of 104 boxes. Michael Phillips continues to lead for the PNP, 4,258 to Damian Young of the JLP, 3,661. Tricia Stewart Angus of the JPP, 20 votes. Manchester Central, 117 of 139 boxes. Donovan Mitchell, 7,617 votes to the incumbent Rhoda Crawford, 7,335. It's tight, but it's getting close to the end.
Let's go back now to PNP headquarters with Dwayne.
No, big man. Thank you so much. So the seat counts is very close, and the actual votes in the constituencies are even closer. And as an indication of how close it is, these PNP supporters, they still believe that they can win. And in fact, if you ask them, they are winning. I'm joined now by two of these hundreds of PNP supporters who have gathered here at the party's headquarters, interestingly named Mr. Green, who is a People's National Party supporter. Mr. Green, what do you make of your party's performance so far? What do you make of your party's performance so far?
Well, it's very good. It's a good performance. And I think we can win this election tonight. Too early to call, but I think we can win it.
Why are you so confident?
Because if you look at the seats, they are very close. And the last election, they were like by 2010 and so on. So this time around, the PNP people have come out, not so much like we don't want them to come out, but they come out. Understand? So I'm looking positively for the People's National Party to take it tonight.
I remember some of your fellow supporters and even some of the leaders in the party were saying that you could get around 38, 40 seats. It doesn't look like that will happen tonight. What are you predicting now?
Well, I'm predicting that 32, 31.
Oh, that would be very close. The interestingly named Mr. Green, who is a People's National Party supporter. I'm joined by a younger member of the People's National Party. Sir, remind me your name, please, and tell Jamaica what's your name.
Mr. Forbes. His name is Mr. Forbes. Yes. So today we are here and marching on to victory. We are starting Manchester, gathering it back, and we are moving forward. Progress. We are moving forward.
It's a little bit close. Is it closer than you would have wanted?
Well, the race is not finished as yet. The fat lady has not yet seen. So we are here and waiting on the best to come.
Do you have the fat lady's number? What is she telling you?
Well, the fat lady is already calling me now, so I know it's victory. March, we marching.
Well, as soon as you get the results from the fat lady, I'm hoping you share it with me. As you can imagine, as I explained earlier, a party-like atmosphere here at the People's National Party's headquarters. These supporters, very, very confident. They are certain they're going to win it. I'll be here all night, as I told you, Dion. So it's back to you until then.
Thank you so much. And let's go to a break. We're back with more from our election results show, Vote 2025, in just a moment.
Let's jump over to the Observer.
Floyd Green is leading in that seat. Now, again, we can always speak to the history of Southwest St. Elizabeth, that weather vane seat. What is that telling us? He's leading right now.
Yeah, he's leading right now. That seat normally goes with the ruling party. So it would be indicative if that seat is called early. We may just pack up our things and head out. Because I would say if that seat goes with the Jamaica Labour Party, they will be returning to Jamaica House.
Well, we've had some surprises if you look at 2020. So anything could happen.
Anything could happen.
Keep watching.
All right, so we see here Clarendon Southwestern. Again, 4 boxes left to be counted. Lothan Cousins will likely be going back to Parliament representing the people of Clarendon Southwestern. He now has 7,000. Oh, there we go. All right, another one here. St. Catherine Southwestern, 106 of 147 boxes counted. Clifford Warmington, 7,539 votes. To Kurt Walls, 5,689 votes.
If there was ever someone who has them seats locked, this is one of them seats there.
He's a very proud man too.
No matter how rude he is or how abrasive he is, his people clearly has the support of the people who he represents.
He's going to let you know that the people of Southwest
told him to say that.
Sent him to Gordon House.
I don't think they sent him.
All right, here we go again. So Floyd Green, St. Elizabeth Southwestern, the weather vane seat, only 62 of 113 boxes counted thus far. A lead of about 600 for Floyd Green. He has 4,949 votes to Miranda Wellington of the PNP 4,349 votes.
You got some boxes to go.
Yeah,
Miranda isn't doing too badly.
A lot of boxes to go.
Let's watch it. And I think you are correct. It's one of those weather vane seats. So where it goes, it will tell us where the election is gonna go, and you can just confirm that by looking on West.
We're just about halfway there. In 2016, Floyd Green got 10,152 votes. The PNP candidate at the time would have gotten 8,095. So just about halfway there. I was told Floyd Green would have been doing some enumeration, even though the feedback as well is that he's not necessarily always on the ground, mainly doing a lot of the work through the ministry, touching the farmers in the area. So let's see if he'll get the support from those farming belts and constituents in his area.
So I don't think we've really touched on the St. Mary seats. St. Mary Western, currently held by the chairman of the Jamaica Labour Party, Robert Montague. How is that one expected to go?
Well, if we look at the polling, Robert is in trouble.
Bobby is in trouble.
But Bobby is in trouble. But let's see if he's done the work. He did get some support from the Jamaica Labour Party faithful coming into the constituency, doing a lot of work. I mean, he's the chairman of the party, so we do expect them to invest in him coming home.
All right, and then
I like what you said, they invest in him coming home, because that is going to be the picture.
And then Central St. Mary, of course, has been a PNP seat for quite some time, represented by Dr. Maurice Guy.
Omar Newell is in the seat now.
And we
running for PNP.
and we see some live pictures here.
Dancing.
So supporters of the People's National Party, they're at PNP headquarters. They're in a jubilant mood, and of course, they're supporters of the Jamaica Labour Party. A huge stage set up there at party headquarters on Belmont Road. Party headquarters. So they are a little more subdued than the supporters of the People's National Party. So it's kind of reminding me of local government elections last year.
So everybody just wait.
Of
You
course,
just wait.
of course.
As you mentioned that though, in the last local government elections, one of the things you looked at was the response to the Jamaica Labour Party. They knew they had some work to do.
Yeah.
They knew they had to get in touch with the people, which is perhaps why they did the minimum wage response at the end of the day. They also understand that they had to be able to explain to the people the economics or how it works. And you did see the reticence of the Prime Minister at the time. The question for us tonight is whether or not they did the work that they would need to do to retain their seats, and if not, to retain power.
All right.
And I mean, what I'm seeing here on the screen is it's a reflection of what the campaign season have been like. It's been a carnival atmosphere for the PNP and the People's National Party supporters. It has been seemingly hard work, serious work for the Jamaica Labour Party supporters, and it seems that that's what's showing here tonight at the headquarters.
Well, either which way, the people's voice would have been heard, because the fact that the governing party would have had to work so hard to retain their seats is a message that we're not satisfied with what it is that you've done, and they have had to come to show the people like, look, give me another chance and we can make it better.
You mean you're not satisfied with the list of achievements?
I would remember, you can say I have achieved, as Mary outside the focus group said, you have 50 diplomas, but it's whether the people are feeling it. Yes. And so the translation from top to bottom is what they'd have had to work on. So I think tonight, if it is that they retain, it means that the people have accepted that.
The Gleaner. Therewith.
We're told that there was heavy traffic. That's why we weren't seeing a lot. Go ahead, Earl.
Early days still in Westmoreland Western, but the JLP's Garfield James, a former PNP member, he has 50.5% to Ian Hales of the PNP, 48.6%. And Ian Hales is a former JLP member, so that's quite an interesting.
Yes.
Gilbert James, 0.7%, 13 votes, and Bertland Madden of the JPP, 4 votes. Hanover Eastern, 58 of 99 boxes. Andrea Perkis of the PNP, 54%, that's 3,334, to Dave Brown, the incumbent of the JLP, 2,789. Craig Eubanks of the JPP, 19 votes, and Jordan Cunningham of the UIC, 9 votes. Hanover Western, Heather Miller Bennett of the PNP, 5,499. Tamika Davis, the incumbent of the JLP, 4,728. Leonard Sharp of the JPP, 51. That's 96 of 116 boxes. It seems the PNP might be on its way to retaking both Hanover seats. Portland Eastern, 96 boxes of 140. It's looking good for the PNP. Isaac Buchanan with 5,636 votes, and Marie Vaz of the JLP, she's the incumbent, 5,224. But there are many boxes to be counted yet. Portland Western, 74 of 104. And Daryl Vaz, the incumbent of the JLP, 4,164, to Doreen Campbell of the PNP, 3,350. Michael Aiken of the JPP, he has 12 votes.
And just to call our viewers and listeners' attention, call our viewers' attention and let our listeners know, if you look at a little icon at the bottom right-hand side of the screen, that's telling you the number of seats that have been completed and declared. So you're seeing there 11 for the JLP, 9 for the PNP. So of course, just to make the distinction, those are the ones that have been completed, as opposed to what we get when we go to Kalisha at EOJ, which is a broader look at who is leading.
In St. Anne South Western, it looks like order has been restored. Xavier Main of the JLP, he has 4,426. Danishka Williams of the PNP, 3,221. Clive Edwards of the JPP, 26 votes. So it's a comfortable lead at the moment for Xavier
We have
Main.
about 39
And
bucks
speaking
to
of
go.
Kalisha, let's go to her at EOJ.
Thank you so much, Dion. Just a quick update in terms of what we're seeing on our end here at the ECJ. So far, again, an update in terms of the lead so far. The Jamaica Labour Party leading in 34 seats. The People's National Party now leading in 29 seats. I know the last time we spoke, I said the JLP was leading in 36 seats and the PNP was leading in 27 seats. So we've seen a change now. JLP leading in 34 seats and the People's National Party leading in 29 seats. I also saw the final count for St. Catherine East Central, and I can say the Jamaica Labour Party won that.
Your mic, darling.
Party's Raymond Price going against the Jamaica Labour Party's Orlando Terrelong. And that's one of the seats where the People's National Party has not won it. They only won that seat once since it was created. And the Jamaica Labour Party has won that seat twice since it was created in 2011. If you would just move with me, I'm going. So we're technical issue here. I'm going to throw back to you until next time.
Okay, thank you so much for that update, Kalisha. Just to repeat for you, the JLP now leading in 34 seats, PNP leading in 29. And again, the icon at the bottom of the screen, the JLP has so far won 11 seats, the PNP has won 9. Okay, here St. Ann North Western, the JLP's Crystal Lee now in front with 5,408 votes to the PNP's Gabriella Morris, 5,011, 93 boxes of 135.
Very, very tight in that seat. I just want to go back to Xavier Main seat. Mr. Moxham said order has been restored. Hardworking member of parliament, also good organizer. And so I'm not surprised by that.
Trelawney Northern on screen, 84 boxes of 146. The PNP's Wickham McNeil, 4,468 votes. The Tova Hamilton of the JLP, 4,132, 84 boxes of 146. And here's Trelawney South, 21 boxes of 96. The JLP's Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, 1,352. Paul Patmore of the PNP, 1,246. And we go now to St. James South. Haven't seen this for a bit, I think. 79 boxes of 110. The PNP's Nikisha Burchell, 4,471. The JLP's Homer Davis, 4,307. Leon Cunningham of the JPP has 12 votes. St. James West Central, 58 boxes of 106. So they're about halfway there. The JLP's Marley Malahoo Fort, the incumbent, 3,332. Andre Horton of the PNP, 2,921. Clifford Barnett, 13 votes. St. James East Central, 94 boxes of 117. Ed Bartlett of the JLP, 5,850. Rochelle Reed Knott of the PNP, 3,782. And we are moving on to, let's see, there's St. Thomas Eastern. Let's see, this is 105 boxes of 128. The PNP is Yvonne Shaw, 5,982. The JLP is Michelle Charles, the incumbent, 5,595. Claudius Wong has 28 votes. Jovian Blair of the JPP has 20.
I think Yvonne Rosemary Shaw used to be a member of the Jamaica Labour Party.
Mm-hmm.
I think she actually worked very closely with Dr. Michelle Charles's father, Pernell Charles Sr., for many years. and she was a former mayor in Morant Bay as well,
Yes, yeah.
right,
Yes.
Earl?
Yes.
And so she's putting up a fight, and it seems as if the JLP is going to lose one of the St. Thomas seats.
Here's
this
the other
evening.
one up there, St. Thomas
Yeah.
Weston, 105 of 163. James Roberts number JLP, 5,443. The PNP's Hubert Williams, 4,806. Carleen Affleck of the JPP, 35 votes. And St. Catherine Southeastern, this is the one I think you've been saying we hadn't seen.
Yeah.
This is about not quite 50% there, 48 boxes of 135. Alfred Dawes of the PNP, 2,716. Robert Miller of the JLP, 2,617. No, go again, 2,615. Casey and Radcliffe of the JPP, 30 votes. I think this is literally the first time we've seen this one all night.
My count is a little bit
One
farther
second
than
for me.
this,
St.
yeah?
Catherine Northwestern, 83 boxes of 122. Damian Crawford of the PNP, 4,328. Newton Amos of the JLP, 3,598. Lloyd Smith has 12 votes of the JPP. And we go to St. Andrew East Central, 63 boxes of 113. Dennis Gordon of the PNP, 3,301. Davian Vassell of the JLP, 2,774. Princess Ford of the JPP, 57. You are saying this is Peter Phillips'
Yes.
old constituency.
Young candidate, doing well so far, going well. Mr. Vassell.
DK Duncan's constituency in another lifetime as well.
Here's Juliet Holness, St. Andrew East Rural, 77 boxes of 137. She has 4,925 votes to the PNP's Patrick Peterkin, 4,545. Kamisha Hendricks, 29 votes of UIC. Purchell Jackson of the JPP, 23 votes.
Speaker of the House.
Former,
yes.
I don't think we've seen this one for a while. St. Andrew West Rural, 124 boxes of 140. And the incumbent, Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, with 7,152. To Joan Gordon Webley of the PNP, 6,213. George Roach of the JPP, 62 votes.
And only 16 boxes to go.
Yeah. Earl, let me let you take over.
Manchester Northeastern, Audrey Marks of the PNP, 56%, 6,472 votes. To Valentin Wint of the PNP, 5,144. Clive Warren of the JPP, 30. That's a seat that was dominated by Audley Shaw for quite a while. And Manchester Northwestern, 83 of 104 boxes. Michael Phillips of the PNP, 5,625. Damian Young of the JLP, 4,521. Tricia Stewart Angus of the JPP, 28 votes. St. Elizabeth Southeastern, Norman Scott continues to lead, but is only 17 of 109 boxes. He has 1,004 votes to Franklin Witter, 991. Raymond Dobbs of the JPP, 11 votes. St. Catherine Eastern, Denise Daly of the PNP, 6,589. Dwight Peku rather, of the JLP, 4,387. Lance Watson of the JPP, 74 votes.
I think I can call this for
Clarendon Northern, Wavell Hines continues to lead there. It's 81 of 100 boxes, and he has 4,380 votes to Dwight Sibley's, the incumbent of the JLP, 4,303. Jodelyn Casey Edwards of the JPP, 19 votes. Clarendon North Central, Robert Morgan seems to be headed to retaining that seat, 85 of 104 boxes, 4,527 votes for Robert Morgan, and R.J. Dixon, 3,406. Joy Johnson Roy, 24 votes, and she's from the JPP. And in Clarendon Southeastern, 25 boxes of 144. Pernell Charles Jr. continues to lead handily with 1,639 votes to Sian Barneswell, 1,132 votes. Ian Thomas of the JPP, 12 votes. St. Catherine Northwestern, Damian Crawford, 4,608 votes for the PNP, and Newton Amos for the JLP, 3,781. Lloyd Smith of the JPP, 13 votes, 89 boxes of 122. St. Mary's Southeastern, very close. Norman Dunn, the incumbents, 3,678. Christopher Brown of the PNP, 3,577. Mark Hutchinson of the JPP, 12 votes, 63 of 112 boxes.
Still a lot of time left for this.
St. Mary's Central, Omar Newell of the PNP, 5,904 votes. Nathaniel Maraj of the JLP, 4,345. Rena Rose Cargill, 11 votes for the JPP, 85 of 105 boxes. That will be a hold for the PNP. St. Mary Western, Robert Montague, the incumbent, 3,641, doing very well against Omar Woodbine of the PNP, 5,683 votes. Chase Neal of the UIC, 22 votes, 99 of 147 boxes.
Chairman of the party is looking good. Yeah, he's looking really good.
And Kingston Central, 75 of 80 boxes. The incumbent, Donovan Williams, seeking to hold it for the JLP, 4,575 votes. Steve McGregor of the PNP, 4,377 votes. Garth Barnett of the UIC, 22 votes. Dwayne Smith in St. Andrew Northwestern, 4,402 votes to Ethelene Miller Simpson of the PNP, 3,293 votes. Orlando Robinson of the JPP, 79 votes, and that is 80 boxes of 112 counted.
Okay, let's just stick a pin, take a break, and we'll be back with much more results, all the latest when we come back with our results show, Vote 2025. Do stay with us.
The People's National Party. Still, the JLP is leading in 33 seats, while the PNP is leading in 30 seats. So again, 8 declared on each side. It's going to be a long night.
Told you.
So yeah. All right, so
Comrades,
we're going to come back to the numbers. As I said before, we have a long night ahead of us, so stay with us, the Jamaica Observer, as we continue to cover Election Day 2025. We'll be right back.
Tear up, still early. There's severe internet problem across the country. Severe internet problem. Looks like people have come back on. Let's see what they are saying. Hold on.
We have a government, but we also have we are likely to have a stronger opposition, which is important. Checks and balances.
Where do you stand on that argument of a stronger opposition after tonight's showing, based on the numbers we've been seeing?
It is. Which one of us?
I'll take you first.
I leave to the elder man. It is critical, I think, especially at this point, that we have a very robust and strong opposition. Because remember now, we are also moving into an era where we are supposed to be looking at becoming a republic. And constitutional reform, I suspect, is going to be one of the things that is way up in the list of priorities for any new administration that takes
Peter Bunting won his
tomorrow.
seat. Road
So,
my guy
for
there.
me, yes, and also it means that our democracy is alive and well. When one party has an overwhelming majority, there tends to be arrogance, there tends to be a tendency to become autocratic, and also the winning side having such a vast majority, many of its incumbents become lazy MPs and don't do much work in their constituencies. So for me, if we end up with a very tight situation where whichever party wins by maybe 2 or 3 seats, that is healthy for Jamaica's democracy.
Do you concur, though, Jermaine, that perhaps after 2 terms, incumbent parties and their candidates likely become complacent?
Absolutely, and the data does suggest that the Prime Minister, told us exactly that he did a survey and was really dismayed at the level of sentiments that were being exposed with respect to the performance of the members of parliament on his side. And he came out publicly and said it and said that more work needs to be done. My concern is that may have been identified late in the day. What we saw was an administration touting big infrastructural improvements, big macroeconomic improvements, and addressing issues like crime and so forth. Incidentally, didn't feature well in this campaign. But again, the small issues that impact people's lives weren't being attended to, and those ought to have been attended to by the members of parliament. So I think they really fell asleep on their laurels. And this election is going to be a test as to the strength of Andrew Holness. Is he strong enough to pull some of them over the line, or is it the case that the damage was too significant and they are left wanting?
A lot to ponder.
There's always the question of job description of the members of parliament. Whatever happened to that? Because I think it's critical that the members of parliament be brought to book. It can't be business as usual. When you listen to several of the constituents out there, they never see the MP after he or she has been elected.
Let us jump over to East Portland, please. It's the relief, Jamaica, for the people of East Portland.
As you know,
we're going to go back to the results. We'll keep a tab and
Tanya, from Jordan after this, but I want to hear from you, Mr. Barrett. You were chiming in.
I mean, what would have been very helpful if we could know exactly where these boxes are, the ones that have already been counted.
Andrew Holness is having in his constituency compared to Mark Holness.
Because some locations are GLP or PNP strongholds, so that would help us tremendously.
But with over 70% or so already accounted for of the ballots,
it is surprising.
Are we supposed to be hopeful that the next 25 or so percent?
To be clear enough, prior to the Prime Minister having won this seat, the seat was a seat that the People's National Party would have won. In fact, when the Prime Minister won this seat the first time, I think that it went to magisterial recount.
It did.
It won by it. So to be honest, this was not always a seat for the Jamaica Labour Party.
But the Prime Minister,
but the PNP,
struggling,
but the PNP has a division that it normally wins in that constituency, which is a Alliance Garden division. So again, we don't know where the votes are coming from and where the outstanding votes are.
Let's see how Titania colors this one for us.
No, so I'm very excited to speak about this seat because it's personal. It's very personal to me. My family is predominantly from this seat, and I speak publicly about my grandmother. My grandmother is a member of the People's National Party, and she lives in this seat. So I don't think it's a struggle for the party leader. I know where the votes can come from. As you made mention, there is a division in the seat that is predominantly PNP, and we expect the party leader to win. That is going to be the result for this particular seat.
Has it ever, Titania, been this seemingly close at this point in the game for your party leader?
Yes, in 2020 at counting, I believe 65, at counting about 65 boxes, he had only 350 votes ahead of his opponent at the time. And remember, the opponent before ran, I believe, twice against the party leader. So it has always been a very exciting seat to watch. The candidates there have always been very passionate about politics. But as I said, this seat, no doubt, will be in the column for the party leader, Andrew Michael Holness.
Will it be a convincing victory?
Always. It will be a convincing victory. We have 40, or we're going to say we have about 35 votes, or is my math incorrect? We have about 30 ballots. 30 boxes left to count. So at the end of the night, you'll see what those numbers look like.
All right, gentlemen, what did you make of Titania's assessment of those numbers? I want to go closer to these numbers.
I want to go back to TVJ, Gleaner rather.
All right, thank you so much, Kalisha. And it certainly is. And you heard Kalisha there saying the numbers are continuing to shift from 3330 to back to 3429. And that East Portland seat, Earl, a quick comment on what we're seeing there.
Well, this one would be a bit of a shake-up. Many people expected Anne-Marie Vaz, the incumbent, to hold it fairly easily, but we did see that Isaac Buchanan was mounting a serious challenge. And so, bearing in mind that this has been historically a strong PNP seat, perhaps it should not be surprising that it is this competitive.
Yeah, it's a seat the PNP used to win by over 1,000 and then over 2,000 votes.
Mm-hmm.
So it was really because of Anne-Marie Vaz's ground operation why she was able to win the by-election and to hold on to it in
they bought it,
2020.
Darren
2021
Vaz
misnomer.
spent
So what
14 million in
is a
2029.
rebalancing of the
In
scales.
2019, rather.
I expect at the end of tonight, the entire western belt of the country to go back orange because it was never really a green space. So Westmoreland 3, we see Eastern Westmoreland going to Dayton Campbell by over 1,000, which is how they used to win there, except in 2020 when Luther Buchanan lost by 11. But Central.
So sorry to interrupt you. Just to say this is another
So
one
15
that's now
seat declared for
completed.
PNP already, 14 for JLP.
Clarendon Northwestern over the JLP's Warren Newby with
Azan
having polled 6,989 votes to the JLP's Warren Newby 6,490. Kevin Palmer picked up some votes there. And here is Westmoreland Eastern. This is showing 121 of 123 votes. It's been given
Dayton
out
Campbell
to
has gone with
Campbell
it.
of the PNP.
Dayton Campbell is back in Parliament.
34 votes over Daniel Lawrence's 5,556.
No, sir. Sunny days and current cross, they must have come back tonight. Dayton back in a Parliament. Ita Bunting back in a Parliament.
Dwayne Vaz of the
Dwayne Vaz
PNP
has
back in
flipped this.
Parliament with
Wow. Congratulations, Dwayne
9,869
Vaz.
over George Wright's 8,326. Kathleen Greenwood with 39 votes and Don Foot with 38. And Western
Wave
Westmoreland
step
now.
back up.
This is 108 of 138. Ian
30
Hales
bucks
of the
still
PNP,
left, but he's doing well.
454. Garfield James of the JLP, 4,820. Gilbert James, 54. Bert Van Madden of the JPP, 23.
Have faith, comrades. Have faith.
St. Anne Southwestern, 108 boxes of 138.
Yes, I thought won
This
his
has
seat.
Xavier Main,
And Marie Vaz is gone to.
5,069
They can send her back to
votes
Southwest
over
Central
Williams
to
of
do
the
farming.
PNP,
That's where she's from.
3,698. Clive Edwards, 28 votes, and that's 73 boxes of 105.
More Miranda
And
for
we
step
have
up now. I
St.
sat
Anne
down through more
Northwestern,
Miranda
73
and
boxes of
Paul
105.
Patmore for step
Crystal
up.
Lee, the incumbent, holding on here at the moment with a lead with 77,346. Gabriella Morris, our first time out, 6,924. That's 10 boxes left to count in this constituency. Let's go now to the JLP headquarters.
It's turning into a party-like atmosphere here at the JLP headquarters, Dion. As you can see behind me, you will see that a number of JLP supporters are dancing, they're ringing their bells, they're playing one of their favorite anthems on the campaign trail, The Lord is My Shepherd. So that is the mood here at the moment. I'm now joined by another JLP supporter who is also dancing. Hi, good night. What's your name?
Newton Harris.
Why was it important for you to be here tonight?
To celebrate our victory.
Where did you vote?
I voted in St. Ann Northwestern for Crystal Lee.
So how is the trend looking for you based on what you've picked up so far?
Well, we always knew it would have been a close race, but we put in the work. Crystal has done phenomenally well in the one term. 2 years stolen by COVID, but she's done phenomenally well in terms of the infrastructure, the services, the roads, the health centers, all of the wonderful things that Crystal has done, the water projects with Matthew, amazing stuff compared to what has gone before. So our constituency really has seen a difference.
All right, thank you so much.
Sorry?
Thank you so much. I know it's difficult to hear me. So that's the scene here at the JLP headquarters, Dion. Maybe I could just get another supporter. Can you talk to me? Hi, good night. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
What's your name?
Zachary.
Okay, I see you celebrating. You think you've won?
Yes, I do. I'm very confident for the JLP.
It's not yet too early to declare.
Too early, that doesn't really mean much right now because we're confident we've put in the work. We have the achievements to prove that we deserve the third term. So Dr. Holness will return as well as our MPs.
Thank you so much. Well, that's the mood here at the JLP headquarters, Dion. I'll check in with you a few moments later.
Thank you so much for that, Andrea. And yes, we'll continue to check in with you, and some more interesting results have been coming in. In fact, we are now seeing Clarendon Southeastern there with, okay, we moved on to St. Catherine Southwest. Okay, we are going thick and fast, aren't we? So St. Catherine Southwest, Everett Warmington, here's St. Catherine Southern, Fitzjackson, and St. Catherine Central, Olivia Babsy Grange. So we're kind of moving fast.
Wow.
Okay, here we go. St. Elizabeth
Wow.
Southwestern, and as they sent it in
Wow.
the room, Earl, you get to do the honors here. Read the next couple for me.
Floyd Green of the JLP, he's incumbent, 9,044. Miranda Wellington of the PNP, 7,650. And the significance of this particular seat is that it always goes to the party that wins nationally. So that may be one of the reasons why there's a celebration at JLP headquarters at the moment.
Yes.
Clarendon Southeastern, Pernell Charles Jr. of the JLP, 1,824, Sian Barnswell of the PNP, 1,284, and Sian Thomas of the JPP, 13 votes. That's 27 boxes of 144.
This don't look good, Jamaica.
Clarendon Northern, Wavell Hines, the cricketer, 5,623 to Dwight Sibley's of the JLP, 5,407. Judy Lynn Casey Edwards of the JPP, 24 votes. That's 95 boxes of 104. Of 100, rather. St. Thomas Eastern, 114 of 128 boxes. Yvonne Shaw continues to lead, 6,597. And the incumbent, Michelle Charles of the JLP, 6,188. Claudius Wong is on 31. And Jovian Blair of the JPP, 26. St. Thomas Western, James Robertson, the incumbent, 6,836. Hubert Williams of the PNP, 5,696. And Carleen Affleck of the JPP, 39 votes. That's 125 of 163 boxes rather. St. Andrew West Central, the constituency of the Prime Minister.
Wow.
Very, very tight. 87 boxes of 105. Paul Buchanan of the PNP is now leading, 4,867 votes to Andrew Holness, 4,762.
Stay steady, Paul. Stay steady.
What you said, Earl?
So even if the JLP win, they have to come up with a new leader.
Having a sip.
Manchester Northeastern. You have odd remarks of the JLP performing according to tradition there. 6,589 to Valentin Wind of the PNP, 5,207. And Clive Warren of the JPP has 30 votes. If we could go back to that West Central for a moment. The PNP used to dominate that in the days of Dudley Thompson and David Core and AJ Nicholson.
Yes. Yes.
So it's a 1% lead at the moment for Paul Buchanan.
If we could go to St. Elizabeth again, let's see what the other weather vane is saying. Southwest St. Elizabeth.
Wow. Norman Scott of the PNP, 1,004 votes. Franklin Witter, the incumbent from the JLP, 991, but it's only 17 of 109 boxes. Portland Eastern, 96 of 140 boxes. Isaac Buchanan of the PNP, 5,636. Anne-Marie Vaz, the incumbent of the JLP, 5,224. So it's a 4-point lead for Buchanan.
Isaac votes already. He's in a comfortable lead, but not
Tracy
declared.
Ann Gillespie Harris. I think, Dion, we need to remind the listeners that we call out these figures because we also have listeners on radio. Yes. Trelawney Northern, Tova Hamilton has taken the lead now over Wickham McNeil, 6,826 to McNeil, 6,792, and it's 123 of 146 boxes. So we're seeing the finish line up ahead. And Marissa Dalrymple Philibert has restored order in Central Southern, 1,787 to Paul Patmore, 1,486. That's 26 of 96 boxes, though. St. Mary's Southeastern, Norman Dunn, the incumbent, he is being tracked very closely by Christopher Brown. So Norman Dunn has 5,235, Christopher Brown 5,112, and Mark Hutchinson has 20 votes for the JPP. St. Mary Western, Robert Montague continues to dominate there, 7,219 to Omar Woodbine, 6,398, and Chase Neal, 25 votes.
And this is another weather vane seat that indicates to the country as well what is likely to happen. Same for Southwest St. Elizabeth and the other one you mentioned a moment before. So we will see how Mr. Woodbine fares.
And in St. Andrew East Central, Dennis Gordon of the PNP is now doing very well, 6,425 to Davion Vassell of the JLP, 3,949, and Princess Ford of the JPP, 82, 106 boxes of 113.
7 back to left.
Okay, here's St. Andrew West Rural. This is 136 boxes out of 140.
Looks like we're going to have Gillette
Flynn of the JLP, 7,909 votes. The PNP's Joan Gordon Webley, 6,994. And that's been called for Juliet Cuthbert Flynn.
Wow.
St. Andrew Northwestern, 101 of 112 boxes. Dwayne Smith of the JLP, 5,648. Ethne Miller Simpson, 4,124. Orlando Robinson, the JPP, 106. Here we are back in St. Andrew East Rural, 123 boxes of 137.
What happened there? Internet problem, my peeps. They will soon come back up, hopefully. What is happening? Let's see if we can find somebody else. Let's go over to
Andrew East Rural, and we're seeing the numbers, 8,445 votes for Mrs. Holness, as she has 52.7% of the votes to Patrick Peterkin's 46.8%. Of course, Peterkin representing the PNP.
Yes.
Your thoughts on that?
I see it. I would love to say St. Andrew East Rural is one of the largest seats. I think it's the second largest seat in the country. And Mrs. Holness is one of the most passionate members of parliament we have. So I'm expecting victory. There are some areas in her seat that require some touch points. Like she has to be there every day. She has to be on the ground. And so I think these numbers are indicative of that. St. Andrew East Rural tends to pull big numbers for both sides of the aisle. And so with little under 225 boxes left, it will be a good showing.
Yeah, and we also want to look at Trelawney Northern as we crunch the numbers. What's your intel telling you? What's the latest that you have on that? Any more inside information than we have?
Actually, I don't, but I would love to see if it could be pulled up on the screen. Okay, Tova Hamilton. Again, a G2K lady. This is a seat to watch. Let's see what the results come with.
Yeah, right there, Tova Hamilton has edged ahead, is it? Well, we're seeing it change now.
By very small.
We're seeing the numbers actually change right before our eyes.
Yes.
Dr. Wickham McNeil.
This is a seat that really, based on the numbers in the seat, it can go either way. And again, going back to just the politics, Wickham McNeil leaving from a previous safe seat, diving into Northern Trelawney. It'll be interesting to see how Tova gives him a run for his money.
In Southern Trelawney, Marissa Dalrymple Philibert is going up against Paul Patmore, and we see 26 of 96 boxes counted. Still early days, but just a slim lead for Dalrymple Philibert.
Mama D, a working member of parliament. This is a seat that we've counted in our winning columns.
Okay. All right. We'll continue to crunch those numbers. We'll continue to give you the very latest here on CVM's Decision 2025. Stay with us. So much more comes up after this.
Hold on, my please. Let's go over to this one.
Has lost his seat to his former member of parliament, Dwayne Vaz, in Westmoreland Central, with one box left to be counted. Dwayne Vaz, 9,869 votes. George Wright, 8,326 votes.
A stool has no place in parliament.
You mean the former independent? Because he was independent one.
No,
don't
look at me like that.
He was never independent.
Exactly.
He was sitting by himself that nobody wanted to sit on the side, and he said he's still a committed labor right.
The votes are close.
Yes.
We are seeing a trend here. Wickham McNeil, Northern Trelawney. All right, so 127 of 146 boxes counted in Trelawney Northern. A slight lead for Kenneth Wickham McNeil, 7,043 votes. To the JLP's Tova Hamilton, 7,005 votes. So it's leading by
some
about...
boxes left.
Some boxes left. This will get closer.
Yes.
This will get closer.
Still, definitely still too close to call.
Yeah.
The PNP needs to win the seat if it's to win the election.
Put it this
and the
way.
Manchester seat.
Put it this way. It's hard for the electorate in a special constituency to take a loser and you carry him and parachute him there. Right? And he doesn't live in the constituency.
Well, but you look at Dayton Campbell from Northwest Center and he's Eastern Westmoreland.
Yeah, but
he lost the seat.
Yeah.
He lost the seat too. I think the difference
But
is...
he has a different role.
Let's talk about Kingston Central again. So 3 boxes left to be counted. Donovan Williams, the Jamaica Labour Party's Donovan Williams, 4,603 votes. To the PNP, Steve McGregor, 4,535 votes.
McGregor did very well. He's a newcomer to politics.
He can still
He did very well.
He is doing well.
He's doing very well.
Yes, because of the
He's doing very well.
Yes.
Very well. He's doing surprisingly well.
Listen.
Right.
What has Donovan Williams been doing?
Let me tell you something. You see, one of the things that we need, I keep saying it since we've been on air, you're looking at the personal relationships, you're looking at the performance. When these members of parliament, when they came in and they were all new, they had a choice. You could either perform do the bare minimum or sit it out like Robert Chin did.
Michelle, another update. St. Thomas Easter, Dr. Michelle Charles has lost St. Thomas Easter to the PNP's Yvonne Shaw. Yvonne Shaw with only 2 boxes outstanding, 7,284 votes. To the JLP's Michelle Charles is 6,807 votes. Michelle Charles has lost St. Thomas
boxes
Easter.
to go.
You remember what happened in the local government in that area?
It
sent a signal, a serious signal.
that's right.
But not only that, Shaw is a switcheroo. She is a seasoned politician on both sides of the fence.
I mean, this is a former mayor.
And they know that she works. Here we talk about performance.
Yes.
You're looking at Dr. Michelle Charles, putting her against Yvonne Shaw, and the question is going to be, has Dr. Charles performed?
Yes. I mean,
another update here, the JLP is leading in 32 seats, the People's National Party leading in 31 seats.
That's right.
Is this 2007?
Right, right all over.
Yeah, and that's why I'm asking about the voter turnout. If the voter turnout is similar to or close enough to the numbers in 2016, you're going to see something very close.
In 2016?
Let's go back to
Michelle Charles. She secured 51.5% of the votes. I am so anxious to hear what my analysts have to say. Let's start with you, Lloyd B.
In relation to St. Thomas Eastern?
Yes, sir.
It was anticipated, you know. The ghost of Fenton Ferguson was still very much there. And, you know, and the fact is that Michelle...
Are you saying McGregor won by 12 votes?
Political family, the Charles family, for whatever reasons, she did not connect enough with the constituents. One gets the feeling that to some extent she took them for granted, ridden the waves of that. Instead,
all right,
it never happened.
Let us see if we can skedaddle back to the projections, because St. James Southern seems to be one of the hot topic items that we can look to now.
It's a winner chicken dinner. Whoa, we saw that shift.
It's shift again.
It's shifting.
It can't be shifting. We see the
all right.
Something is wrong. It can't be shifting.
Nikisha Burchell of the People's National Party bringing home St. James Southern. Jamaicans, I did say, as a daughter of the soil there, she's from the people. She secured 6,483 votes, 50.7%. Well, they say it's under 2%, but you know what? A win, as they say, is a win.
But as Damian said, you know, as we continue to look at these results, if you look back at the local government results, there's a pattern emerging. You know? There is a pattern emerging.
I must tell you what pattern I just got is that it would appear the People's National Party is about to do a clean sweep of Hanover. Can we get the data on Hanover? We're not calling it, but that's what we're hearing. Okay. Are we calling it? We're not. We're not calling it, but it seems so. I was told. Hanover Western, the PNP's Heather Miller Bennett, 6,458. It's 111 of 116 boxes to be counted. Incumbent there, Tamika Davis. Over in Eastern Hanover, Andrea Perkis. We're not calling it. Dave Brown has a close one. It's going to be a close encounter. Andrea Perkis with 5,494. That's 53.9% of the votes. And they have 6 boxes left to count. So, how could the PNP win the West, but not the election?
That's almost a political improbability, I think. Whichever party wins the West tends to win
the election.
Most times. Of course, there can be, you know, an anomaly at times. But if the PNP is able to take all of Hanover and perhaps most of Westmoreland, that really puts the party in a very pivotal position moving towards first past the post. And remember now that in 2020, the JLP had made a clean sweep.
Leading in all 3 in Westmoreland.
You know, it had made a clean sweep. So for the PNP to have been able to make this dramatic comeback, and again, it comes back, and I think Tatanya is her name, can agree with me. Part of the problem, and I think Dr. Holness himself mentioned it, the incumbent members of parliament did not work sufficiently to hold on to those seats.
I understand, before I come to you, Damien, that there is one box left to be counted in Portland East. That's where Mrs. Anne-Marie Action and Vaz.
This is unassailable.
Let's look at the data.
This is unassailable.
Imagine say this is Portland Eastern and Jamaica. You are looking at the raw numbers as we get them. 50.6% of 139 boxes counted, leaving only one box, one dege as Jamaicans would say. Isaac Buchanan seems to be taking it home for the People's National Party. So, Giovanni, what can you and your decision desk tell us about these things that we're seeing?
All right, so definitely Portland Eastern has gone to Isaac Buchanan. Christoph has been crunching the numbers, and we did confirm that some time ago. Based on Christoph's prediction here as well, all of Hanover and all of Westmoreland going to the People's National Party. Let's get the breakdown so far. So, of course, Westmoreland
Elizabeth then about to sit on the opposition benches.
But Westmoreland Central and Westmoreland Western as well, based on the numbers here and what's left to go, the PNP will take those. Let's give us a breakdown for Westmoreland Western firstly. Christoph Simpson.
All right. In Westmoreland Western, the PNP is leading by almost 1,900 votes. And there are less than 300, there are around 300 votes left to count. So
Westmoreland Western, the PNP's Ian Hales heading back to Gordon House.
Right. Westmoreland Central, the PNP is leading by about 1,500 votes, roughly 100 left to count.
So 110 votes left to count in Westmoreland Central. So Dwayne Vaz heading back to Gordon House.
And then Westmoreland Eastern, that the final count of the ECJ shows well, not final count, the 100% shows the PNP with a 1,900 vote lead.
Over in Hanover now, unassailable leads as well, both Hanover Eastern and Hanover Western, based on Christoph's prediction here.
So these are projected to go to the PNP.
Projected.
Would call it. The PNP is leading by...
Central Manchester, let's quickly get an update on Central Manchester. Christoph, what's the very latest data coming from the EOJ?
Right, so Central Manchester, what the EOJ has here is that Rhoda Crawford is leading by 7 votes, but there are roughly 400 votes left to count. So this is a very, very tight race, too close to call.
Too close to call. Okay, so let's go back to Nika Lewis, then with our panel to get some reactions to these latest numbers.
We did, Gio, promise nail-biting results, and if this isn't nail-biting enough for you, I'm not sure if we can handle your expectations, Jamaica, because look at these numbers for incumbent Rhoda Moy Crawford over there in Central Manchester, 50.02%. You know it's serious when we're going down to these numbers. 49.98% for Donovan Mitchell, the newcomer to this sort of politics. Let us talk now, you know, about what we're seeing here. Lord B, I don't want to come back to you, you know. I'm going to take Damien. Damien, what are we to make of these numbers? Razor-thin margins. What's happening here?
Razor-thin margin. Well, this was one of the most closely watched races on account of the fact that you have generally heard good perceptions of Rhoda's tenure as a member of parliament. However, this seat the PNP has traditionally had a stronger base in the seat. So it's political tradition against the goodwill that Rhoda's earned in her first term as a member of parliament.
Rhoda's gonna take this one more.
And it seems that Rhoda is holding her own, even within the context that several other first term members of parliament have been given the boot in this election. She appears to be one of the only first-term members of parliament who's holding her own on a night when we have seen several one-term MPs who won last election have been given the proverbial boot. And this speaks to maybe her legacy, her performance as a member of parliament. We can't just dismiss it. It is clear that she must have done something right as a member of parliament for her to be holding her own against a strong candidate.
Well, then bring back Darrell Bards, and he has not done
in the
shit.
constituency. So you must give her some credit for holding her own within the context of what we see happening broadly in the election so far.
And you know, I'm just getting some insight from some sources in St. Elizabeth who are suggesting that Mr. Slowly may be losing his seat. We're seeing he's up against Zulika Jess of the People's National Party. These numbers indicate that Zulika has taken it. And if we can confirm that at some point later on, very soon after this, not too late, what do we make of these flips and flipbacks? Were they anticipated, Mr. Barrett?
Well, a number of them were anticipated. We saw the trend building. The polls indicated that. But what it also indicates, just to go back to a point that we've been reiterating all night, that the underperformance of the 49 JLP members of parliament, most of them at least, and the overperformance of the People's National Party is on display tonight. I mean, talk about Zulika Jess. She is you know...
Lena, come back.
This is showing that the PNP has taken Kingston Central. Let me see. With 100% of the boxes counted.
Anna Van Williams gone.
It's
okay. Here we
Thank
have
you,
it on
Lord.
screen.
Oh.
Steve McGregor.
They're going to challenge this in court,
This
though.
is okay. This is magisterial recount.
Yeah, they're going to challenge it.
4,739 over Donovan Williams of the JLP. The incumbent 4,727. Swanee did the maths for me. 12 votes.
This is going to be challenged.
All right, this one is headed to a magisterial recount, but the preliminary vote shows Steve McGregor of the PNP the winner, Garth Barnett of the UIC with 23 votes. And just to say for viewers and listeners that when you have these kinds of close results, as I said, it's inevitable the parties are going to ask for a magisterial recount. When you see like 200 or 50, that sounds like a small margin, but you're not overturning that in a magisterial recount. 12 votes they might be hoping to overturn. Clarendon Southeastern, Pernell Charles Jr., 94 boxes out of 144, 6,004 votes. Sian Barneswell of the PNP, 4,805. Sian Thomas, 38 votes. So Clifford, you start perk up again. You know, I'm looking at the scales on the two sides. Yeah, at which point one is up and one is down. Here's Northern Clarendon, 95 boxes out of 100. The PNP's Wavell Hines, 5,000. Okay, this declared for Wavell Hines. So the cricketer heads to Parliament. So we'll have a cricketer and an Olympian, it looks like.
Yeah. No, well, Nether Soul is but he played for Jamaica. He was another cricketer in Parliament years and years ago.
But even what's his name? Former PNP Gensec. His name is slipping me now. He's in St. Andrew.
Paul Buchanan.
He's a former cricketer.
At the youth level.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, we're talking. Yeah. 129 boxes of 135. St. Ann Northwest, Crystal Lee continues to lead, 7,547 votes to Gabriella Morris, 7,242.
That's living. Imagine anything.
Manchester Northwestern, 99 boxes.
So they declared seat at the moment, PNP 23, JLP 21.
Okay, Michael Phillips of the PNP, 6,687. Damian Young of the JLP, 5,516. And Trisha
Because
Stewart
she was the Prime Minister
36
seat.
votes.
I want Angelo's tonight.
Okay, let's just give you this last one and then we'll go to the break. So this is nearly completed. So we can say Edward Warmington, this has been declared. Edward Warmington retains his seat. Let's go to a break. Stay tuned. You can hear some of the critical seats. We're still waiting to hear final results. We're back in a moment.
Let's go back over to see them quickly.
Tonight.
All right, so a short while ago, said Zulika just looks like she's going to win. We are confirming that Zulika just cannot be, the numbers cannot be overturned. So Northeast St. Elizabeth, Zuleika just
Lady
defeating
Bug!
the incumbent
Zuleika
Delroy
just
slowly.
gone.
Give us the
What?
breakdown, Christoph Simpson.
Hold on
This is St. Elizabeth Northeast.
All right, in Northeast, Zuleika just hold on. Had it in-
And so far, we have close to 100% of votes counted so far in St. Elizabeth Northeast, with 100% of the votes counted
Your
now,
girl has
based on the
won.
EOJ's website that we
Lord
are now
Miranda,
seeing.
don't let me
So
down tonight.
Zuleika Jess is heading to Gordon House. This
Miranda
is
Wellington,
St.
don't let
Elizabeth
me down.
Northeast, and of course, Southwest St. Elizabeth as well, going to Floyd Green, the incumbent, retaining his seat.
Comfortable margin, over 1,800 votes.
The significance of this bellwether seat, Lloyd B. Smith, Floyd Green, retaining
St.
his
Elizabeth be heading for the
St. Elizabeth
opposition benches for the very
Southwest.
first time? Or is this a declaration of the
Well,
national election?
I did not expect him to lose. He has done well as a Minister of Agriculture. He's one of the young stars in the Jamaica Labour Party and will continue to be so. It would have been difficult for a political neophyte as Miranda Wellington to have come on the scene and defeat him at this time. Perhaps if the PNP had put in a more heavyweight candidate, then the tables could have been turned. But it has to be said that Floyd Green is one of those solid members of parliament and ministers of government. As far as I'm concerned, he deserves to win, and I leave it at that.
All right, then. So thank you so much, Lord B. Smith. We have some more information based on what Christoph Simpson is checking here, and he is able to call St. James Central for Heroy Clark.
And we attacked the Bernard Bryan.
Roughly 100 votes left to count, and Heroy Clark leading by over 1,800. So that's a safe call, St. James Central for the
St.
JLP.
James Central for the JLP's Heroy Clark. Over 112 votes left to be counted. He's leading by over 1,800.
And we earlier called St. James Northwest for Horace Chang.
And of course, Horace Chang, St. James Northwestern, we had called that some time ago. Well, it's now completed. The JLP's Horace Chang there, comfortably retaining St. James Northwestern. Let's take a look then at the rest of the data in St. James. St. James East Central, this one between the incumbent Edmund Bartlett and Rochelle Reed Knott. This is St. James East Central. The numbers, Ed Bartlett, 62.6%, 7,296 votes. 34% of the votes to Rochelle Reed Knott, 4,363. Christoph Simpson, what's the percentage? What's the remainder? How do we look here?
Well, the EOJ doesn't have those numbers yet for East Central, but it did show Ed Bartlett with a comfortable 2,000 vote lead.
Comfortable lead for Ed Bartlett. So Northwest St. James now. Let's take a look at this one, Northwest St. James. What's the data saying here, Christoph Simpson?
All right, so we had called this earlier based on projections, but no, yes.
Go back to TV,
Is vote 2025. Kalisha is at the EOJ headquarters. Kalisha, what's the latest?
Thanks, Dion. So far, 96% of all boxes counted, and we're seeing the Jamaica Labour Party still maintaining the lead. 34 seats for the Jamaica Labour Party so far, to the People's National Party 29. Going over back to our chart here, looking at the Prime Minister's seat, that's St. Andrew West Central, we're still seeing where the People's National Party's candidate is maintaining the lead in that constituency. 87 of 105 boxes to go, so we're still not there as yet, Dion, so things could change in that constituency. Going over now to St. Andrew West Rural, where the Jamaica Labour Party's candidate, the incumbent Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, she is still leading in that constituency, 8,290 votes to the People's National Party's candidate, Joan Gordon Webley. She is at 7,157 votes so far, 138 of 140 boxes right there. Now moving further to my right, well, we have some of the declared seats on top in terms of the Westmoreland Eastern, where the People's National Party won that seat. Going down now to Manchester Central, where just one box to go, and the Jamaica Labour Party is maintaining that lead in Manchester Central. Going over now to Portland Eastern, and all the boxes have been completed, and the People's National Party's candidate, Isaac Buchanan, has won that constituency. Now, Dion, I will be providing some more updates shortly because we're almost, as I said, almost there, 96% of the boxes counted. It's back to you.
Thank you so much, Kelisha, and really, really interesting here what it is we're seeing. And let me check in with our politicals and see how they're doing. Clifford?
I believe that there's still, I believe there's way for us to go, but regardless of how it pans out, I think the big sign that we're getting from the people across the country is that they want change. They want to see some form of change. I think
This is a spinning that has
and I see that's the signal that we're getting. The people want change. We're seeing it in the Prime Minister's seat, and we're seeing it across the country as well.
Consistency is key. At the start of the night, I said we'd win, and we're there. We're almost there.
Well, one owner didn't have it right because the two of you said you were going to win. So, you know.
Yeah, but
It could be a tie.
It's clear when you look at seats. Rhoda Crawford winning, holding on to that seat. When you look at Xavier Main performance, when you look at Norman Dunn holding on in his St. Mary's seat.
Tell me what has surprised you.
Thinly, though.
A surprise is that Anne-Marie Vaz. It's a big surprise. I had Mrs. Vaz in my numbers.
This one box
a seat I thought would have won.
Southern,
It's
Southeastern
not to be
St.
based on
Mary.
what we're seeing so far, but that's a big surprise for me tonight.
Clifford, what's that surprised you?
Manchester Central was a surprise for me. I think that's a seat that we comfortably could have taken. So seeing how well Rhoda played out, that was very much a surprise for me.
Okay. You did that, perhaps you misinterpreted or underestimated the kind of work she's been doing?
Yes. But I think in my head how I had it, or that her I guess win in 2020 was mainly because of how broken the PNP base was at the time. I think, and I thought at the time, Donovan may have done the necessary work to mend defenses in that seat. But I guess her being known to be a hard worker is enough to push her, or was enough rather to push her across the line.
There's Clarendon Southeast, 120 boxes of 144. And we're seeing Pernell Charles Jr., 7,617. Cian Barneswell of the PNP, 6,832. Cian Thomas with 49 votes. And where are we going next? So one of the child siblings remains in Parliament. Trelawney, Northern, we still have 5 boxes left. Let me see what y'all think about. Oh, this is, all right, me and the maths. Tova Hamilton of the JLP, let's stick to the numbers. I can't go wrong reading numbers. 7,894 to the PNP's Wickham McNeil, 7,746. St. Elizabeth Southeastern, 94 out of 109. Franklin Witt of the JLP, 8,000. Okay, I think 8,220. And Norman Scott of the PNP, 6,176. Raymond Dobbs of the JPP, 39 votes. St. Andrew East Rural, 129 of 137. Juliet Holness, 8,617. Patrick Peterkin, 7,865. Kamisha Hendricks has 46 votes, and Purcell Jackson, 38. Purcell, I think. St. James West Central, here we go. Haven't seen this for a bit. 80 boxes of 106. The JLP's Marlene Malahoo Fort, 4,704. Andre Horton of the PNP, 4,122. Clifford Barnett, 15 votes. And St. Anne Southwestern, 86 boxes of 105. Xavier Main of the JLP, 5,837. Danishka Williams, 4,280. Clive Edwards of the JPP, 30 votes. St. Anne Northwestern, 133 out of 135 boxes. And Crystal Lee of the JLP, 7,971 to Gabriella Morris of the PNP, 7,317.
Oh.
St. Mary's Southeastern, 1 box left here, and Norman Dunn of the JLP, 5,006. Let's start over. Norman Dunn of the JLP, 6,592. Christopher Brown of the PNP, 6,575. Mark Hutchinson, 26.
That may be the seat I was thinking of in terms of the third candidate. Perhaps his vote making the difference. We don't know which way it might have gone, but,
But
it raises that possibility.
Central Kingston as well, because the independent in Central Kingston got 23.
Yes.
And there's a difference between Steve McGregor and Donovan Williams of 12.
Trelawney Southern, 26 boxes of 96. Marissa, I feel like we've been stuck here. Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, 1,787. Paul Patmore of the PNP, 1,486.
But if we could just pause on the counting on the numbers a little bit, because, you know, coming into this particular election, what I had and what I've been sharing throughout the night with Clifford are the seats that the PNP had to take back to win the election. Southeast on the screen now is a weather vane seat. It has voted for the winning party for the last 5 elections, and it has given the nod in this instance to Franklin Witter retaining Southeast. I suspect a similar thing is happening in Southwest, which is the other weather vane seat where Floyd Green there is challenged by Miranda Wellington. And I expect the same out of Western St. Mary. We see the results here for Southwest with some boxes to go where Xavier Main is leading Danishka. So I had about 21 seats that the PNP needed to topple tonight if they were going to win. There's Western St. Mary, the other weather vane, completely declared for Robert Montague, even though the polls going into this, some of them showed that he was treading water. So he's beaten hometown boy Omar Woodbine, not by a lot because he's coming from thousands, but he's won it. Yes. So against a 21 that I think the PNP needed to take, so far they have taken only 14. So the 14, as good as those are, they don't appear that they will be sufficient for them to win tonight.
Okay, hold that thought. We're going over to Western Hannibal, where Anthony Lugg is on location.
Thank you so much. So I'm just outside the Watson Taylor Park here in Western Hannibal, where the counting is still going on over here. I'm now joined by a PNP supporter who is outside here, and she's extremely excited. Talk to me about how you're feeling right now.
I'm feeling extremely happy at this time because I know that Western Hanover is going up to the People's National Party. And I know that one by one, as Damien Crawford said, they are going to win.
It's still early days yet.
I know.
The counting has not finished yet, but why is it that you're so confident?
Because of the votes that we already get so far. You know that we are leading. You understand me, though? I know that Heather Miller is going to be the winner for Western Hanover tonight.
All right, thank you so much. So, as she just said, Heather Miller is going up against the incumbent Tamika Davis of the Jamaica Labour Party. We will be here on the ground. We will be monitoring the situation. It's back to you in studio.
All right, thank you so much, Anthony Lugg, for that. And as you can see, we have our reporters on the ground, and here you're seeing the numbers. This indeed has been called for Heather Miller Bennett of the PNP. Let me see, there's one box left, but the numbers here, 6,969 votes to Tamika Davis's 5,859. Leonard Sharp of the JPP picking up 54 votes. And we're back with West Central. Has this moved? This hasn't moved. This is the Prime Minister's constituency, listeners
And John
and
Dowd
viewers.
don't really
And,
want to go. So they might hold up the
been
phone.
seeing this result for a little while, so we're, of course, monitoring closely to see where it's going and what's happening here. That's St. Andrew West Central.
No ladybug me
Just to
there.
remind our viewers that we are on radio as well, which is why you hear us reading a lot of the results. This is Clarendon Southeast.
A long time they not
140
show Dr.
boxes,
Dawes' seat, you know, but he was
Colonel
leading.
Charles Jr., 9,207 votes to Sian Barneswell, 7,770. Called no for Colonel Charles officially. Had it been called before?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
And by the
So
way,
I think which one I haven't seen for a while is
Dr.
which that other
Dawes.
St. Elizabeth seat. But slowly.
that's Northeast.
Yeah, slowly.
Yes.
slowly
Zuleika won that.
We haven't seen it come
Didn't
up.
Zuleika take that?
Was it declared?
I think so.
Well, it
Zuleika
hasn't
just-
come up for.
Yes, it declared for Zuleika.
By the way, it's
Oh,
particularly
99%
important because of what has happened with the telecom services.
Mhm.
Many people are actually listening on radio.
Right.
So it's very important that they get these results.
Yeah.
Here we go. This is. This was with one box left to go, 124 boxes of 125. Zuleika Jess of the PNP, 8,283. So this indeed has been declared for Jess of the PNP over Delroy Slowly of the Jamaica Labour Party, who at this point had polled 7,693. And Myrie of the JPP picked up 20, and Joseph Patterson of the UIC picked up 11 votes.
This is a long-standing PNP seat. This is really just a rebalancing of everything with the anomaly of 2020. This is Kern Spencer, Raymond Price, and then Evan Redmond. This used to be a very strong PNP seat, so no surprises there.
I
Roger
would say
Clark's
though,
old seat as well.
I would say though that I think one of the things we have seen is, I mean, the rebalancing you're speaking of, sure, but at the same time also an indication that the voters can't be taken for granted.
No.
Look at Northern Trelawney, for instance, where we're seeing this. Has this been declared yet? Okay, Tova Hamilton, 8,062 votes. Wickham McNeil of the PNP, 7,788. So I take your point, Emily, but I also think that we are seeing a new generation of voters, and that seats that previously had been thought safe. I mean, Central Kingston is not going to be in anybody's safe column going forward. Declared now for Tova Hamilton. So Wickham McNeil, having traveled across Western Jamaica, wasn't successful in terms of getting back into Gordon House via Trelawney Northern. And again, this was a
PNP seat.
This my point exactly.
This is a big victory for the Labour
Big
Party.
victory there. I agree.
Tova Hamilton. She won in 2020. She's back. She's going back to Parliament. Hardworking member of Parliament. I'm very happy for her, just as I'm happy for Rhoda Crawford and many other persons.
Okay, we in fact have Nakinsky Robinson, who is in Trelawney Northern. Let's go to her.
I'm now at the Trelawney Multipurpose Stadium in Falmouth, where the counting has been concluded for the Trelawney Northern constituency. And the word that I'm getting from the election officials is that the seat was successfully retained by the incumbent member of parliament who was seeking a second term as MP, Tova Hamilton. Now, she is the first female member of parliament for Trelawney Northern, and she has successfully done so tonight from what we've heard. She was going up against the People's National Party representative, Dr. Wickham McNeil, who is the political juggernaut, who is not new to the scene at all. And so he was seeking redemption because he was unseated when he served as member of parliament for Western Westmoreland in the 2020 general election. We saw very frantic and chaotic scenes here tonight where even one of the Jamaica Labour Party supporters, in the height of their excitement and partying, she passed out and she was rushed to seek medical attention. We've not gotten any word as to her state right now, but we're hoping that she is recovering well. But now the place has been emptied out. The lot is really and truly emptying out right now. As you can see behind me, there's a huge Jamaica Urban Transit Company bus. And just before we started this video, we saw very long lines of traffic emptying out the lot, heading back onto the main road. So the polls have closed, the counting has ended, and it seemed to have been Miss Tova Hamilton from the Jamaica Labour Party who was first past the post tonight.
I think we were talking about the seat, and as I was saying, I think this exactly makes my point. The parties can no longer afford to be complacent and think of seats as, oh, safe PNP or safe JLP seats. And I think that's actually great for the country, great for the constituencies themselves, and overall, as I've been saying, great for democracy.
Yes, I agree.
Quite a few of the young women from the JLP who won in 2020 have been returned in 2025.
Right.
Over Hamilton, Rhoda May Crawford.
Crystal Lee.
Okay, here is Juliet Holness's seat now. St. Andrew East Rural, 130 of 137 boxes declared for Juliet Holness. So the former speaker holds on to her seat.
Yes.
If we can spend a moment and try and figure out what is happening in West Central St. Andrew, when it comes up on the screen, I want to see what is going on with the Prime Minister.
Well, I mean, the numbers hadn't moved, so.
Right, but when we get our update, it will move in favor of the Labour Party.
The numbers,
Right, so the same.
This is the same, that's what I'm saying. It's been the last 2 or 3 times it's come up, it's been the same. So I suspect the next time we see it, it'll probably be completed.
Yes.
I know a lot of the time, well, I get nothing. I know a lot of the time,
That
the
is
people
why-
who are
that is-
watching the counting.
And that is why I'm saying when it's changed the next time, you will see party leader Dr. Andrew Holness.
I mean, what we have here is that Northeastern, or what my side is saying, that Southeastern St. Mary has been called for Norman Dunn. Not Norman Dunn, for Christopher Brown.
Oh,
Yeah. No,
So-
sorry, you just got yourself in a whole heap of trouble there with
No,
your
Norman Dunn
party
is-
people there.
well,
No,
right
so-
now,
there it
right
is.
now,
Yeah.
Dr. Dunn is leading. Yes.
Oh.
So
But he hasn't changed from where it was.
Still have one box
Right, so
left to go.
there's only one box left there.
Can
And,
flip it.
So you're saying that,
You're saying it's been called
We're
for.
saying
that
it's
one
for,
box has given him.
That's what I'm getting.
Yeah.
That's my understanding as well. By
Oh.
12, I understand
Another
Norman
one
Dunn
going
has
to
lost.
magisterial.
Another magisterial
It's all for Brown.
But we will see.
This would be
So
very
whose
good.
column was that in for anybody?
That was a mistake for the PNP in my column. They needed to take back Southeast St. Mary. And they have, but again, I said, based on my count, it's still coming up a little short because of, the other areas that have not come fully. Yeah. So.
That's one of those cases, if indeed that win is confirmed, in which the PNP finally managed to take back a seat that has been with the JLP.
No,
now for
Ladybug,
several
me now
terms.
listen to him, you know. But the audience did say they never want to hear from him, man.
And they've taken as well the Southeast St. Catherine with Dr. Alfred Dawes. That is also a big win. Robert Miller losing there, I think we already showed that.
That's good, Dr. Dawes
But
made it
again,
through.
when they didn't manage to wrestle Central Manchester from Rhodamoy, that's a big, really big win or hold for the Jamaica Labour Party. So you do take one there, but then you don't take the other, and the numbers just don't add up. Yeah. Marlene Malahoo Fort as well in West Central St. James. I think you were hoping to take that one.
Yes.
You may come up just a little short with that one, even though it's not yet officially completed in terms of counting, but we shall see.
Okay, let's just since you mentioned that, this is the latest we have from West Central St. James, 82 boxes of 106. The JLP's Marlene Malahoo Fort with 4,788. The JLP's Andre Horton, 4,192. Clifford Barnett, 15 votes. We'll go to a break. We're back with our live election show in just a moment.
Let's go over to this one here.
Being understanding, because as party leader and prime minister, he's always on the road. And so I don't know, maybe perhaps they
Performance
felt
plus
neglected.
the perception. So let's break it down. What's the extent of that? I'm curious to know, because whilst you work, if there is that question around, you know, so we have a way of, rather than covering everybody with it, you make an exception, say, no, man, in my work, the only person we know about is the Prime Minister. I think we need to understand a little bit more when we see these numbers, if it is that his shine has rubbed off. Because remember, you know, when Andrew Holness came in, Brogard came in, he was new. He presented an image of newness,
But lost 2 months
modernity.
later in 2011.
Yes, but he came back. No, we're not talking about that. Let's focus on when he came back in 2020. When he came back as a renewed leader. You asked the question earlier about Obama's. That was when he was trying. When he came back in, he understood how it meant to be connected. The clocks, the music, the being present, how you dress, making sure that I'm smooth, making sure that I'm likable. And he worked that image, and that image has sustained him. And that is why I'm saying it is interesting to see, as you have said, whether or not this cloud has affected his electability. So you still look nice, you know, but somebody have a question or two about you.
Because he's maintained that cool dude look, you know, the 1 p.m. and all that stuff.
Andrew. I mean, there are three things that, you know, you have the third term fatigue.
People weary.
Yes, so that's working against him. And then, of course, you have the fact that he's Prime Minister and has very little time for his constituency, which for me is an argument for 2 votes, one for MP, one for the Prime Minister.
Agreed.
And now you have the corruption. So you have 3 things that are working against him just now. We'll have to see if he comes out, because, you know, we'll see, we'll know shortly. But it will be very interesting to see how people will respond if in fact he doesn't come out.
I don't know. Y'all gone very far. Y'all gone very far. Here is where I think people, at least for this particular moment, the people are the question, the fact that there's doubt. You see, you're going to remember this election, you know.
Yes.
Not so much because of what has happened in the debates, but for the fact that it has a nail-biting finish.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words.
That is, and that, when the numbers and the dust clear, the numbers come in and we recognize now that he's gone back to Parliament, assuming that his numbers held him, there is still going to be that.
Of course.
Has he received a mandate?
Yes.
But,
yes.
You know, I'm jogging my memory.
Yes.
And I can't remember if any Prime Minister of Jamaica has been this close to winning his seat.
Michael,
or her seat.
Michael. Remember that there was a rumor that they swap Michael and Shearer.
You remember there was a rumor, but this is not rumor. This is fact. I don't know about the rumor, but no Prime Minister.
Yes.
Right? And Andrew has worked.
Yes.
Right? Andrew was the man, as you said, the party came to on his coattails.
Yes.
And now, not even the Clark shoes bottom drop off. Not even the Clark shoes can help the man.
You recall the unfavorability rating
that
he received from the Donaldson poll. It kept climbing and kept climbing and kept climbing. So again, we're going to have to look to see if he gets close to this 8,000 something, or whether there's been a fall off from his own support in his constituency. We'll find out in another couple of minutes.
You know, history is being made. Jamaicans, they say Jamaicans vote presidential.
Yes.
Jamaica votes for the party they demand you to be Prime Minister.
That's right.
If this is voting
ISAT.
1 box to go.
He's won the seat. Well, I can't say he's won the seat yet. It's still very close. You know, still very close.
It's what?
8,290 for ISAT.
All right. Again, so in Portland Eastern, 139 of 140 boxes counted thus far. 1 box outstanding. Isaac Buchanan, 8,290 votes. To Anne-Marie Vaz, 8,072 votes. Isaac Buchanan is leading for the People's National Party with 1 box outstanding. Portland Western, only 2 boxes left to be counted. I think we can declare this one for Darrell.
Let's go back to the Gleaner.
Miller, and with me, Earl Moxham and Emily Shields from the RGR Gleaner Communications Group. Also with us, we have Ron Walsh. He is from Young Jamaica, an affiliate of the Jamaica Labour Party. Clifford James with us as well. from the PNP-YO, the youth arm of the People's National Party. Jamaica's parliament has 63 seats. Now, in the last election, 2020, the Jamaica Labour Party had won with a landslide, relegating the PNP to only 14 seats. So in this election, which party would get to 32 seats first and would therefore form the government? And the last count we had got from our reporter who is at the electoral office tracking was 34 seats for the, here we go with the national count. Now, I think these are the declared seats, the completed seats, if I'm correct. 29 for the JLP and 28 for the PNP. The last count we had got, though, in terms of how all the seats were trending, was that the Jamaica Labour Party was leading, we had been told, in 34 seats, and the PNP leading in 29. So there are a few critical seats that we have still been watching. And here we have St. Mary Southeast. And the PNP's Christopher Brown has taken this with 6,642. He has defeated the incumbent Jamaica Labour Party's Norman Dunn, 6,631.
Probably want magisterial recount, yes, too.
And that is an 11-vote difference. Got it right that time.
Well, pause on that because this,
just
I
one
think, is the
second.
second
Mark
time.
Hutchinson of the JPP polled 26 votes.
I'm almost sure this is the second time for an 11-vote win in St. Mary Southeastern. Didn't Dr. Winston Green win by 11 over by the same Dr. Norman Dunn before? So this is interesting. We'll also head to a magisterial recount, but on the night, each of them having the 49.9%, but just split by 11 votes.
All right, we're still stuck on this, but just to remind our listeners as well, the count that takes place on election night is a preliminary count. Now, after tonight, then we will have what is called the final count. At the end of the final count, the parties then have the opportunity or the chance, if they wish to apply for what is called a magisterial recount, which a parish judge would do. Normally you do that when you have a very, very small margin. And I was saying a little bit earlier on in the evening, a margin of 200 votes or 100 might sound like a very small margin, but you're not going to get that overturned in a magisterial recount. That is when now the parties are going to scrutinize, and the judge would scrutinize every single ballot, and you start to get arguing over where this X was marked and if this ballot was invalid and if this one was discarded and should not have been discarded. So there is a process that is going to be put in train as soon as tonight's preliminary counts are over. Here we have Trelawney Southern now, box 44 of 96, Marissa Dalrymple Philibert with 2,823 votes, and the PNP's candidate Paul Patmore, 2,608 votes. Just a reminder for our viewers, for our listeners, you'll hear me, all of us, we are here reading out the counts. That is because we are live on not just radio, but also not just TV, not just the internet, but also radio. So we are accommodating our radio listeners as well. And we thank you all so much for being here with us, wherever it is in the world you are joining us from. We know we have a huge following in the diaspora. We're happy to have you here with us as well. So that one, that still looks like only about 50% gone there. And I know we had heard that Paul Patmore was
likely to do well.
Yes, yes, but we'll see what happens when the final numbers come in there. So I would ask you, Earl, is there anything that has surprised you so far?
No, I expected it to be very close.
Yes.
And therefore, I'm not surprised at how close it has turned out to be. I think for many persons, the fact that with 18 boxes left in West Central St. Andrew, that the Prime Minister is, at least by what we have seen, trailing at the moment. But there are still 18 boxes to go, so he could very well, bring it home still.
One of the things our listeners and viewers will have heard throughout the night is you will hear one of the panelists saying something like, it depends where the boxes are coming from. So in other words, you might have one candidate leading in a particular constituency, but if the boxes left to come in are coming from a stronghold of the other party, then you could see that result turn inside out. And that's basically what it is we're kind of seeing happening throughout the night. Sometimes you see the seesawing of the votes going between the two candidates. A lot of the times that's what's taking place. Okay, so now the issue in relation to what happens as soon as this is over, as we've said, the party that is declared the victory, we're going to be declared the victor. We're going to expect to hear, because of course, viewers and listeners, we are going to be with you until the end. So we are going to be waiting to hear whoever gives their victory speech, whoever gives their concession speech. And we were talking the other night, Earl, about a night, in fact, when there was no concession speech.
Yes, and that was 2007. I think it was 2007. It was that close, and Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller did not concede that night. They were awaiting some recounts.
Yeah.
But by the next day, it was clear that the JLP had won.
Just as though the JLP will win tonight again. So,
Well,
So they all actually prepare two speeches. We're here, you have to have two speeches, or our people just come out and talk.
Well, I wouldn't know, but I'm sure that the leader of the Labour Party would have prepared one speech, because from the get-go, it was clear that Jamaicans would choose Jamaica, and we're seeing it tonight.
Okay, you never stop. You don't stop. You don't stop. Clifford, come.
I'm just curious, are they choosing Jamaica? Because from what I'm seeing, the PNP has gained massive ground in this election, regardless of who becomes the Prime Minister. I think that's one thing that the PNP should tap on his shoulder.
This is a sport, right? This is a sport. You have to have a winner. You have to have a loser. Tonight, you're the loser.
And clearly, the most honorable Andrew Holness would not be the winner in this situation. Well,
of course, he's leading the Labour Party to victory.
St. Anne Southwest declared for Xavier Main, and we previously declared the previous seat, which kind of went fast.
Crystal
Lee.
And Danishko.
Right, declared
Danishko Williams.
for, there we go, declared for
Crystal
Crystal Lee of the Jamaica Labour Party. 8,050 votes to 7,488 for Gabriela Morris of the People's National Party.
Right.
Gabriela Morris
Dr. Ryan loses him seat as well, isn't it?
Throwing her hat here into the representational ring.
So
coming up short this time around.
This means there's no change at all in St. Anne. The PNP went in with Southeast, which is their bastion. They've held that. This is Lisa Hannah's seat, Foggy Mullins' old seat, crucial to the PNP base. Northeast St. Anne, which is Shahini Robinson's old seat, has been held by Matthew Samuda. St. Anne Northwest, Crystal Lee won that in 2020, and she has retained it, fought off the challenge by Gabriela Morris. And then St. Anne Southwest, that's the Xavier Main seat that he has also held, that particular one. So there's no change between 2020 and 2025 in St. Anne.
So here's a question now. So let's assume, just for argument's sake for the moment, that the trend does hold. The JLP takes the election. What does this mean, first of all, for Mark Golding as leader of the PNP?
For him to have taken the PNP from the position in which he succeeded to the leadership, to them coming so close to winning this election, unless he volunteers to go, I think the PNP would have to think very carefully whether they would want to have another disruption in the party's cohesion about the leadership. But that's for him and the party to decide, I suppose.
Yeah. Emily?
Yeah, there are a couple ways that I will look at this. I keep saying that 2020 was an electoral anomaly. It still is in many respects. So that what has emerged from 2020 is that the people are willing to re-elect a very hard-working member of parliament, even if that member of parliament started out as an anomaly in 2020, but they've continued to doing good work. So I say this, so I believe Rhoda Moore Crawford, I believe Crystal Lee and Tova Hamilton, who had some issues, she has clearly rebalanced them. And perhaps it is setting a new sort of trend. If we look at it that way, then perhaps for Mark Golding and the PNP, they shouldn't be so swift to seek to discard him, because they're coming from a point where Dr. Peter Phillips was perhaps deemed to be an individual who could not take the PNP to where the PNP is at this time.
And a lot of people hadn't thought Golding would be able to cross the line at all.
Right.
Can I just jump in on you and say that I'm hearing that the official voter turnout has come in at 38.8%, which is
Not really improved.
bad.
That is 1% above the COVID year.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I certainly, based on the crowds I saw and the anticipation, I thought we were heading to a 55% voter turnout. So I don't know what has gone wrong, why so many people have not, but that is something we said we should study again, as we said at the start of the program.
People just love the food and the
take you
youth
back to
for
the
a
question of
political
Mark
campaign
Golding's
here.
future in the PNP as leader. We have got to the point now where, so he's 60 this year. If they go to the full term, this incoming administration, he would then be 65. I think more and more voters are not looking too kindly in the Jamaican context at someone taking the reins of government heading towards 70. And I think that might, despite what I said earlier, it may be one of the things that they will consider when deciding whether to stick with the leader or seek a younger person to take them forward.
We're going back to EOJ now with Kalisha.
Thank you so much, Dion. So we're almost there. 99% of all the boxes counted. And what I'm seeing behind me, the latest figure just refreshed, the People's National Party leading in 30 constituencies, the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 33. Now, I'm going to tell you the areas where we're still waiting on all the boxes to be completed. St. Andrew West Central, 83%. The People's National Party leading in that area. Going down now to St. Andrew East Rural, the St. Andrew East Rural, where the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in that constituency. Trelawney Southern, 78% of all boxes counted, and the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in that constituency. Moving over now to Clarendon Northern, 97% of all the boxes counted, and we're seeing where the Jamaica Labour Party, is trailing in that constituency in Clarendon Northern. We're going down, I think that is it in terms of the progress report for all the constituencies so far. So we're waiting just on a few more constituencies to go. We're seeing where Trelawney Southern, that's the one where we're having only 70%, just over 70% of all the boxes counted in that constituency as well, Dion. So, we're seeing another change, Dion. I tell you, the things can change quite quickly here at the ECJ. I'm seeing now where the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in 34 constituencies, and the People's National Party is leading in 29 constituencies. And as I said, we're almost at the finish line. It's back to you.
Thank you so much, Kalisha. Great work that you have been doing for us throughout the night. And as you're saying, they just about an inch there from the finish line. So the whole issue now, in terms of the extremely close seats, I think it's 2 we've seen.
Yes, 2 so far.
Yeah.
The Central Kingston and the
Southeast
St. Mary, which is, I mean, there have been elections where we've seen quite a few more that have been very, very close. But we were talking there about the voter turnout because, again, this suggests that neither party is exciting the electorate beyond your narrow base. if we can't even get to 4 out of 10 registered voters deciding to come out to vote. So I'm not sure where that leaves us or where we're going with this project we call democracy.
By the way, despite all that has been said tonight about the individual performances of MPs, one wonders what impact the last-minute promises in terms of various forms of tax relief, etc., might have had on the votes in some of these constituencies where, you know, somebody's decision to go, for example, for the promise of minimum wage increase, or go for the pension, or go for the 3.5.
Because one of the things I've been saying, in fact, is that the polling numbers that we had been getting, when I looked at the dates that the pollsters were in the field, so many things happened after that.
So it wasn't tracking with those.
Yeah, in terms of debates, in terms of the announcement, in terms of the, you know, the even the manifestos in some cases being released and what was happening. So I always felt that those poll numbers weren't going to give us a really indicative sense. But as Don said, his polls had indicated that we were going to see a close election, and indeed we've seen that.
Yeah.
And I think there's been a lot of attempts to try and discredit the RGR Gleaner Dunn and some polls, and I think what we're seeing here from this election is that they were tracking.
Yeah, well, it was always going to be a close election in my view. And I think the context is so important. This is the first time ever that a Jamaica Labour Party government is facing the possibility of a third term in office. And on top of that, all of the challenges.
Hold on, Emily. Here's an update. 93 boxes of 105 in the Prime Minister's constituency. He's now ahead here. 5,387 votes to Paul Buchanan of the PNP, 4,904. So 93 boxes, so that is 5 and 7, which is 12 boxes left to count.
Disciples.
Never indulge.
No, I can visualize Desmond McKenzie wiping the Prime Minister's face with the change in the set, because that must have been a moment. Paul Buchanan did say he's going to unseat Andrew Holness, and he has come pretty close. But things are changing. Yeah. Trelawney South, I think we had a look at that before.
Declared.
No, it's declared.
Yes.
So it has reverted to the norm.
That
in
was
terms
expected.
of expectations.
That is Marissa Dalrymple Philibert. She walked out the parliament, she resigned, she went back, she won the seat in a by-election. They call her Mama down there for good reasons, Mama D, and she's back.
She has delivered
once
again.
But I'm saying the context of this election is that it's an historical first for the JLP. And there is a third term syndrome. As we look at West Central, St. James, where Marlene Malahoo Fort is leading with 91 of 106 boxes there. She's leading Dr. Andre Horton, 5,157 to 4,710 for Andre. So you're battling that third term syndrome, and for all of the kitchen sink and so forth that has been thrown at Andrew Holness and the Jamaica Labour Party, one really shouldn't be able to recover from that and to even win a third term with all of those conditions prevailing. So I think when the history books are written, there are a lot of pluses that have to go to the JLP, a lot of pluses too to Mark Golding for bringing back the PNP from near virtual electoral dead to making them reclaim some of the seats that they lost in 2020.
I think we're seeing live pictures here of the JLP headquarters.
Yes.
So we're waiting to go back to the headquarters and to hear what's happening. Of course, as soon as the various leaders are ready to speak, we'll have that live for you as well.
And by the way, if
Well,
indeed
JLP has won the election,
congratulations
to them.
above
Congratulations to Mark Golding
it
as
also
well.
says something about the
And a
significance
really
of
good
the
fight.
PNP's move.
I am not
from
disappointed in
14
Mark Golding
seats last time
and the
to
PNP.
29 or thereabouts this time.
I'm disappointed in the
It
people
would
of
seem,
Jamaica.
therefore, that the PNP has recovered
The
significant,
people of
a significant
Jamaica,
portion
I
of the vote.
am disappointed in them.
Because when you looked at the numbers, between 2016 and 2020, yes, the voting was down and people are saying COVID and so on. But when you looked at the actual numbers, the PNP had lost 127,000 voters. The JLP had lost only about 28,000.
Yeah.
And as I mentioned, there were some constituencies in which a JLP actually managed to increase its vote count. Is this the same number? Or it gone
No,
up?
it has gone up.
97
Yes.
votes, 97 boxes here out of 105. And your wholeness of the JLP, 5,989. Paul Buchanan of the PNP, 4,923.
Right. And I think a story will have to be told as well about this come-upance with the 3rd of September. Because it was the 3rd of September 2007.
Yes.
3rd of September 16?
16, yes.
2020? 2020 rather.
2020.
And now the 3rd of September 2025, which is the first.
And we get ourselves into a cycle where every 3rd of September
is probably talking fixed election day, but it will be the 3/3 of September for the first third term for the JLP.
Just to say, this seat has now been declared for Prime Minister Andrew.
As expected, as expected.
You did say that.
Very good run, Mr. Buchanan. Very good run, Paul Buchanan. You did promise you'd beat Andrew Holness, and you came pretty close to that, because I didn't even look at West Central in my calculation, because I thought it was a done deal. But he's done well. Yeah?
Clifford, you ready to concede it? There has to be a point.
I think regardless of who becomes the prime minister, who walks into Gordon House as government, the PNP has done amazing tonight in many different ways. Coming from where we were at with 40, with our broken base, the part that was in
is
Golding and Dayton Campbell has done well in bringing back the party as represented what the PNP is
and legislate in the
and
dead
has
of
sold the
night
PNP to many
is
people
he
as
has
well.
the
Because
power
as I
to
said
get them
before,
through Parliament.
the whole
So
country in general has signaled that they
democracy
want
is
some sort of
balanced,
change, whether it is from the
personally,
MP level or
I
whether it's from the
support
national
Mark
level. They
Golden
want
to
to see some sort
continue
of change.
as the leader of the People's National Party.
There are various accounts for that, like the mishap with today and the growing trend about apathy. But in general, people want to see some level of change.
I think what the Jamaican people want is to continue with the Labour Party. When you look at what has happened since 2016 until now.
Sorry, hold on. The voter turnout doesn't support that, because what you have is, do the maths, 62% of registered voters who never came out at all. Right. So that's it's 3 out of 4 registered voters came out. 6 out of 10 didn't come out. Now, when I did the math in 2020, when we had about the same voter turnout, when you actually looked at how many people had voted for the party in power, which is a JLP, it was actually only 20% of registered voters. So because the voter turnout is so low, you're essentially a minority government in terms of support from the voting public as a whole. So it's one thing to say, yes, we won, but surely it must be sobering. So that's why I'm taking issue with you saying this is what the people wanted, because in fact, it's a minority who have put you into power. I know it's winner takes all and first past the post.
I agree, but at the same time, it is the persons who come out to vote. Yes. So what we have.
No, stop right there. That's the point, Listen to what you just said. The persons who came out to vote, most people didn't. So what that means is that most people didn't want either of you. So what does that say about how you relate to them and how you relate to the country?
And that's where I'm going.
Okay.
I think that is what we have to do as political parties. We have to engage. We have to find new strategies to engage the Jamaican people. And that is something that we, as political parties in the country, will have to start to look at, because it cannot continue at 37. I think it was about 37 point something last election, and now it's at 38.
We don't have the COVID excuse again.
37.8.
In 1993, I believe it was 60%. Thereabout. So it
60.28. Yes.
60.28. So,
but in all fairness, Rowan, I don't know what can be done to get people out. If people were not electrified for this election,
hold on, stick up in for me. Let's go over to the JLP headquarters. Andrew's on location.
Thank you very much, Dion. The mood here at the JLP headquarters shifted a bit earlier when they saw the numbers of Paul Padmore in the Prime Minister's constituency when he was leading a bit. So the numbers shifted a bit. I'm going to speak to this supporter. When you saw the numbers shifted for the Prime Minister's constituency, what was going through your mind?
I mean, I wasn't devastated by that. If you recall the last election, when the count started for the Prime Minister's seat, he was also trailing. So if you look at the historic count of that seat, you see that the Prime Minister is always trailing, and then in the end, he became victorious. So tonight was no different for me because I understood what happened. It's not my first time in an election. So while he was trailing, I knew that in the end, the Prime Minister would come home. He is our 1 PM, he is our brogan, he is the helm of the Jamaica Labour Party. So there could not be a third term without Andrew Holness. So once we knew that we were winning the third term, Andrew Holness had to win his seat.
Were you always a JLP supporter?
Yeah, well, from the time I started following politics, I became a JLP supporter because I vote based on policies and not family lines and traditions. So I'm not a die-hearted comrade or a die-hearted JLP. I vote based on policies and the history of Jamaica's politics as well. So the JLP has always been better in terms of managing the economy. The JLP is founded out of a need to support the working class. I am a working class. I'm looking forward to climb that corporate ladder, and the JLP has statistically in history done better for working class economy, so I had to support the JLP.
Right, and very quickly before we go, because we got so excited to talk, I forget to ask you your name and which constituency you voted in.
So my name is Ramon Bradshaw, and I voted in Eastern Concession. It's not PNP safety, but I still exercise my right to vote.
Thank you so much. And as you can see, Dion, the party-like atmosphere has started again here at Belmont Road, and we'll check in with you later.
Thank you so much, Andrew. So let me just go back to the voter turnout issue and give our listeners and our viewers a sense of where we're coming from. Just to remind you, you're watching TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 general election. I'm Dion Jackson Miller. Thank you all so much for staying with us across the platforms, on radio, on TV, on YouTube, on onespotmedia.com. Those of you here at home and those of you abroad, we are happy to have had you, and we hope you continue to us. We're taking you right till the end of tonight. All right, so if we just look at the later years, because we know, earlier on all kind of things that go on. So if we look at from 96, let's choose 97. That was a 65% voter turnout, right? 2002, we were down to 59%. 2007 was 61%. 2011, we're at 53%. 2016, as I said, the first year we fell below 50% with 48%, and 2020, 35%, and now 2025, 38% voter turnout. Only 4 in every 10 registered voters bothering to come out and vote. Emily was saying something before we pause, saying she's not sure what else we can do. But Emily, my view has always been, I have never thought that the two major parties have seriously tried to attract anybody other than their base. When you even look at the campaigning, what is the campaigning? It's under the point, orange and green and make noise on the campaign trail. It's fun to watch. It really is. But for people who are not inclined to join in the carnival and the singing of the songs and whatever, and want serious engagement, what's that?
Carnival of the absurd.
For people who are not looking for that, I have not seen either party making any serious attempt to pull in everybody else.
But let me try and respond to it. I don't know the answer to all of that, but the numbers can't be quoted in a vacuum. When we were at 1997 with 65.22%, there was 1.1 million voters on the list. In 2002 with 59.4, there was 1.3 million. In 2007 with 61.4, there was 1.336 million. For whatever reason, in 2016, we jumped to 1.8 million people on this voters list. 1.8 million in a population of approximately 3 million. And in September 2020, we're at 1.9. This election, we're 2.07. Where so much people come from on the list when we have 3 million people in Jamaica? Is the list completely clean of dead people? And are there dead people on the list who can't make it? And so the voter turnout will never be larger than it is because we have a ballooning list for hundreds of thousands of people that we need to double check. I don't understand it. And the reason I'm asking this question tonight is because I have been watching elections since 1980. This is the first election. I'm seeing such fervor and energy. Every man and them dog. Every animal in the house energized.
Hold the man and the dog for me. Let's just go to the break. I'm told the updated voter turnout figure, 39.33%. 39.33%. And we're back right after this.
Jamaicans be disappointed, you know.
They have to make sure we galvanize and mobilize the 32 or whatever it is on every single parliamentary sitting.
Not when the hard life is the way.
That's right.
I think that evenly though, have what some people regard as a more balanced parliament, because it means that the authoritarian or dictatorial tendencies, the ability to put things to parliament without consultation is reduced, because have to do more consultations, and you also have to watch your numbers. I think, though, the major message for the Jamaica Labour Party is that it was not a cant. It wasn't a walk in the park. And because it wasn't a walk in the park, what you're going to be doing now, you're going to be more watched than ever before. What we're seeing with the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister's seat, it does appear to me that there's some questions as it relates to accountability, and people are asking that question, because your Prime Minister's seat should never really be so close.
But what about, we're reminded here of 2016 when they had another close election, and it was really difficult for the JLP to govern. Yeah. So when they got the landslide in 2020, it felt like a weight was lifted off the shoulder, and they had more wiggle room to work. Right.
Well, they had experience, so they can go back to 2016 and see what worked and what didn't work. But what you will find is that there's going to be less authoritarianism within the system now. There's going to be more of an approach that says that you have to work with the other side. And I think, gentlemen and listeners, one of the best things that come out of this election, I mean, I understand that the People's National Party may feel that they could have lost at their own expense. Yes. The JLP snatched victory from the jaws of defeat, but you cannot deny that Mark Golding has taken them very far tonight. Coming from the numbers that they had when they started, where they are today, they're more in a position to negotiate. And it speaks to what I would like to hedge a bit. And that bit is, this perhaps is going to strengthen the People's National Party, and there are going to be a little bit more questions coming out of the Jamaica Labour Party now. Because if your leader cannot consolidate his seat, if at the end of the night we're saying, what's happening to the leader's seat? There means that there is going to be a greater expectation from the Prime Minister himself within his seat now, and that is going to affect the fortunes of the party.
Well, some of the latest numbers have shown him pulling ahead. Some of the latest numbers in terms of his seat, and I think some of those numbers indicate that he will win eventually, and win not handsomely but safely. And so I think the whole close parliament, I think, will lead us to have some sort of constitutional convergence on change. I think the Labour Party, the last parliament, they were just running roughshod over everybody to say, this is the stages we'll take it in, and we're not consulting on the stages, and when we set the stages, you must just come and meet with us, and then you must sign the report at the end. I think now everybody will have to sit down and recognize that we have to have convergence and compromise for the Constitution.
I disagree with Tyler on that. It seems to me the Labour Party from ever since has to be a one done in how it operates. It is critical to its existence. It is one done. Yes. And the party expects a one done to lead, and it's so it goes, and it will continue. This won't be any change in the style, and they will look at it and say, look here, we barely win the third term. You think if you can ever even dream of the fourth term? No, but get what you can now, because the end is near.
If you look at the elections, 1997 versus 2002, the PNP won by a landslide. 2002, the JP was expected to.
Felix as good as it looks. Tender pieces in jelly.
Feed your cat like a star.
In Parliament with stronger numbers, how do they hold the JLP to keep the fire at their feet to ensure that
Well, the first thing is to see the slate of senators. That's the first thing I want to see what he'll put up. If he puts out a strong slate of senators, we know that their JP is going to be in for a rough ride. Then the other thing I want to see is their shadow spokesperson council. Who are the person? Because I must tell you, they seem to lack a little depth in terms of the personnel available to them to choose a shadow council.
They even had a shadow of a shadow.
No, because
the junior, yes, he had a shadow of a shadow. And he justified that in saying he was bringing in new blood to the party by giving the junior. We never heard one utterance from, not even a cough from the junior senators.
To be fair, though, if you look at the numbers, look at the slate, Gabrielle Morrison, she came in as a senator. She had a good run tonight.
That's right.
What you want to do is look at the screen, look at the people that they put up, and work with them so that they can consolidate within those areas. You don't want them switching now from this constituency to that constituency. I think they need to sit. They need to build a base. They need to work out. They have time to work out what works for them, and the party has room for governance.
You know what is it? It's critical. One thing they should insist on is what Michael Manley tried and even PGA tried. You must live in your constituency.
Yeah.
You have dividends to get if you are in touch with your people.
It's very hard doing it.
I know it's hard, especially when you're a minister.
Yes.
Or especially when you have this here.
Could that have explained why ISAT was able to win? Because he's literally moved himself down there.
Well, Anne-Marie Vaz has moved herself down there.
No, I'm just saying, in the fact that she lives there, we're talking about living in the constituency, the fact that he's been able to strengthen that base. And it all goes well.
Yes.
When you live there, there's a greater sense of connection with them.
But it's hard work.
It's hard work.
In coming out at morning, people out of your gate. Driving in at evening, people out of your gate. It's not easy. It's not easy. And if your family life is significant to you, it can possibly pose a big problem in your family life.
But Clyde, you raised an issue earlier where you said that you will be looking to see the slate of senators that Mark Golding will put in the Senate. I'm getting a cut right here. Mark Golding has arrived at the PNP HQ to address his party supporters, having lost today's election, but done so very closely with the JLP. And we're seeing some live shots right there. Mark Golding coming in, and the mood at the PNP HQ is very somber. Not a party atmosphere, Daniel.
No, not a party atmosphere.
I wouldn't be giving a concession speech tonight. I can tell
Why
you
not?
this.
No, because we have magisterial.
But how many?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Not considering.
It doesn't matter.
I am
33, 29, 35, 20. It doesn't matter. No concession speech tonight. We're going to sleep and we're going to get up in the morning and look at all the numbers and determine how we're going to proceed from there.
But what if you hold the country at ransom? I mean,
No ransom. It's overnight.
No
ransom. Overnight. There's no ransom. It's overnight.
Well, we have a democracy, and if it
yes, but I don't have to concede tonight.
But it's not up to you to concede if you lost.
I disagree with Clyde on this. I think, look here.
No, I mean, you've lost.
You've lost. Concede. It
doesn't matter if you concede or not.
I concede is like a handshake. I shake your hand, I don't mean
I understand.
I concede.
Do you recall 2016 and the concession being made on the night? I don't recall.
No, I think the Prime Minister said there were 3,000 votes, and she wasn't conceding.
Yes, people the fucking vexed with Portia.
But we moved on.
Yes, I understand, but it wasn't on the night that the concession was given.
But whether or not she gave a concession, nobody cared, really.
If I can just chip in here in terms of the concession, I think at the end of the day, you concede.
All right, we are going to the PNP headquarters a little bit to get what's happening. Angela Brown-Burke, I can see, is on the stage addressing PNP supporters, and now the PNP General Secretary, David Campbell, won the seat in Eastern Westmoreland.
His voice, though.
Let us hear what he's saying.
Comrade Chair, Comrade Leader.
Don't be disappointed, Dayton. You have done well.
Comrade Leader. Very proud of the work that you have done, Comrade Mark Golding, to unite our party, to energize our party, and to allow us to be very competitive in an election. To the other officers on the platform, campaign spokespersons,
yes, Lady Bubbles,
elected member of parliament,
At a PMP don't speak, me I go to bed. Me no want to hear Andrew Holness.
No comments. We did not get the result that we wanted today, but we are a democratic party that believes in the process, and we believe in putting forward our ideas to the people and campaigning vigorously and for them to make a decision. And we accept the decision that the public makes at any time, not only when it is in our favor.
If you want to build an app and have no idea how to code or where to start, check out Base 40.
Each and everyone on this platform and in this audience who believed in what we had to say and believe in the mission and vision of the PNP-led.
What happened to the audio?
We started from way behind. We started with 14 constituencies. I believe at the end of the night we are at 29, which represents more than 100% increase in the number of constituencies represented by the People's National Party. It is true that there is no second place in politics and that we're still in a position, but we will commence the work beginning tomorrow to ensure that the PNP will be the next government in the future. Thank you very much. Stay on the road. God bless you.
Don't be disappointed. You all have done well.
It is time to ask the party leader to come to the stage. I want you to get one of you. Thank you.
The media is begging a minute. Should I give them a minute? All right, we're going to get them a minute. We'll give them a minute. Ricky, take over again.
Well, we are seeing here scenes of the Jamaica Labour Party, a celebration there in which they have recognized that their party has won the election and will form the government at least for the next not at least, for the next 5 years if the government doesn't call the election quite earlier. The scenes there being jubilant, the Jamaica Labour Party supporters in a party atmosphere. And in that split screen, even though the People's National Party has lost, they're still having some amount of party, but not as active as the Jamaica Labour Party right now. And the PNP president, Mark Golding, waiting, just giving media personnel some time to get their things together before he makes his concession speech. We're still awaiting Prime Minister Andrew Holness. Well, we don't know if he has won his seat as yet.
Yes, he's won it comfortably.
He has won it comfortably. Okay, so Andrew Michael Holness being the next Prime Minister, continuous Prime Minister for a third term, the second person in Jamaica's history to be Prime Minister, winning the elections 3 times. The other person doing that is PJ Patterson. And now Andrew Michael Holness is on the chart to be a longer serving Prime Minister than PJ Patterson. PJ Patterson served for 13 years. Andrew Holness can now serve for at least 14 years if he takes the election to the next 5 years, right?
Right.
Absolutely.
And I wouldn't put it past him to do it.
No, I mean, why?
He's
part of his legacy,
Yes.
Remember, he's also intent on building his legacy. And so if it is that he is in a position to do so, I don't see why he wouldn't.
Yeah, even if he should lose the other one, he'll still be the longest
serving. Correct.
Yes,
All right.
I wonder what the turnout is nationally. I wonder what that looks
We haven't
like.
seen those figures yet, but we're going to the PNP HQ where PNP President Mark Golding is about to address the crowd.
Comrade Chairman, Comrade General Secretary, Comrade Officers,
Make
all the
some
comrades on the
noise,
platform,
Labour right!
all the comrades in the audience, all the people of Jamaica who are listening, watching. First of all, I think it's my duty as a believer in democracy to acknowledge and concede the result and to congratulate our opponents, the Jamaica Labour Party, for their victory tonight. Jamaica's democracy is important and it must cherish it. Sometimes it brings bitter disappointments. Sometimes those disappointments are laced with a tin of sincerity. Not all is fair and just, but it is very, very important that we put democracy ahead of all of those feelings. And I accept the result of these elections. And although obviously I'm very disappointed in the outcome, I think it is only correct to expressly acknowledge the success that our opponents have managed to gain today. I want to thank a lot of people. And first of all, a decisive victory in the constituency, which I have the honor to serve. I also want to thank our campaign team, led by our campaign director, our general secretary, Dayton Campbell, Dr. Dayton Campbell. Also, a newly minted member of parliament, congratulations to him on his victory in East and Westmoreland, and all the other members of the campaign team worked with him. There are a number of names there. I don't want to attempt to go through all those names because I'm going to probably forget somebody and then I'll regret it. But they have done a tremendous job. The communications team, I want to thank them publicly for the work they have done.
What's that?
And that is a night and day kind of job. Starts very early in the morning and goes on to late at night. So their commitment to the task at hand is remarkable, and I want to thank them deeply for it. All of our candidates who ran in this election and their campaign teams, thank them for their effort, for their commitment to the country, to the democratic process. I want to, of course, congratulate the 29 who have been successful tonight. And we have more than doubled our number of MPs tonight. And for those who were not first, and they still committed themselves extremely well. And I want to say that this was a wonderful demonstration of the maturity of Jamaica's political process, that we could go through such a closely fought election without any violence to speak of. And, we must all give ourselves a round of applause. In our homes, if you're listening, here at PNP headquarters, because that was not always the case. And I want to just thank all of the pioneers who led that process to where it is today, where I think we can safely say that Jamaica is a place that really cherishes and respects the democracy that we have built. I want to thank the people of Jamaica.
I didn't see any result on Tough Done all night,
Have been giving us hundreds of thousands of votes. And giving us 29 seats. We don't take that for granted. We thank you for your time today. I know the voting was often painfully slow, And that's an issue which more will have to be said about, because it's an undemocratic situation when people, elderly and other people, have to be in the hot sun lining up to vote for sometimes hours. And it should not be that way. We should do better, and we have to do better. I must tell you that I'm proud of the platform that we put forward to the people of Jamaica. It was a truly progressive platform, a platform that offered a radical reform to the land tenure issues that have plagued this country for centuries. A radical platform that would have enhanced the standard of living and quality of life of those working families that are struggling to survive now by giving them significantly lower tax burdens on their income. Progressive in a social justice sense as well, around issues such as beach reform, contract work, and other things which really need to be addressed because there are injustices in our society which cannot be tolerated and should be modified and rejected in their current form. So I just want to thank all of the team that came together and developed those ideas and put them forward boldly and without reticence. And I think that for many Jamaicans, they saw the benefits and the power that that platform and those ideas and proposals would have delivered. So ladies and gentlemen, for us, it's a difficult night. This is not an easy speech to me. You know, one wasn't hoping for a result which is not success. And it means that the government will get its third term and we will have as a nation to deal with that going forward. But the People's National Party, I'm happy to tell you, is alive and well. It's a powerful political organization. And has embraced modernity in its methods and has definitely, I think, over the last few years, come a long way towards being a competitive political force in Jamaica. And as the General Secretary said, work begins right away to prepare ourselves for the next opportunity to offer ourselves to serve the nation in government. And I believe the people will, in due course, give us that chance. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, the word is no. Power to the people. God bless you all. Thank you for your support.
Globalists, this is where we leave it tonight. I am disappointed.
All right, so we are back. We are watching Mark Golding conceding defeat tonight to the Andrew Holness-led Jamaica Labour Party. So the JLP will be returning to office. It's an unprecedented win, a historic win for the Jamaica Labour Party, with Andrew Holness as Prime Minister for the third term. Only the People's National Party has been able to achieve that, with former Prime Minister P.J. Patterson at the helm of the People's National Party. So Mark Golding has conceded defeat. 29 seats called so far for the People's National Party.
For being on here with us.
29 seats for the People's National Party, 32 declared so far for the Jamaica Labour Party. And we're seeing on our screen here, JLP leader and Prime Minister Andrew Holness is at JLP headquarters.
Where's Mr.
All right, let's watch what's happening at Delmont Road.
If you don't like missing out on the latest shows but still enjoy classic hits, then Global TV Group 358 is your perfect match. Global TV Group 358 isn't just another channel, it's your ultimate TV experience. From breaking news to binge-worthy dramas and timeless classics, we've got it all. Our unique blend of original content and global favorites means there's something for everyone. And guess what? With GTVG's seamless streaming, you can watch anywhere, anytime. Plus, our interactive features let you be part of the action. So, whether you're a seasoned binge watcher or a casual viewer, Global TV Group 358 is here to keep you entertained day and night. Don't just watch TV, experience it with Global TV Group 358. Subscribe now and never miss a moment.